Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Wrath. So, here we are.
What's that smell? Oh, bad dog!
Perfect way to start Wrath. Let's go ahead and talk about a few things. Obviously, I'm just doing some off-camera work. Don't mind this. Don't worry. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Don't worry about that. Let's talk about the Wrath launch event. Let's also get something out of here right up the front. Wrath, cool. It's probably going to score pretty well. Everyone's going to love it. A lot of people are predicting that Wrath is going to be the highest scoring expansion. Those people are high. I actually remember Wrath. Not only for the lore run, which really dragged, in my opinion, of it down, but also for when I was putting together stuff for a friend of mine who was going through Wrath. So we'll see exactly how this works. It should be fun. Don't mistake me, I'm not trying to crap all over Wrath, I'm just saying, best? Nah. It'll be fun, though. I am actually looking forward to it, and it'll be a great break from BC. Wrath of the Lich King was also... I don't want to say it's when they started taking the story seriously, because that's not really like a definitive point thing.
What do you need?
As if you pay attention to WoW's history, pretty much every individual patch is a little bit more them taking the story seriously. Like, we even saw that in BC, where we started to get to patch content, and all of a sudden, instances and zones and quests and dungeons were just better, right? Better gameplay, better concepts, and more story focus.
And thunder.
So that's a fairly common thing throughout the course of WoW's history. But I do think that a lot of Wrath was a reaction to BC. One of the biggest major issues they had with BC was a lot of people were talking in a lot of different directions, and none of them were actually coordinating with each other. So there's a whole lot of, huh? Like I mentioned with the Blood Elf plot thread, which reaches all the way up to and includes Shatrith, and then stops so abruptly that it never goes anywhere from that point on. In fact, it's not even referenced from that point onwards, except for a single quest in the Netherstorm, and then it is quite literally just a reference. Or everything to do with Kael'thas, or everything to do with Vosh, or everything to do with Illidan. Like, it's all just a whole lot of, huh? Clearly people not coordinating or working along with each other, and a whole lot of trying to make that work as they go. That makes sense. Cool. So with Wrath, they wanted to really push the main villain, the guy in the box, a little bit more forward. So we're going to be seeing a whole lot more of the second Lich King in this particular expansion than we ever saw of Illidan. Remember, we only actually saw Illidan once in BC, and he only had presence a couple of times in BC. It was not a very strong or commonplace thing. So that's Wrath. But let's talk about the Wrath launch event a little bit. First, let's get a text now out of absolutely no reason, just because I can't possibly go through a stream without being interrupted. So the Wrath launch event, to this day, is probably overall my second favorite launch event. Because obviously it was a great dynamic thing for players to be cool, but also there was some gameplay design alongside it that made it fun and interesting. The Wrath launch event was the Scourge invasion. The real one, not the garbage one we saw during Shadowlands. What this boiled down to was there were attacks, periodic attacks from Necropoli in various zones. I remember Tanarus and East Plagues, I don't remember where else. And that was cool, and you could do this, and you could get the items from them, and those items could get you specific cosmetics, all kinds of cool stuff like that. But there was also a toy, which excuse me, I shouldn't say toy. The concept of a toy didn't actually exist yet. But there was an item you could get which would have a little extra ghostly guy running around after you. Now, they had to nerf that. I'm very sad about that, because I had that on my person for literal years. Because I was so happy about getting that little it just made a ghost follow you around. That's all it did. You couldn't get it anymore. You cannot get it anymore. The thing is, according to the devs, and I believe them because they did their due diligence on explaining this, it by itself was providing such an additional amount of extra load on everything on the server, because so many people had those toys and so many people were still using them, like me. Whoops. So yeah, no, that had to go, and that's a shame. I still have it. I'd show it to you, but I'd have to switch characters. Nobody likes switching characters. That's ridiculous. So that was cool. The real fun of the Wrath launch event was the Scourge, the zombie plague. So periodically throughout zones, and there was a lot of them. I remember there was several in Shatrith. My personal favorite were the ones that were right outside the Orc starter zone, the tutorial zone, right? And there were these paladins who would sit there, and if you got nearby them, they would automatically cast Cleanse on you, which would get rid of any disease debuffs you had. You're probably thinking, that's weird. Why would they do that? Well, the reason why is because the game would also periodically spawn a couple of ghouls here and there. The ghouls, when they hit you, had a chance to inflict you with the disease. When you hit, I wanted to say it was 5 stacks of the disease, you yourself would turn into a ghoul. Now, when this event started, it was actually considered something of a nothing burger by several people, myself and my friends included, because it's like, and? Like, the ghouls would attack so slowly, and there were so few of them, that it was just nothing. And you'd get near a paladin, and it would be over. My friend Pax and I actually went out of our way to try very, very hard to get ghoulified, just to see what happened. And the answer was nothing, because we couldn't do it. There were not enough ghouls to infect us. So we actually just logged off for a couple of days and went off to do other things. Here's the thing. Every few days, that escalated. We didn't know that at the time. So, a few days later, we pop back on to do something unrelated, and all of a sudden there are a lot more ghouls. And the disease stacks, the chance to provide the disease, or excuse me, to proc the disease, was a lot higher. So all of a sudden, it was hard not to become a ghoul. So we thought that was awesome, of course. And so we're like, yeah, let's become a ghoul. And then, you know, the paladins would still kill us and players would still kill us, and that was cool. We very quickly realized that Blizzard had decided to make the ghouls their own faction flag. But all ghouls in the entire game were the same faction flag. Let me explain something. Back in the day, transferring something from the Alliance to the Horde, or vice versa, was a huge hassle. Generally speaking, what you would do is you would use the neutral auction house down in the Goblin towns, and then you'd have to pay a premium for it, and there was a chance it could be intercepted as you're transferring it. So all of that was irritating, of course. But ghouls were neutral to everyone, except for, or rather, neutral to each other. So if I became a ghoul on the Alliance and he became a ghoul on the Horde, we could not only trade with each other and group with each other, we could talk to each other. So if you remember, me and all of my friends made a fairly large exodus to the Horde back during BC. I've talked about that event several times. There we go. And that was cool and all. It was a lot of fun. It was a great, heartwarming moment that I still remember very fondly. But the relevant point here is that we were all of a sudden on the Horde, and all of my old stuff was on the Alliance. And you already see where I'm going with this. So we arranged for a whole thing and piled together all of our group resources across the whole group onto a single character, which I forget it was Pax or mine. It was one of us. And then that character made their way all the way to Westfall. And then on the Horde, I got on and went all the way up to Stranglethorn Vale. And then we both got ghoulified, ran to meet each other, grouped up, and traded all of the crap from the Alliance over to the Horde. And then we went and we infested Westfall. All of it. And that leads me to the final stage here, because I haven't really talked about something yet. Uthor's mentioned it. But you have to understand, well, you were a ghoul, you were uniquely faction flagged to the ghouls, which means you were hostile to everyone else. Everyone else. Even NPCs, like, you know, friendly NPCs, quest NPCs, you know, vendors. Hang on. Also, NPCs were not immune to the plague. So you can convert NPCs into new ghouls. So all of a sudden we had a goal. And we just started swarming. Swarming town. Shatrith was completely overrun. We completely swept Shatrith. There was not a single living thing left in there. This is after the Shattered Sun event, by the way. So remember, there's tons and tons more NPCs there than there normally would be. And yeah, we went after flight path masters. Remember, it doesn't matter if you kill the NPC. You don't have to kill them. You just have to get them 5 stacks of the disease, and then they convert. And so, we would go after the flight masters, because flight masters were really, really strong back then. I guess they still are. I don't know. Haven't seen it in a while. And just... And yeah, no, we just absolutely swarmed over everywhere. We did one thing where we started at new orcs in the Valley of Trials, immediately became infected, and then just swept north, took Razor Hill, completely turned into undead, swept north, started hitting Orgrimmar, completely started converting Orgrimmar. It was actually really, really, really awesome. And by the way, it actually kept exponentially escalating even after the point we got to. It got to the point where a ghoul would walk up to you, and within a second, you'd be converted. But yeah, ghouls were also level agnostic. That's another interesting little facet. Probably a tech test thing, if I were to be honest with you. It was... Yep. That's great. That's great. The dragon also exists. Yep, that's great, Abyssian. Bye! Alright, allow me to be quite honest. Several people disliked that event, and I could see why. But I kind of don't care. It was a very unique, very fun, very interesting, very dynamic event that slowly escalated into being more and more and more wildly out of control. And when I say wildly out of control, I mean completely in the player's control. I gotta be clear, at no point in time did me or any of my friends want to cause harm to any other players. That's not the goal. The goal was just to have fun with the event, if that makes sense. I'm sure that there are players out there who would deliberately troll with it. That's not what we were trying to do. We were like, all right, let's see if we can knock over Shatrith, which we did. All right, let's see if we can knock over Orgrimmar, which we did. All right, let's see if we can make the run to Barrens. Because you have to understand, ghouls move at this movement speed. I didn't actually mention that. Ghouls had a really slow movement speed. Now, they had the occasional thing where they had a buff, which would make them go about normal speed for a few seconds. And then they'd go back to walking. So, actually... moving from like one population hub to the next was actually a huge hassle, and you had to really scroll, just kind of make your way there. I'm also not mentioning another thing. I forget how it worked exactly, but like your health would tick down or something. So if you didn't attack someone or eat someone, which would heal you, you would just slowly bleed out. So you've got a ticking clock and you move slow. So part of the challenge was just making it from point A to point B. One of the biggest things we tried to do almost immediately was like, all right, let's try to do a dungeon like this. But even reaching a dungeon all the way back in BC over here was a huge hassle. You know, we'd start with Shadow. It's like, okay, what's the nearest dungeon? Well, we've got like the Auchindoun stuff, and we've got Zingerbush, but Zingerbush is underwater, so we're not going to manage that. So let's make it to Auchindoun. We didn't make it to Auchindoun. We could not make the trip. But several other people we knew were actually successfully, I don't remember how, managing to get to like elite zones and dungeon zones in there with ghouls, and apparently that was just a lot of fun. I never saw it myself as Mirror-Star, so I can't speak with personal experience. It was an awesome event. Unfortunately, Huthor is right. They probably would never do such a thing in the modern times. And allow me to go ahead and say, I think that's a bad thing. With one asterisk. Because nowadays they could have their cake and eat it too. Because you know that having something like another server or another shard or whatever that's just for the event is something they could actually do now. Because, yeah, players, and I'm going to say this as nicely as I possibly can, whined about it. And I have absolutely no sympathy for those people. None. The fact that you have to stop playing your normal game for like a few weeks to engage in a live event that's fun and interesting and engaging just makes me pull the tiniest little violin. I do not care. I'm sorry. I have heard whining about this event for the last like 15 years at this point, and I've never cared. Sorry. It's just... So, having said that, I was going to say that before Lunar popped in, by the way. So, having a separate shard to do this where it's fully opt-in, like the Pandaria remix, or like the Plunderstorm thing, that's how we have our cake and eat it too. Start up the Scourge Invasion remix, right? Polish up some of the mechanics a little bit with more modern conveniences and vehicle concepts. And be like, hey, and make events, like make achievements. Do a dungeon. with a group full of ghouls, managed to knock over every NPC in X town, managed to swarm from one zone to another. Yeah, there's lots of ways and things you could do in order to add even more gameplay and more mechanics to that, especially if you have a whole mode completely dedicated to it, right? Yeah, make there be rewards for it. Maybe like a ghoul mount, he's like carrying you on one hand. I don't know, something like that. Just spitballing. But the point is, there are lots of things you could do to make that work. And yeah, I'd play the snot out of that if they did that.
Do not exercise restraint when showing your great power to the Scourge.
Not sure I have great power, but thanks, Chromie. So let's go ahead and switch over here. Yeah, ghoul drawn slay. I'd play that. I'm just saying. That sounds awesome. Yeah, me too, Twister. Oh, sorry. Thank you for reminding me. There we go. Fixed. No. That was actually on me, Uthor. So anyways, that launch event was awesome, but we can't review it. But you know what we can review? Baron giving me a sub. Thank you, Baron. Always appreciate you. I'll go ahead and jot that down if you give me a second here. That's going towards Buckshot Roulette. Which Kirby block? Or there are several. It wants me to go over here. Negative to gameplay. Baron subbed. We'll just get in position up here. There we go. The first Kirby block. I don't know what that's called, but Kirby block 1. We'll just put that there. Oh, that sounds cool as Mirror Star. I mean, I actually enjoyed Plunderstorm for what it was. I do think it needed a little bit of polish. Probably because it did. But who knows? Maybe the next version will actually have that. Let's put... Sorry, give me just 1 second. This goes on 7, this goes here. Boom, we're good. Oh, actually, one last thing. Bear form goes here. Okay, cool. Don't mind this character. This is just getting ready for later. I just wanted to hit level 10. But let's talk about the launch, shall we? Because the launch... Oh my god. Alright, so Wrath's launch is one of the other times we're giving launch negatives. The second to last time, actually, because last one will be... Cataclysm. So I want to demonstrate something. Is that okay? Let me just kind of try and show this off a little bit. So obviously there were some under the hood changes. Vehicles were added to the game, and the phasing was properly added to the game with Wrath. But all of these were still pretty prototypey. Frankly, both vehicles and phasing kind of suck in Wrath because they hadn't quite nailed out all of the tech side of things. It wasn't smooth, right? Yeah, they actually made 2 starter zones this time. Oh, sorry, I always forget about Warlords. Sorry. Yes, Warlords will be the last time, although it won't be as much as the others. In fact, the most launch negatives you're going to see me give is to Wrath. Right now. Because I want to demonstrate this, which is why I'm logging in. It's taking 7,000 years to log in for some reason, but, you know. So let's go to Shattrath. So when Wrath launched... Let me explain a little bit about how WoW does things. So there's obviously realms, right? Server bundles. So the Outland server bundle consists of all of Outland here, and also the Silvermoon, Silvermoon, Azure, not Azure, goddammit, Eversong, Ghostlands, and Keldanis, as well as Azure Mist and Blood Mist. All of that's one server, right? So... we would log into Shattrath, right? And then be unable to move. NPCs wouldn't be here. Some stuff would load, but not everything would load. So that kind of sucks. So it's like, okay, and you try to move around, try to get your flying mount, and you couldn't fly even though you were on your flying mount. So that was kind of strange. It's like, okay. Well, then I'll try to leave the zone. And the moment you hit a sub-zone line, which is right about here, right there, you would something bad would happen. Usually, the game would just kind of stall for a minute, sometimes forever. You still have access to the chat. You can still chat, but you couldn't move. Literally move, by the way. You were physically stuck. If you decided to log out, you couldn't, so you'd have to eventually Alt F4. Once you successfully Alt F4, you would try to log in another character. Your previous character is still here. And in fact, if you get on another character in Shareth, you would see your character just standing right there, locked there. Just sitting there. In in one case, one of my friends, Janine, I believe, actually just started like tunneling characters across the Shattrath Bridge, and so you could see like 5 or 6 of her just standing here, all the same character, all the same account. Excuse me, it's all her, but it's like all of her different alts just standing here, all next to each other. They wouldn't log out. Now, there was this really weird side thing. So I logged in a character who I had been doing something. I don't even remember what, but I remember it was in Zangarmarsh. And, like, they were... this would have been an Alliance character. It's funny how much I think dragon flying is slow nowadays. Make it faster! Make it even faster! And I was over here. That's right, I was getting ready for Serpent Shrine. So I was up here in this lake area, and this lake area was safe. The Serpent Lake. So as long as I stayed in the Serpent Lake, I was fine. I could fly around, I could talk, I could chat. I could be like, hey guys. If I go in an instance, I'd be locked. If I left the Serpent Lake, I'd be locked. In several cases, you would see people, because remember, this is back in the old flight, so they could just hover in midair. You'd see people just on their flying mounts in a circle around the lake, just sitting there, logged in, even though they obviously, the player wasn't there. Just the character was logged in. Yeah, no, this just became my new home. It's like, okay, I'm stuck here now. Well, that sucks. Okay, then. I guess I'll just stay here. And I actually sat here and started coordinating with people. Because someone would log in for the first time, and I'd be like, okay, hang on, don't move. If you can hear this message, don't move. All right. Can you hear this message? Respond within 10 seconds, or I'll assume you're offline. And then sometimes, not always, they'd respond. Because sometimes you'd log into a locked zone. And the whole game was just in this incredibly unplayable, buggy mess. Now, it was hilarious, of course. It was just this wild experience. But the whole game was functionally incapable of operating. Because what was happening is subzones were getting locked out of proper loading with the server. What ended up happening is I just sat here flying around this stupid circle for a while, informing people that, hey, come back tomorrow when they might have fixed all this crap. And that was just my job for that day. I got really tired of this scenery, I'll tell you what. Now, to my knowledge, they've never had a launch this hilariously buggy since then. At least none that I've ever experienced. And I have experienced most of the launches since then. But I'll never forget just sitting here, floating around Zangarmarsh, being like, hey, yep, this is my life now. Every now and again, I'll be like, you know what, I've got a character over there. I'll try them. Nope. Okay. I'll make a brand new character. Oh, hey, I can make a new character. Okay, I'll walk from Durotar. And so, for those of you who haven't seen it, the Orc Starter Zone has, it's like this little canyon. It's like a completely contained canyon. And there's like one little passageway to go out. So I started heading towards that passageway, and when I got there, I saw, I'd say like 100 characters. Just all standing there on this one exact line. It was the weirdest looking thing, and I'm just like, yeah, okay, I'm stuck here. Yeah. Anyways, that was the Wrath launch event. Triple negative for just sheer buggy unplayableness. Moving on. Now, the good news, and I can talk about this now, did I have any fun that day? I mean, I actually have really fond memories of that day. It was this wild, crazy, super bugged state. Second worst expansion launch. Honestly, I would go ahead and say Kata, personally, but we'll talk about that when we get there. So let's talk about this right now. There's these things called achievements. And they came up with this. This actually was invented for Wrath. We had... where is it? Is this it? There it is. Glory of the Hero. That sucker right there. Do you see this nonsense? Wow, there's a lot of them for Wrath, too. Look at all that. So Glory of the Hero was something... So they had the new achievement system, and I forget when exactly it came out. And obviously, we've talked about achievements briefly, but what we haven't really talked about is the good achievements, the mutator achievements that give you cosmetics. Oh, people whined so much about achievements. Sorry, I have just so little tolerance today. I apologize. But I wanted to punch people who whined about achievements. Right in their faces. All right, there we go. Got the punch out. Because how this worked is you could get a mount or a title or like a transmog or a toy. And I think that's pretty much it. It's all the cosmetic-y stuff, right? Even back then, it was all cosmetic-y stuff. Some of these are really, really boring, and in fact, we've actually already given a negative for WoW as a whole for the really boring, really padding achievements, because there are some which are just dumb. But then there's these ones. These are awesome, and we'll be giving positives on a per expansion basis, because these aren't just like hard mode. Each of these is manually designed on a per boss basis. These are difficulty mutators. Every single one of these involves you fighting the boss in a way that's not intended, that is much harder than it was supposed to be, and in so doing, you get an achievement, and those achievements were part of the meta. That meta is this one, Glory of the Hero, and doing all that gets you the red proto-drake, which, yes, I do have. I mean, obviously I have it, but just to show it off here. Now, I know, by nowadays standards, this probably looks positively, like, banal. I really like the proto-drake model. It was actually added in Wrath. And I thought this was just the coolest damn thing. In fact, it's actually my second favorite mount from Wrath in particular. You're probably wondering, well, what's your favorite one? This one. And I'm going to go and flex for 1 second by saying, yeah, I got this back in the day. Love the runes and the lightning, kind of the lightning veins on the jaw there and under the scales. This is still canonically my warrior's mount. Like, this is the mount she uses. Anyways. Oh, and if you're wondering what that comes from, Glory of the Ulduar Raider. 25, obviously. It looks like they merged those. The red one is doing all the dungeon achievements, Hero, which is called Glory of the Hero. So let me show off a couple of these just so you can get an idea of what I'm talking about, because I'm speaking a little bit, generically here. So like, say, Lockdown. Defeat Zevaz, Lavanthor, Ikor, Zermatt, the Obliterator, and Unheroic. Okay, so that's actually not a good example. Here we go. Volunteer work. Defeat Jadoga Shadowseeker without killing any Twilight volunteers. All of these are unheroic, of course. Or escape from the Lich King in under 6 minutes. Or defeat Icaron without allowing any Icar globules to merge. That was a fun one. Defeat the Forge Master without any player getting 11 stacks of permafrost. That was mean. Murabi, oh my god. So let me tell you, there were 3 achievements that were the last ones we need. Now, can anyone get... Thuthor already told you one of them. So, Murabi was one of them. But can anyone guess the other 2? And let's see, the Murabi one is... Oh, where is that? They're kind of organized by dungeon, but there's a whole lot of them. There it is, Les Rabi. Defeat Murabi while preventing him from transforming to a mammoth at any point in the encounter. So let me explain Murabi's thing. So the actual boss fight is fairly simple with Murabi. He'll be like, I'm a troll, and then every now and again, it's every few seconds, he will do a cast time thing to turn himself into a mammoth, and that's phase 2. But you can interrupt the cast from him turning into a mammoth. Thing is, each time he casts it, the cast speed gets slower, or I'm saying slower, faster. So it's like, okay, you interrupted it. Next one is, next one, next one. And it would get to the point where it was functionally impossible to interrupt it. So there's kind of a soft enrage built into the encounter, but also you really do have to be on those interrupts, especially when it starts getting faster. We had a whole rotation. We would bring an entire group, every single one of us, every class we brought had an interrupt. Remember, this is when this stuff was hard, too. This was when doing heroic stuff involved having trouble doing the fight at all. So we're having trouble during the fight while doing that crap. So, I see, nope, Asmira Star's guessing, but that's kind of it. Oh yeah, we had to coordinate. You got the first interrupt, you got the second interrupt, you got the third interrupt, etc., etc., etc. That frickin' one. Violet Hold was very RNG heavy, but we actually got lucky on that. That didn't take super long. No, there were two other ones that really screwed us over. Hang on, I'm trying to find it. I guess I could look through this one. Let's see here. Sorry, give me a second. Here we go. Is this it? Yep, this is it. So, y'all might make fun of me for this one. Watch Him Die was really rough for some reason. You had to kill a boss while leaving all of his ads up. Now, I say all of his ads. That's actually a lie. You need to leave his elite ads up. You could kill the little ads. So what this fight boiled down to, and the way we ended up, the strategy we ended up using, and this was a wall for us. To explain this, the way this fight works is there's a boss, and he's got 3 trash packs in front of him. Each of those 3 trash packs has a mini boss in them, so a heavy elite, right? So you've got your heavy elite, and then their trash, and then you're supposed to pull one, then a second one, then a third one, then you pull the boss. There's a few ways to do this. The way we did it is we'd pull the first pack, kill all the trash except for the big guy, pull the second pack, kill all the trash except for the big guys, pull the third pack, kill all the trash except for the big guys. And if you're paying attention, that means we've got heavies, 1, 2, and then 3 heavies, beating the snot out of the tank the entire time. By the way, they have a CC. Just to mention that, they've got this wrap ability they'll use, which stuns you. So the healer had to be completely... We actually ended up bringing 2 healers to make this happen. The healers would have to be completely on it. The tank had to be completely on it. I was tanking it, of course. And then we had to actually kill the boss while continuing to just hold those 3 elites. Also, the boss encourages you to use a lot of AoE. So, couldn't really do that with the little ads in the middle phase. So that was a really, really, really hard one for us. It was mostly a gear check, but it was a hell of a gear check because we didn't have the gear yet. We did that right at launch, right as these came out. So... that was mean, but the final one, and yeah, Huthor already kind of guessed this, is the Oculus stuff. Now, there's a specific Oculus one, and I think it's this one. Yeah, there it is. Defeat the Lay Guardian Aragos in Oculus Unheroic within 20 minutes of Dracos the Interrogator's death. That sounds so simple, right? Oh no, do an instance in 20 minutes. No, you have no idea. We did practice runs on that. We did so much. We did, like, we would get into normal mode because you can just reset normal mode, and we would practice our route so that every single person knew exactly where their route was. No court, we couldn't spare the time to say go here next, and there was no ping feature. So instead, it was just go right to here, and then go right to here, and then go right to here. And everyone had to know their steps, and everyone had to have the whole route completely memorized. And then we couldn't make any mistakes. Make It Count was the very last achievement we got for that one. It was the one that was the hardest and took us longest. We spent several weeks practicing that one. Yeah. That was rough. That was really... really, really rough, but it was fun. And that's why those are positives. So for Wrath in particular, obviously we have the one I just mentioned, Glory of the Hero. That's awesome. So we have, hang on. They also had one for, hang on. Scroll mode. So Uldor was the next one that had one. Ulduar has some really good ones, and some of these are very, very, very hard, and then some of them are a joke. Like Disarmed, everybody got Disarmed, right? Disarmed was easy. Not everyone got I Choose You Steelbreaker, for example, which means killing the hardest boss last. It's a council fight. Not a lot of people got Firefighter, and very, very few people got One Light in the Darkness. Notice, by the way, this always amused me, because this is also speaking to how well designed this is. It's not 0 lights in the darkness. That is a whole other level of hard. It was just 1 light in the darkness, and you all know the one it is, which is going to be the freaking the Sanity Restore. Let me explain that very, very, very briefly. That fight has a sanity mechanic. You start with max sanity. A lot of things reduce your sanity. Most of them are dodgeable, not all of them are. So even if you play perfectly, your sanity will occasionally drain, okay? With 0 lights in the darkness, you have no method of restoring your sanity. None. Which means when you run out of sanity, you are permanently mind-controlled. And if you're resurrected, you're still mind-controlled. So if you get mind-controlled, you are out of the fight completely. That was the difficulty of 0 lights in the darkness. That's why it only requires 1 light in the darkness, because 1 light in the darkness means you leave What's-Her-Face up, and she gives you the sanity restore. Still a very hard fight, I feel like pointing out. But it's no longer ridiculously punishing if you make any mistakes, which is what 0 lights in the darkness was. Which I do have, of course. And yeah, Iron Dwarf Medium Rare is another fun one. Defeat 25 Dark Iron Guardian Dwarves with Razor Scale's Filling Breath. That was a whole thing. We used to do runs. This is not a joke. We used to do runs just dedicated to getting that one achievement. Like, we would actually do an Ulduar run to get people Iron Dwarf Medium Rare. We got very good at coordinating that, and we had a whole method, a whole system of specific tanks with specific healers who would not do damage, and the DPS were told, this is what you're doing, and nothing else. So anyways, what I'm trying to say is Ulduar's thing isn't quite as good as the dungeon one, but it's still there and it's still decent. No, where it really starts to shine is Ice Crown. So, Ice Crown's achievements. Oh, these are mean. So some of these are relatively simple. Like, for example, well, I don't know, Full House, or, you know, I'm on a boat. Most of these you'd get, even just like in a normal playthrough. Portal Jockey was a bit rough, you know, Once Bitten, Twice Shy. That one we had to do a whole thing for. But the one we were stuck on for the longest time here is right here. I've actually already referenced this one, All You Can Eat. Defeat Sindragosa in 25-player mode without any member of your raid receiving more than 5 stacks of Mystic Buffet, or Buffet. No, Buffet is correct. I'm right. So Sindragosa periodically pulses a debuff. It's right there. It's Mystic Buffet. It's every few seconds, and it stacks. So don't get more than 5 stacks. Okay, that's simple. How do you avoid it? Well, line of sight avoids it. How do you make line of sight? So she will target a player, like I'll target as Miristar and Huthor, and they will know to get into position, and a few seconds later, bam, they will turn into these giant ice blocks. That provides line of sight. Okay, so you, the player, have decision over where the ice blocks go and who at targets. If it hits anybody near them, those other people also get ice blocked and you wipe. So everyone had to constantly be ducking in and out of these ice blocks in order to attack the boss, in order to keep those stacks off. Okay, problem. What happens to the person in the ice block? Well, they slowly die. So you do eventually have to break them out. You want to break them out pretty much right before a new ice block is selected. And by that I mean like about 10 seconds before. So that's 10 seconds of leeway of everyone just eating buffets, assuming everyone dropped their stacks. So we'd have to call for getting the ice blocks off, call for everyone stopping DPS so they could drop their stacks, and then actually, defeat, knock over the ice blocks, then get ready for the next one, then move in position, and then everyone quickly gets behind to lose their stacks. Because at that point, you're at 4 stacks. That gap of time is about 4 stacks, 3 to 4, depending on how you drop them. Hang on, that's still not everything. And I know that because I was tanking that fight. The final frustration is that includes the tank. There was only one way we came up with, and this was my invention to do this. I don't know if there's any other way to do this, but this is how I came up with it. So what it would do is the other tank and I would literally constantly swap. All we'd be doing is walk up in front of the boss, taunt, and then sit there, doing the tank thing. The other tank would run behind the ice block, lose their stacks, and then run forward, taunt, and then I would run behind the ice block. And this was the whole fight. Constantly swapping like this. We also moved the left ice block a little bit closer to help out with that. And that was it. And that one took us absolutely goddamn forever. Because that single achievement was insane. But those are the kind of achievements that those things are. And they're fun, they're interesting, they're creative, they're inventive. And they are a great way to add difficulty mutation to the game, while also rewarding you with cosmetics for doing so. You'll notice I have quite a few of these. I don't have all of them. One of these days I want to go back and finish the Legion ones, the BFA ones, and the Shadowlands ones. But that can be for a different day. So we talked about the launch, we talked about the difficulty mutator. But now I'm afraid there's only one thing left to do, and that's to get out of here. Sindragosa was definitely another one of those Kael'thas fights, in my opinion. Very experimental. But, yeah. Like, the pieces of good ideas are there. For example, the ice blocks. Like, I like mechanics that put mechanics into the player's hand. So you deciding when these happen and how they happen, I liked that. But yeah, no, there was a lot of weird moving parts that didn't gel well with each other in Sindragosa. So, it's time to finally join our brethren in Northrend. On our monk. Don't worry, this is actually the last expansion we're doing something weird with. Because both BC and Wrath have weird elements to them. And that's all I have to say about that. Like, Kata isn't weird, so we don't have to worry about Kata. I guess technically there's some weird stuff in Pandaria and Warlords, but I think that's it. Oh no, and looks like that's Shadowlands. But for the most part, we're out of weird territory. So this is Sholazar Basin. Hi. That's right. Today we're doing Sholazar Basin. Hey, let's show off our dancing moves real quick. So this is a Pandaren. I guess you haven't seen this. Why are we doing Sholazar first? So there's only really 3 options here. We can do Sholazar first. That's what we've decided to do. We could do it last, which means we would defeat the Lich King, and then go help Nessingwary with his expedition. Or we could do it in the middle, which would literally involve interrupting the story arcs. There's no good option there, so I decided to just get it out of the way first. We'll also be doing 2 dungeons. If at any point in time we have 5 people on, I'm going to go ahead and try and prioritize doing those 2. So, consequently, player check if anyone wants to help me do some dungeons. The 2 dungeons we'll be doing are Violet Hold, which has nothing to do with anything, and the Culling of Stratholme, which has nothing to do with anything. And that's our weird stuff for Wrath. Okay, let's do some quests. And let's get a thing. I'll look there in a minute.
Greetings, friend.
So, ever since we arrived here, the venture company has hampered our efforts to secure our campsite and survey the area. Normally we wouldn't care what they were up to, but they've started antagonizing our scouts and shooting down supply flights. We can't allow this insult to stand. Hemet Nessingwary... Oh yeah, by the way, this is a Nessingwary chain. Don't worry, it's not just Nessingwary up here. And it's better than BC's chain. And way better than Vanilla's. We need you to go get these 38 pages of a book that drop off of every mob in the entire zone. Could you help us with this? No, there's no bad luck protection preventing you from getting multiple pages. Anyways, we can't allow this insult to stand. Hemet Nessingwary's expedition came to hunt. Hunt it shall. Go to the dig and kill the Venture Company.
Seek the path of the light.
Okay, I can do that. I like killing people.
What can I do for you?
When I found out that Miss Bullion was helping Necessary with his expedition, I signed up as a deckhand immediately. You see, I've been meaning to marry her for months. Had it all planned out. I was going to propose the very night of the shipwreck, but now the ring is gone. I've searched everywhere. I know it might sound crazy, but I know the engagement ring is in the basin. If some venture company didn't steal it, maybe a wild creature ate it. It's here, somewhere. I just know it.
Have a good one.
And yes, I am time walking. That's actually why we're on my monk specifically, because he's in a really good level range for this. Oh, yeah. So I did some additional tech tests last night, and yes, I've given this its own negatives. Here's how this works for Chromie Time. You have to be a bare minimum of level 10 to Chromie Time. However, for all intents and purposes, to access all of the content of Time Walking, you have to be level 25. The max level you can be for Chromie Time and still being useful is 67. No, not 68, not 70, not anything else that makes sense. 67. The moment you hit level 68, you will stay in your pre-existing Time Walking. Like, you won't leave whatever you already selected, but you cannot interact with Chromie anymore and change your timeline. The moment you hit 70, you can't interact with Chromie at all, and you'll be kicked out if you go back to town. The moment you hit 71, you'll be kicked out, period, and there's no avoiding it. Hey, Blizzard. Fix it! Okay, so, moving on.
Hey!
She's ruined. Ruined! I told the captain to be careful with such precious cargo, but would she listen to me? No! When the ship ran aground, it damaged my flying machine, the Spirit of Numragon. Now we're left without any means to send our reports. There's a chance, though, the venture company's antics may work in our favor. They shot down another flying machine about where Monte parachuted into the swamp to the east. Go there and retrieve the engine. Maybe our only hope.
Alrighty then.
Yeah, I actually spent some time last night doing some serious character reorganization and double-checking myself to make sure there's no more hiccups in the run. Yeah, Blizzard really wants you to play the current expansion. And they can suck a dick. I'm really, really, really sick of how broken their stupid systems are, because they don't care enough to fix them. And that is the reason. It's they don't care. It's not like they couldn't. All of the actual hard part of getting a time-walking system working is done. And has been done. Honestly, for years at this point. But... we're starting in Sholazar. Gotta remember how to play this class. Yep, gotta get the weird out of the way. So we're playing Monk for the moment. I'm not going to really discuss Monk right now, but Monk is probably one of the most unique of the non-evoker classes. Good, bad, or in between, it's definitely its own thing. Got a few cooldowns, but its cooldowns aren't really how it works. Monk was when they really started experimenting with active mitigation. So for example, Monk has a concept called Shuffle. Shuffle makes you even better at avoiding damage. That's a super summary, but just bear with me. Shuffle is not something you hit a button for. Shuffle is something that you use one of your specific abilities to proc. Thus, you are encouraged to keep Shuffle off at all times. You notice Shuffle only lasts like 5 seconds. Hey, we also have plenty of abilities which specifically coordinate and interact with Shuffles. Like, when you have access to Shuffle, this other thing happens. Things like that. No, I've noticed, Uthor. I don't mean to sound so harsh. It's just been really, really frustrating trying to deal with some of this crap. Like, guys, do you really need to be, like, tying my hands this hard? Not that I'm aware of, Yura. Gotta grab this quest over here. These goblin goons and their minions have decided they own this pillar and its crystals. I came here to explore the crystal, take some samples, but they overpowered me and won't let me return to camp. If you'll help me fight out of here, we can teach those thugs a lesson they'll never forget.
Safe travels.
An escort quest? Oh, well, those tend to suck. Let's see how this goes. Listen up, Venture Company Ghouls. Rule number 1. Never keep the prisoner near the explosives. Okay. Jeez, lady. No, I don't think we can give any brickwork to Sholazar. I mean, this just looks like dirt to me. See? That's all I see. Here, let me keep the camera. There we go. I will admit I'm not a huge fan of Sholazar's music. But Wrath also has some very cool music, so I'm pretty sure we'll start really racking up some music positives. You really shouldn't play with this stuff. Somebody could get hurt. Yeah, no, I remember that, Huthor. I mean, I know they have access to data I don't. And I know that, you know... How do I phrase this? I am not indicative, is the way I want to phrase that. I understand that. Yeah, I'm not trying to portray myself as a typical viewer, or even someone whose opinion matters. But it is extraordinarily frustrating to be constantly stymied in enjoying a game because, you know, the developers of the game are terrified that I'm not going to enjoy the game in question. Because let's be honest, that is kind of what it boils down to, isn't it? I have said for years, and there's no nice way to put this, that one of Blizzard's biggest faults is they listen to their players too much. Now, to clarify that slightly, there's what's really funny is Blizzard is also guilty of listening to their players too little. But that's the thing, right? Don't listen to too much, don't listen too little. Both of those are bad, and for essentially the same reason. The players know what they want, but they don't have access to all the information, right? So, I'm Brewmaster, Spartan. So you want to get, you know, you want to pay attention, you want to see what they want, you want to keep your finger on the pulse of the player base, because obviously they're going to be giving you feedback, and they also want to feel like their feedback matters. Especially since their feedback probably should matter, right? But there's lots and lots and lots of tangible and proven evidence that if you just let a player have everything that they want, bad things will happen. As much as we all mock Brack for his terrible, terrible comment, which we should, because he was an idiot for saying it and the way he said it, the fact of the matter is a lot of players don't actually know what they want. There's also kind of an inherent thing built into that too. See, regardless of the fact that, you know, we could say, how can a player not know what they want? Most people don't know what they want, in general, of any aspect of anything. And even if, I'm not even calling people stupid, because it's very, very simple. How many of you, I explain this so easily, how many of you have ever encountered something? Maybe it's a food, maybe it's a music, or a musician, or even a style of music, right? Maybe it's something like a movie, or an artist, or a video game, or even a genre of video game. And you never encountered it before, and you never would have, but once you do, you're like, oh man, this is great, this is completely my bag. Like, this is something I really, really enjoy. Before you randomly tried that out, either because of luck, or a friend, or because of just trying out variety, you didn't know you liked that. Right? So again, it's not just about calling players stupid. It's about understanding that not every player literally knows what they want. There are many things that players will not understand or process that they like until they've already tried them, right? That's just life. Yeah, that's an absence of information rather than, you know, them being stupid. And so that's just one objective reason of several why you don't want to listen to your player base too much. It's the I've heard someone refer to this as it's the trap of Kickstarter. Because Kickstarter's great for stuff you know you like. But if every game, you know, somehow magically was funded by Kickstarter, we wouldn't see any new games, right? Because we'd only be able to pitch in for the stuff we know we want, we know we're interested in. And as anybody will tell you, something that should be something we're interested in isn't always going to be something we like. I'll use a personal example. When I sat down and played Pokemon Conquest, I hated that game. Even though it was a Pokemon game set during the Sengoku Jidai, which was a turn-based tactical game. That should have been like 3 aspects of things I love, and yet in truth, it was really, really boring, and I never even finished the game. I put the game down. Right? Just to name one example of that. Yeah, no, what Takoida says is also very, very valid. A lot of people don't ask. Hi, Kira White Noise. A lot of people don't ask for what they want. They ask for what they think they want. And again, as Dakota points out, that's usually cheating. To some extent or another of cheating. Which may or may not actually be something they end up wanting, right? I have seen things where certain players, I'm not going to name games, but certain players in certain MMOs have been like, we want such and such. Okay, here you go. This sucks. The game's too boring now. But you... Okay. Help. For the love of God. D&D has gone through this several times in its life cycle. Oh, Jesus, this Mirror Star. Yeah. So, sorry. You get my point. One way or another, this is why I say listening to your players too much is still something that you probably shouldn't do, right? It's something that you need to be careful of. And there's no win here, right? There's no easy answer. What it boils down to is you as a developer have to sit down and apply intelligence and wisdom and experience and just kind of try to process which feedback should be listened to, in which order, and how much. And like I said, I do think Blizzard has obviously listened to their players too little, but there are also several demonstrable cases where they've listened to their players too much. And I'm not even talking about the launch event earlier. I'll tell you the real big thing that pisses me off that Blizzard listened to their players too much on. Cataclysm. We had some serious problems with WoW's development for years because of players complaining about Cataclysm. Feedback is useful. Feedback is always useful. Even if you don't listen to it, even if you don't respond to it, feedback is useful. If absolutely nothing else, it's interesting to get a finger on the pulse of what people are talking about, right? Anyways, sorry for derailing. Hi, I guess that's Bragwin?
I am Bragwin, the Sith Lord of endless darkness and
I'm just making fun. Aberrus gear is legit. How do you have that gear? It's actually a troll, I'm pretty sure. No, I know, but like you have to have that gear to begin with, which means you've done Aberrus. Fun fact, I actually haven't done all of Aberrus still to this very day. Well, that's the other thing. See, everything I just said also applies to the developers in kind of in the inverse. Developers do not have all the answers and cannot know all the things. Because they can't, because they're human, because we have finite input and finite output. So by definition, developers are kind of in the same we don't really know thing as the players. That's why you need to have a dialogue. That's why having good community managers and good community outreach is important. It's why listening, but only to some extent, and actually thinking about the feedback is so important. One moment. So, it looks like I'm going to be DPSing. Mr. Red, do you want to tank? Like, I don't care. I was going tank because I figured I'd be alone today. Let's go with... I don't need that. I do kind of want... Let's go with this one. Well, yeah, no, exactly, Huthor. It's something that's true even on an individual perspective. If I ask you guys for your advice and you give it, there's this weird bit of human perception. I don't know if this is a recent thing culturally, where everyone involved presumes that you giving me advice means I now have to follow it. Which is not true. I have asked for advice so that I can take it in, consider it, and see a viewpoint outside of myself. I may then choose, with the additional information, to not follow it, right? It doesn't mean I don't value the advice. It doesn't mean I'm not grateful for having given your input. It just means I am not beholden to follow it. But a lot of people automatically presume that the moment advice is given, it must be followed. And I've noticed this a lot. Even on just like an individual basis, of which just one person be like, hey, what do you think I should wear today? You know? Just really basic stuff like that. Thank you, Act, for the sub, as always. Much obliged, much appreciated, and of course, if you don't want to put that towards, please let me know. So if I'm going deep, and it looks like we have a group now, so we're going to pause Sholazar, and while we have people here, let's go and dig a dungeon in, shall we? So let me go ahead and set up my spec. I'm gonna lazy mode it so I can work on my spec on the way there. Where's the flight path? Oh, the flight path's in the middle, isn't it? Yeah. Okay. Yep, take your time, Act. I figured you were doing a trade because I saw that this morning. Ignore that giant spire in the distance. It's not important. It's not important. It's not a part of the jungle. But yeah, so, sorry. I was obviously being facetious, Yura, but Wrath... There's no nice way to say this. Every single expansion is going to have better visuals than every previous expansion. All of them. That is true up to War Within. We have never not gotten better about visuals in this freaking game. So, yeah. Every expansion is going to get more visual plus. See, now, I disagree with that, Yura. Can you guess which expansion I think has the biggest jump forward? Because I'm curious of your thoughts on that, especially since you actually have artistic talent, whereas I obviously do not. Where's... Oh, right, it's over here, isn't it? Yep, there it is. Okay, so let's grab Second Wind, put that down there. Am I missing any? Hang on. Jump, Surge, Dash. Nope, that's right. And then I also want... I'm going to want Fist Punch. Fist Punch, there it is. And I'm going to want my mount. So I don't actually use any other mounts on my monk because he's an engineer, and I spent a lot of time and effort working as an engineer. I actually built this mount, and this mount was not easy to make. Oh, dude, Helifa. Oh, my God. Actually, the 4th zone in War Within, I think, is legitimately the best-looking zone in the entire game. So you can make fun of me for that if you want, but I stand by that. Anyways, okay. No, not him. You.
Pleased to meet you.
To Dalaran. Woo! I mean, the 3rd zone is fantastic. I mean, all the zones are fantastic, but the 4th zone is just... Wow! The 4th zone... Yeah, you think we're giving positives for zones. We're going to start giving positives for sub-zones at some point. Anyways, my answer is Pandaria, specifically. The jump up to Pandaria, that's also when they upped the texture resolutions. That might be a lot of that. But, God, that jump was amazing. Okay, so, let me build really quick. I don't want that. I don't want... do I want this? Go ahead and do that. Somewhat. Interrupt. Movement speed. Just ignore all the stuff we're about to be flying through. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. We have all the precs I need. So let's just grab... I don't know, that. Sure. Which F-14 zone do I think looks best? Ooh, that's actually a tough one. Dude, Monk is so good. Monk is also one of those love it or hate it classes I've noticed because it is a complex class. There's a lot of moving parts. But once you get into the flow of it, and pun definitely intended, it just... Oh, it's such a fluid class. We were talking earlier about how warriors have nearly unprecedented mobility. The nearly there is because monks exist. Monks are just whoosh, 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 and I'm a mile away. Oh, monks are crazy. Yeah, demon hunters are the other one, by the way. It's monks, demon hunters, and then warriors. Pretty much in that order. I'm probably wrong. Maybe druids are up there, but ugh. Rogues used to be at the top. That hasn't been true in a while. Let's go with that. I want fortify. God, these talents suck. These are nowhere near as good as warriors. I don't actually want anything else over here. So let's just start grabbing random stuff. Just to fill out precs. There. Now I got the whole line. Rogues are good at disengaging. I can tell you that even right now. Ignore the amazing music. At least it's playing. Okay, so Fists of Fury. Yep. These are all notes. I had to read these at least a little bit. We obviously want... Hang on. So over here is Rising Sun. Hey, let's actually pull out of that. Let's go over to Rising Sun. So that's the debuff. Crit increased while Zen is active. Chi is... That's the mandatory talent right there. Sorry, I'm not talking all this out because we're not reviewing monks yet. We'll be doing that later. Oh, that's a passive now. Oh, nice. I like that. And definitely blackout kick. Okay, what do we got over here? Oh yeah, definitely that. Strike of the Windlord. Obviously, we want the Legion ability. You always want the Legion abilities. Oh, I'm sorry, Ect. Hang on. So Ect is putting that towards Mina the Hallower, Axiom Verge, and to the Tears block. And I got a text from Frieza, which says he is putting that towards PMD block, Undertale Yellow, and Entropy 02. So thank you, Frieza. Thank you, Act. Always. None of them are jumping out at me, Bob. What's your favorite? What's your favorite from FF14? Give me something to work with here. Yeah, I probably want that for AoE. I definitely want Zwen. I want Storm, Earth, and Fire, and Zwen. Let's go with the reduced cooldown. And the make that even better. Yaktiel was pretty good. See, the problem is I don't want to end up in like recency bias because that's just the only thing that's coming to mind for some stupid reason. Let's grab that one. Let me set up my bar really quick. That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. This should go. Hang on. Get rid of that. There's when. Rolling Dragon Punch. Doesn't exist anymore? Oh, it's way down there. Oh, okay. Well, we'll leave that there because that deserves that slot. No Yubu. I mean, yeah. Oh, that's my racial mount. Or my class mount. Okay, Flying Serpent is there. That's there. Where's... Okay, that's on... B, so this should be on F, right? Yes. And then V is my split. And then G is my builder. And 1, 2, and 3 will be my main. I've got my stun for my basic AoE. I've got my thing there. What's... that shouldn't even be on the bar. What am I missing? What's not on the bar? Transcendence. Which is whatever. And looks like that's actually it. Okay, I should be good to go. Sorry about the delay. That's an interesting question, Maskerman. But no is the answer to the question. Usually class fantasy falls into something like viscerality. Yeah, that kind of vibe and tone thing. Wait, is there a summoning stone here? You better start grinding, Mr. Red. Yeah, honestly, the other one I was thinking about was Heritage Found, but I feel like I'm just gonna go with Yaktiel. It's such an obvious default choice, but I think I'm gonna go with that. Is anything correct? Yep. Okay, they're the level they should be. So that's good. Oh, I need to pull this on my part too. There we go. There we go. That's better. Ain't no summoning stone, so you're gonna have to come here manually. Sorry, everyone. So what was that? Bragwin, and I think that's Spartan. Heritage Found is a really, really good-looking zone. And yeah, as Valvedrix points out, the graphical update kind of helps. Like, even the most recent town is one of the most visually impressive towns of the game because of the graphical update. Okay, everyone's here. Perfect. So welcome to the Violet Hold. This is what we like to call a throwaway dungeon, which is why we're doing it now, not connected to anything. This is actually part of one of the story arcs in the most disconnected sense possible. So there are 4 overall plot threads that go throughout Wrath. There's the Scourge plot thread. There's the Titan plot thread. There's the plot thread we'll get to later. And then there's the Mage War plot thread. That's this one. All you need to know, the only context you need, there are members of... There's a faction who is at war with every mage in the world. And we are not a part of that faction. We are fighting against that faction. So this is the Violet Hold. This is a mage prism. So that anti-mage faction is here to release the prisoners and then use this as a way to attack the city. Make sense? Now, there's actually a little bit of lore that supports this, but that's all you really need to know. So let's just go ahead and get on with this. So I'm going to talk to her.
Need help?
Activate the crystals. Yep. So there is one thing I like about this dungeon, and it's those things over there. Do you see those things over there? The little interactables? If you use one of those, it does a whole lot of AoE damage to everything in the room. Except for us, obviously. Those are your oh crap buttons. And I like that those are there. It's a good way to help when you're low, and it's a good way to speed things up when you're high. It's also a good way to interrupt you when you're in the middle of talking. So I'll put that towards here. The good news is, I can just put that there. Thank you, J. Palmer, very, very much. Now, to be clear, I don't think this dungeon is as bad as Black Morass. But if you're paying attention, it is the exact same format. Portal opens, mob spawns, that mob maintains the portal, they then spawn adds. The adds go after this, and they attack the door. If the door dies, then you have lost. So, I'm just going to do this really quick. There are two types of adds that will be holding the door. These ones are the mage types, and obviously they'll be spawning these guys. That's kind of my job as a DPS here. Let's do this. Let's try to remember how to play our class. I haven't played Wind in forever. Oh my gosh. So, let's talk a little bit about Monk, since I don't have much else to talk about here. Monk has two resources. They're not the only class like that, but the way they interweave with each other is kind of fascinating in its own way. Because Monk has energy, just like a rogue, but unlike a rogue, Monk also has ki. And you're thinking, what's different between ki and combo points? Philosophy is really the answer to that. The nature of how they interact with each other. So, one of my biggest complaints about Rogue by a huge margin is that you're playing Subtlety, which kind of bypasses this particular issue. Almost all of the time, you spend a huge amount of time just waiting for something to happen on Rogue. You're just sitting there waiting like, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Okay, I got my energy back. Now, that's not universally true, and it's a bit reductive, but it is a lot of how Rogue feels to me. By contrast, Monk feels like it's always doing something. That plot light ties into the class fantasy that Master Mask just mentioned. Or Master Mask, excuse me. I don't know why I said Master Mask. You know a Master Mask. Because Monk plays like it should. It is a non-stop rolling ball of movement. Anyways, the tank's dead. I'm not sure what happened. White damage has a point and purpose in existing, but from a purely gameplay perspective, at the end of the day, what white damage does is it involves you not doing anything. Oh, by the way, if you release, you respawn right there, 5 feet away, so I have no idea why Mr. Red didn't release there. Negative 50 DKP to Mr. Red for not releasing. Alright, so. Pop a cooldown here. I think I can afford it right now. You'll also notice how Mr. Red's kind of taking this guy off to the side. What a lot of people do is tank them in a specific spot, so that when the extra ads come through, like, which is about to happen, there we go. Oh, nope, it didn't happen. There they come, there they come. You're immediately ready to pick them up, right? Damn right, Mr. Red is not getting his legendary this expansion. That would be funny, Meadowlord. Can I explain what DKP is? Sure, actually, I can. I don't know if guilds even use DKP anymore. We stopped using DKP in BC, so it's a very old concept at this point. But DKP refers to dragon kill points. So the idea behind DKP was to... Okay, hang on. First boss, hang on, real quick. Okay. So the boss is random. We got the water boss. There are, let's see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There are 6 separate bosses in here. You only see 2 of them in any given playthrough. So getting the achievements in here sucked. or getting specific transmog in here sucked, because you only get the 2 bosses. This is the one way that I will agree that this place is actually worse than Black Morass, is because of the random thing.
Can hold any form. Take any
Oh yeah, by the way, the final reason this is dumb, how many of you played Frozen Throne?
I will not be contained!
You may or may not remember, there's a mission in Frozen Throne where you play as Kael'thas and Vosh escaping the Violet Hold. Oh, hey.
Water can hold any form. Take any
So yeah, that entire massive dungeon that was an entire map, yeah, that's this room. You might think, oh, that was just the limitations of the time. Yeah, and then there's the Legion version of this dungeon, which is the same damn room. Sure.
water can hold any form.
Good usage of that button to use, by the way.
Overcome any obstacle. I will not be contained!
Sorry, I should talk about the boss fight. So every now and again she blows up, she turns into a bunch of the Ichor. Then you kill the Ichor, and the Ichor actually damages her because these are the chunks of her health.
Water can hold
And then she reforms, she does an AoE attack, she does a couple of debuffs. Any of the globules that actually reach her, heal her back up. It's actually a neat little fight, all joking aside. It's not a terrible fight, it's just, you know, it's random. Reviewing Violet is going to involve a whole lot of... Okay, so here's the fights you didn't see. They also sped this up a lot. You remember when this was like a solid minute? Or maybe it was 2 minutes. But I know it was at least a minute in between these stupid portals. This is even more boring back then. I should probably not be here without my tank. Because these will kill me. So there's 3 types of mobs that'll spawn through these things. Packs of mobs, that's the elite Blue Dragonflight Squad. I even just said that in chat right there. The mages and the melees. All of them have to be dealt with in a slightly different way because, duh. The goal remains the same. As soon as you kill them, portal closes and you move on to the next. Up. DKP. So, DKP was a concept designed to try and add currency, I know that sounds like a weird way to put that, to the experience of raiding. That may sound like a terrible, terrible idea, but actually it worked out pretty well for a lot of reasons. Until people started figuring out how to game the system, at which point it immediately fell apart. There's a reason we stopped using it back in DC. So here's how DKP works. If you are a character who is present in a successful kill of a boss, you gain DKP. Congrats. Then, when a boss drops a piece of loot that you want, you bid DKP on it, your currency on it. Now, that's actually kind of it. Like, that's the full extent of it. But there are a lot of variables and a lot of variant rules in it. For example, in some cases, if you were there for an attempt on a boss that did not succeed, you would also get DKP. If you do something bad, like spawn whelps, you could lose DKP. Or if you write the raid, you could lose DKP. If you do something really good, like if you actually save a raid from a wipe because you're a warlock and you were awake and got the healer up at a crucial moment, you could get DKP for that. Furthermore, some raid teams would actually have like set prices. For example, this is the melee guy, by the way. I don't think I've seen one yet. You could not bid on something unless you had X amount of DKP. So in other words, there was like a minimum price for certain types of items, like weapons were 50 or rings were whatever. But then like other pieces are worse, but then set pieces are higher. You get the idea. And in some cases, they would actually do this really weird variant rule, which is so pointless and stupid, where you would spend DKP to then have the option to roll on the loot. And if you don't understand the point there, the point of DKP was to have something better than just rolling on the loot. Like, that's why it exists. If you're wondering why it's called Dragon Kill Points, It's because raiding as a functional concept really got started in EverQuest, and as I think I've mentioned before, all the stuff in EverQuest, all the raid bosses in EverQuest were dragons. Now, it's really easy to see how that system can be gamed, and in a lot of cases it led to a lot of hassle and a lot of people, like, one of the more unfortunate things that would happen is people who just didn't need loot, who were there every time, would just have piles and piles and piles of DKP piling up. And they would end up kind of dominating the system. And they could just, like, control where the loot went. Yes, I'm literally saying that one of the biggest problems with DKP is, as it is with every other aspect of human society, the rich.
Find us! Escape! Get away! Please!
Listen, he's just too fast, Spartan. He's too much. We couldn't do it. You don't understand. You understand. So, this boss, believe it or not, was one of the harder ones on Heroic. I know that sounds funny, given how we just ran over him. So he has Earth Shield, Chain Heal, and Bloodlust, which should already explain why he was considered a harder boss. He also has his adds, who have Earth Shock, Wind Fury, and Storm Strike, which should explain the rest of it. So Storm Strike makes you vulnerable, Earth Strike does damage and interrupts you, Wind Fury makes them do much faster attack. In this case, it's specifically a triple attack, 35% chance to triple attack. And then again, he would Lightning Bolt, Bloodlust, Chain Heal, and Earth Shield. So that fight was actually pretty mean, believe it or not. Pretty basic though, not much meat on the bones. You know another reason I don't like this song? Or this fight? The music here is essentially just Dalaran, but a slight remix, so it sounds like it's indoors. I happen to like the Dalaran music, but it's not dungeon music. You know? So it doesn't really work out for me very well. Now the good news... Oh my god! Oh my god! It's not dinner time?
We're going to play with an open.
Oh, super big hug.
Yeah,
They're gonna kill
blue. No, Kayla's and Mom's two jackets.
No, what did you say? I'm sorry.
Two jackets that I sent with you the other day.
Oh, okay. I'll be right back, everybody. Oh, okay. So, Loot Council. Maverick already kind of explained what a Loot Council is. But nobody listens to what Maverick says. I mean, come on. So yeah, no, the Loot Council is kind of an interesting concept. No, Oculus. I see nothing. You've lied to me, Oculus. I'm going to assume you already hit refresh. All right, I had to just carry 2 babies upstairs quickly. Little out of breath. Three times, wow. Starting to think you're lying to me, Oculus. Why would you do this? Okay, so, Loot Council. Loot Council actually came from the concept of master looting. Now, master looting...
Defense, but this city must be razed. I will fulfill Malagos's wishes myself.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
We finish this now, champions of the Kirin Tor.
Oh god, why does she keep moving? Pop all the cooldowns. I'm actually unloading on her here. Yep, that ability right there is why she was considered hard. No, Spartan. Like, you get a quest from some dude in the Violet Citadel at, I think, 60, or, excuse me, 75 back in the day. I have no idea what the level is nowadays. And then, you know, you go in here and you fight the dungeon, and that's actually it. Let's get out of that nonsense. Okay, let me answer something. So, Loot Council, thank you for the group. Loot Council, we're heading to the Caverns of Time next, if anyone wants to join me on this. And then I'll catch up on the dungeon bosses we just did. Boop. Loot Council, oh my god. Originally, sometimes you'd have someone who would just decide for you. And that one person would just decide, hey, here's where the loot goes. Now, like all dictatorships, that works really, really well when that one person is reliable and understandable, knows the classes, knows the races, knows the people, right? Knows their gear potential and is willing to actually do their job properly. As you might imagine, I was that person for quite a while for multiple guilds. I was the loot dictator. In fact, no joke, quite a few of my own raiders, I every now and again I would try to implement another loot system, and they would all say, no, we want the dictator. We prefer the dictator. Now, the biggest benefit of the dictator concept when it comes to loot is it tends to remove a lot of the loot drama. Because there's a lot of loot drama, or at least there was a lot of loot drama back in WoW. But, yeah, the captain problem. Yeah, exactly. It gets rid of the wrangling, it gets rid of the arguments, it gets rid of the hassle, it gets rid of the rogue taking my trinket on Gruul. But, to be completely honest, you know me, I don't like to just do that. As much as I am perfectly fine and capable of being the one making the call, I don't like making the call in a vacuum. So I kind of invented a loot council. This is before I knew the term existed. And the point of the loot council is exactly what it sounds like. I want a council of people who know their classes, know their teams, and can then say, hey, this is where this should go and how and why. I wanted people to double check me, right? And to give different perspectives on the matter. So that's the Loot Council in a nutshell. Now, different people have different concepts and different types of that. For example, in some cases, and Maverick just mentioned this, the Loot Council would be a group of people and all of them vote. The point of the Loot Council is they're supposed to make intelligent decisions on where the loot should go for the benefit of the raid as a whole. Let me use a specific example. Let's say that Spartan has just joined our raid team, and a shield drops that would be a really big upgrade for Spartan because he's a tank. The thing is, Mr. Red has been with our raid team for like several months now, and while it's not as big of an upgrade for Mr. Red, it is still an upgrade for Mr. Red, and he's been with us as we've been doing attempts on this boss for several months. So where does the shield go? And then the Loot Council can actually sit and debate and say, okay, hang on. And, you know, haggle, debate, argue, discuss. Get a whisper from Cure White Noise, which I did notice earlier. I don't know why it doesn't notify me when those show up. And you get the concept. That's a loot council in a nutshell. And obviously, if you're doing a good loot council, and you are, right, you're probably keeping track of who's looted what and when. In other words, you know, maybe in the exact same situation earlier, Mr. Red, despite being the long-standing person, has also gotten a piece of loot recently, like last week. And maybe the week before that, maybe the week before that. So Mr. Red's gotten a bunch of loot lately. So that might sway the vote in a specific direction. Like, okay, maybe we'll go and give that to Spartan, right? You get the idea. I actually have no idea how modern guilds handle loot. I haven't had to deal with that since Cataclysm at this point. Because after Cata, they started mixing with the loot systems. Now, let's talk about the dungeon we just did. So, okay, first thing we're going to do is we're going to screw up everything. There we go. So, as I already mentioned, we have the Arakoa. He has a bunch of buffs and heals and buffs and buffs. That's actually kind of fairly basic. It's like Shaman the boss. Morag, you didn't see him. He's got Optic Link, which channels damage to you and slowly does more damage over time until it starts doing lots and lots of damage. He's got this, which reduces your armor. Ray of Pain, which does random shadow damage. And Ray of Suffering. Please shut up. Thank you. I have no passion for silk. He periodically fires a ray of pleasure doing shadow damage every second. So periodic dot, periodic nuke, AoE, and then of course optic beam. He's actually pretty rough on heroic. I don't actually remember why, but something about him was really mean on heroic. I think it was actually the optic link. But anyways, moving on. Icaron, you already saw her. She puts out the bubble, she explodes, and then you kill the ads and you go back to her. The whole time she's doing AoE damage. Zevaz, you didn't see him. He's an arcane mage. But he also summons spheres, which also buff him and also do arcane explosions constantly. Levanthor, you didn't see him. He's actually a very basic boss. One of the easier ones in Violet Hold, I would say. He has a Firebolt, which does damage. He has a Fire Breath, which kills whoever's in front of him, basically. And occasionally he will make someone spawn, like he'll put a buff on you, and then you will spawn a lava pool under your feet. Zuramat the Obliterator. So he summons a Void Sentry. They have to be dealt with. They can only be seen if you have been shifted into the void. They also do AoE damage constantly. Then they have a Sneeze. Excuse me. So, his ads can only be seen if you're void shifted, and they do AoE damage constantly. If you're void shifted, then you have to go and, you know, kill the ads. That's fairly basic. He also does a Shroud, which attacks against him reduce the healing you receive, which is just kind of strange, but it's true. It's an interesting little side that, and that's actually it. That's that fight in a nutshell. Why does it keep doing that? Whatever. So I would say of those, first of all, in answer to Jay Palmer's question, the easy answer is Zuramat the Obliterator. The trash in Violet Hold is pretty boring, as it usually is, and most of these other bosses are decent, but that's all I can say for them is just they are decent. So Violet Hold is pretty boring. It is probably the worst dungeon in Wrath. Now, where is everybody else? Because I noticed there are people who are not here. Looks like Spartan has walked in without me, so that's always cool. Hopefully Spartan is not doing the event without me, or else I'll have to kick him from the group and start over. I don't see Kira White Noise. And I don't see Bragwin. That is weird, Oculus. I wonder what's going on. So that was the Violet Hold. I'm also going to go ahead and give a negative to story for the Violet Hold. Because the Violet Hold is just so threadbare. Like, it's a nothing burger, right? Hey, by the way, the Nexus War forces, the blue forces, are trying to invade Dalaran. Go stop them. Okay. Hang on. Okay, we're here. Let's stop them. Oh, we're done. Like, I'm not even going to give a brickwork positive to Violet Hold because it's terrible. So, yeah, no. Violet Hold is dumb. Moving on. Get all these negatives out of the way at the front. Let's do it. Yeah, it's a pure filler dungeon. There's always been a concept of filler dungeons, but like Violet Hold is probably the most filler dungeon I've ever seen. At least the Black Morass was trying to do something, right? God. But the one we're about to do. So, we're in the Caverns of Time right now, as you can see. We've actually already done 2 of these. Old Hillsbrad Foothills and Black Morass, right? Now, we also did Mount Hyjal. If you're paying attention, one of those is an attempt to recreate an event from a game that got canceled, and a book. One of those is an attempt to recreate Warcraft 1, and then one of those is an attempt to recreate Warcraft 3. This will be another Warcraft 3 one. We'll get to that in a second. But these are the last of the memory lane nostalgia dungeons. Because after this point, let me rewind that actually. When they first invented the Caverns of Time, the literal point, and this is not me presuming, the developers actually said in interviews, hey, this is supposed to be where we can redo, like, you know, Warcraft 1 and Warcraft 2 maps inside of WoW. And that was its point and purpose. This is, I've always assumed, why Mount Hyjal has no lore explanation for it existing at all. Because it's just, hey, let's go redo that mission from Warcraft 3. They dropped that pretty quickly. So this is the last time we're going to pull this with this dungeon we're about to do. And then after this, the time travel stuff will be used for actual time travel stuff instead of just, hey, let's go hit some nostalgia berries. Now, Bregman has a minute before she has to show up, so we're going to go ahead and start without her as soon as Kira White Noise gets down here. I turned the sound on, but I don't want to hear the guy announcing stuff for the thing up there. Looks like they're heading down. It's kind of hard to tell. I like how you could just see Doom Walker roaming around up there like, hey, buddy. Also, negative for brickwork. All right, we're good. It's just so low res. Look at that. It's such low res. Terrifying. Okay, so there's Mr. Red. Dramatic pause. There she is. Okay. Get the sound back on. Me too, as Mirror Star. It needs it. Oh, I'm a human all of a sudden. How prophetic. First of all, let me get this out of the way real quick. Music. One of the few just straight up good songs in Wrath. No, this is a brand new song. Are you seriously a dragon? Oh, that's hilarious. We're all turned into humans, but you're a frickin' dragon. That's hysterical. So we come up out of this cave, and we end up in someone's cellar. Hi, Chromie.
It's so nice to see you.
Chromie, why have I been sent back here? So, if you paid attention to the story before now, the Infinite Dragon Flight, first they tried to infiltrate in a relatively quiet way. Just keep Tabitha and Thrall locked away for a bit. Don't allow them to escape. And that would change history. Okay, that didn't work. All right, so let's prevent the opening of the Dark Portal. That's a huge change, but they're being very overt about it. They just show up and try to kill the guy. That didn't work. So now they try to be very, very, very subtle. The Infinite Dragonflight is attempting to alter the destiny of Arthas Menethil. For the second time, if you're paying attention. You know him now as the Lich King, but here and now he was Prince of Lordaeron, trying to do what was best for his kingdom. He makes a very fateful choice today, leading to something we Keepers of Time call an inflection point in the timeline. Arthas gave the order to cull Stratholme, killing every single human within its walls. He discovered evidence the Scourge had infected the city with their insidious plague, and the disease doesn't just kill people. Those who die rise up as mindless zombies, further fueling the war machine. The Infinites are attempting something unusually subtle for them. They have used illusory magic on the plagued grain shipments to make them appear normal. In other words,
It's been a pleasure.
the only change they made here was by hiding the plagued grain. So what would have happened if this succeeded is Arthas would have showed up like, we've got to stop the plagued grain. Oh, there is none. Okay. And that would have been the end of that. No Culling of Stratholme, no campaign to Northrend, and a massive change for the entire setting from that point onward. Now, we're going to spend some time here. There's a lot to show off. First of all, we're going to he's like, hey, stop running around in my cellar. Clear out, clear out. Sorry. I didn't mean to be in your cellar there, buddy. So, we've got all kinds of named character here. Like, that's Gryan Stoutmantle. If that doesn't sound familiar, he's in Westfall still. So then we've got Hearthsinger Forreston. He's a boss in Modern Stratholme. Ezra Grimm, Footman James. So they talk for a bit. This whole situation seems a bit paranoid, don't you think? Orders are orders. If the prince says jump. It's a strange order, you can't deny. Suspicious food. Under that definition, you should arrest Belfast. I heard that. No more ale for you. Not a drop. Enough, Michael. Business is hurting enough with the scare as it is. We can use every copper. The soldiers are doing important work. The safety of the people is more important, Mal. If you're interested in your customers living to see another day. We can go upstairs. I actually don't remember if there's anything upstairs. The red paths. Oh, the red paths are upstairs. The postmaster is upstairs, resting from his job. Oh my god. All of these are references, by the way. Like, every single one of these is either... Oh, no! So there's Pamela, Redpath, and her doll. There's Joseph Redpath. He's taking a nap. Yeah, none of these people are alive in modern times. I'm just going to say that like that. Oh, that's awful. So, nobody used any things yet. Okay. First, we're going to explore a little bit. So, they put a really large amount of effort into this. This is actually crazy how much effort they put into this, because this is the Eastern Plaguelands. It doesn't look like it, but it is. They had to essentially rebuild the Eastern Plaguelands into this. It's the same general terrain, and the layout of the trees is mostly the same, but there's a lot here. Like, there's the freaking service entrance over there for for the dead side, for example. Almost all of these buildings are present to some extent or another in the present. Even if we just follow the path. Stratholme is often used as an explanation for why time alterations should be allowed. Which would be valid if it was possible, which, as we already discussed, it isn't. I actually have a quiet feeling that one of the reasons it's not actually possible is specifically to explain stuff like this. Because otherwise, there really is no argument you can make, right? I don't think there's anything here. I also love the fact that you could see the beginnings of fungal growth here. Like, it's fine, it's a forest. Fungus grows in a forest. But if all the rest of the trees are gone, well... Gotta have your grain silos. I'm pretty sure the pathway's even here. Oh, yep, there's the wall. So you're not supposed to see all the way over there, but if you can pay attention, some of the East Plague stuff is actually still over there. Yep, this is the power of Lordaeron right here. Hey, this is what a human nation at its height looks like. I know that sounds pathetic, but it's true. That's actually a good question here. I'm not sure. Now, there's a bunch of people here, but we don't care about any of them. So we're going to go check out the town. So here's Stratholme. Look familiar? As just like before, this is pretty much built right out of the bones of the modern Stratholme dungeon. But with a lot more detail. And a lot of people chatting. Must be something in the water, I tell you. My bed's looking pretty good right about now. Have you talked to anyone who isn't getting sick? And a lot of these people are just randomly chatting and talking. There's some of the played grain, just hanging out there. I love this song. It's the perfect combination of, like, tense and, like, time, if that makes any sense. But also, it really helps to convey just how desperate this whole situation really was.
See you around.
Yeah, there's some vendors here, for God's sakes. Master Ezra Grimm is not at his time. Please come back tomorrow for Grimm's. Oh, that's why he's called Ezra Grimm, because they renamed him. Good. Good. Screw the Banished one. I was wondering about that. I bought food from this stall just yesterday. Now my whole family's taken ill. Look, I'm really sorry, but all of my food is fresh. Ignore the flies. My wife and children are sick in bed because of the poison you sold me. One of the things we get, and I love this because it's another little tidbit of lore on top of everything. We get the idea of how this town was on the verge of completely collapsing into anarchy, plague anarchy, before we showed up with sword and steel. Don't try to weasel out this. Please, it's not my fault. If I give you a refund, maybe you could speak to a healer? I don't know what you expect me to do. That... No, keep your filthy money. It won't help my family. Oh, this dungeon's more than a brickwork positive. You kidding me? This is probably one of the better dungeons from a purely storytelling perspective. There is so much going on here. Notice there's lots and lots of this grain over here. And the people are all angry at the guy who delivered it. He's like, I just delivered it! They're all agitated. Over here we've got rats and cockroaches. You brought this down on us. I bet gold on it. I didn't touch it. I promise you. Give us one good reason why we shouldn't set fire to these sacks. Please, I'm just a delivery man. Yeah, no, exactly as Mary said. This dungeon, the plagued grain was going to cause this place to collapse in on itself, regardless of Arthas, which in many ways is the point. I have given many, many bits of praise to the Culling of Stratholme for its story point, because it is a very, very important and powerful point of story. It was a Kobayashi Maru. That's why it worked so well. If Arthas had done nothing, the city would have still fallen, and all these people would still have died. Worse, probably someone would have escaped and fled, carrying the plague with them. Does that make what he did right? No, not at all. But that's the point. Yeah, this dungeon does a really good job of humanizing the individual citizens. Ironically, they were when they were putting together Warcraft 3 Reforged, this was one of the big ones. They were like, oh man, we're totally going to rehaul the whole mission. And they were showing off this, like some of the additions they put into this dungeon for Warcraft 3 Reforged. All of that was thrown out the window, of course, because all of the reasons behind Reforged, of which there are several. So a direction negative. No. So, I actually get your point, Uthor, and I do. But you, of all people, arguing that if you go out seeking story and find it as a negative is something I find eyebrow-raising. Also, and this is just speaking personally, the very first thing me and my friends did when we first came into this dungeon was we completely ignored the quest and just went roaming. Like in all directions, we just spread out. Like, oh my god, check this out, and check this out, and check this out. And naturally we went into the town and found all that stuff. Speaking of which, this dungeon also would have gotten a negative if this was back at launch, because back at launch, well, there was no skipping the cutscene, for lack of a better way to put it. Nowadays, and you saw the option there, I made sure to not click it. When you talk to Chromie, you could say, hey, Chromie, I know how this goes, let's go. And you can just skip all that. Okay, so let's start revealing some grain. Okay, enough work for now. Time for refreshments and a little conversation in the inn. Wait, what's that smell? Can't be me. I took a bath 3 days ago. Oh, close call. It's just the grain here. Whew! Okay. Time to move on with my... Wait a second. Grain isn't supposed to smell like that. I better go find a guard. Also, can I just say really quick, Arthas is a better Anakin. Don't at me. I'm kidding. I never mean that when I say don't at me. Mic drop. There you go. I don't think there's anything over here. Yeah, I can't give a hot take. I don't know how to do that. You don't mind us checking out your merchandise for signs of tampering, do you? No, Sergeant. Okay, give me just one moment here. Wait, what's this? You've been holding out on me, Pirelli. No. What are you talking about, Sergeant? I'm confiscating this suspicious grain. We're looking for signs of tampered food, and it'd be in best interest to stay put while Prince Arthas checks this out. You have to believe me. I'm innocent. We'll see about that, Pirelli. We'll see about that. Yeah, I've actually thought about this a few times, and I even mentioned this in 2 separate lore runs. So Kira Whitenose just said in chat that she thinks that, I think it's a she. Sorry, I've been meaning to ask that. Is it a she? That they think that Arthas could have turned this around before the Culling. Okay, so she thinks that Arthas could have turned this around before the Culling of Stratholme. Well, I agree completely. I have to say, I think there's one last asterisk there. I think it's entirely possible that if Arthas's support network, the people that had kept him sane and stable, his sanity anchors had stuck with him, there's a chance he might have been able to pull this around. Instead, he lost 2 of his most powerful and significant support anchors, which is Uther and Jaina, here. Uther just bailed, and Jaina just said, I can't watch you do this, and that's pretty much the end of that. Yeah, like, it's entirely possible that the culling might not have been as bad as it was if they had stayed here, either for it. Like, Dakota mentions the possibility of doing a quarantine instead. That's the kind of thing that someone like Uther, or especially Jaina, would have probably thought of. And yeah, if nothing else, they probably would have prevented him from going on a revenge-blasted quest to Northrend. Martha, I'm out of flour for my bread. Do you have any grain from the recent shipment? Oh, of course you can borrow some grain. Help yourself. Thanks, Martha. I'll owe you one. Very normal human horse. Martha, there's something wrong with this grain. Some of the prince's soldiers were looking for this. I'm going to go look for one. Oh, my. Or I have an extremely normal human mount here. Don't mind me. Interesting idea, Lord Herma. Oh, of course, Lineruth. I mean, Jaina says it all. I can't watch you do this. And when she goes back to Stratholme later and sees the results, it just completely devastates her, which Medivh then uses to his advantage in order to convince her to go to Kalimdor. But that's another thing, isn't it? Who would have gone to Kalimdor if Arthas had not knocked over Stratholme? Think about that for a second. Like a storm's coming in, Scruffy. What's wrong, pal? What you find, boy? That's no good. Stay here and guard the house. I need to find a soldier. What I have done? I mean, the quarantine idea is the only idea that has any validity here, right? There really is no other valid option. And to be completely honest, it's entirely possible that a quarantine would have worked, because this is a magical plague, which is actively being pushed by Scourge agents, right? So it's possible it wouldn't have done anything, but at the very least it would have saved Arthas' soul. Ah, come on now, my cart broke, my horse lost a shoe, and now my cargo goes bad. Ugh. Guess I'll go find the authorities. If I'm lucky, they'll tell me it's the plague and we're all gonna die. Do you want to tell them, or should I? No, exactly, Takota. Like this, in all honesty, the moment the plague grain showed up and they had a freaking dreadlord in their population, they were dead. Stratholme was gone. Like, in a very cold and detached way. At this point, the battle is more for Arthas than it is for Stratholme. They lost the battle for Stratholme. Jaina staying here and Uther staying here might have given them some kind of alternatives and some kind of way to help bolster him, both in terms of mentality and just in literal terms of how much damage was being done to his soul, both literally and metaphorically.
Why, hello.
Good work. Arthas knows about the plague grain and is about to begin the culling. Something's not right, though. I sense a foreign presence in this timeline besides us. That must mean the Infinite are here somewhere. I don't know what they're up to, and that worries me. I'll do everything I can to find the Infinites. I need you to stay close to Arthas and join his army. You want me to what? Well, you're not going to sign the recruitment pairs or anything, but you're going to fight alongside him. Just make sure Arthas culls Stratholme and defeats Mal'Ganis. Without Uther and Jaina around, he'll need all the help he can get. If you talk to Arthas, he'll put you to work destroying the forces of Mal'Ganis. Okay. Oh, hello.
Take care of yourself out there.
It starts raining.
Glad you could make it, Uther.
Watch your tone with me, boy. You may be the prince, but I'm still your superior as a paladin.
As if I could forget. Listen, Uther. There's something about the plague you should know. Oh no. We're too late. These people have all been infected. They may look fine now, but it's just a matter of time before they turn into the undead. This entire city must be purged.
How can you even consider that? There's got to be some other way.
Would you like to give a suggestion, Uther?
As your future king, I order you to purge this city.
You are not my king yet, boy. Nor would I obey that command even if you were.
Then I must consider this an act of treason.
Treason? Have you lost your mind, Arthas?
Have I? Lord Uther, by my right of succession and the sovereignty of my crown, I hereby relieve you of your command and suspend your paladins from service.
Arthas, you can't just...
It's done. Those of you who have the will to save this land, follow me. The rest of you, Get out of my sight!
You've just crossed a terrible threshold, Arthas.
Jaina?
I'm sorry, Arthas. I can't watch you do this.
Yeah, it's important that Arthas is already not in a good state of mind here. At all.
Take position here, and I will lead a small force inside Stratholme to begin the culling. We must contain and purge the infected for the sake of all of Lordaeron.
I don't remember why, but they replaced Arthas' voice actor when it came to all the WoW stuff. I feel like they brought back the original voice actor for his 1 or 2 lines that were in Noxoramus Vanilla, but those were replaced with Michael McConaughey, who voices him in the second Lich King format from henceforth. So, I am ready to purge Stratholme.
To spread. Everyone looks ready. Remember, these people are all infected with the plague and will die soon. We must purge Stratholme to protect the remainder of Lordaeron from the Scourge. Let's go.
One of my favorite pieces of artwork in this entire franchise is a shot of Arthas kneeling, and like his expression is so pained, and you can see Stratholme behind him, and he's got blood on his hands. Prince Arthas, light be praised. Many people have begun to fall ill. Can you help us?
I can only help you with a clean death. That was just the beginning.
Yes, this is the beginning. I've been waiting for you, young prince. I am Mal'Ganis. As you can see, your people are now mine. I will now turn this city, household by household, until the flame of life has been snuffed out.
I won't allow it, Mal'Ganis.
Forever.
Better that these people die by my hand than serve as your slaves in death. Mal'Ganis will send out some of his Scourge minions to interfere with us. Those of you with the strongest steel and magic shall go forth and destroy them. I will lead the rest of my forces in purging Stratholme of the infected.
Oh, absolutely, Trihexia. Remember, Mal'Ganis' goal here is not to win. Mal'Ganis' goal is to convert both the people and Arthas. So, this is kind of a variant of the concept we just saw with Violet Hold as well as the Black Morass. They spawn waves of trash, but like not on your face, and there's no timer and there's no portal to close. Instead, the goal is just to try and control the situation. There's no real, like, going too slow thing. So instead, it's like, okay, second wave spawns here. You can actually see them on the map right there. So there's the second spawn over here. And so we actually go out and seek out the spawns. I'm pretty sure all the spawns are static. So wave 1 is always such and such, wave 2 is always such and such. All these trash right here are all based off of Warcraft 3 enemies. So the ghouls, which are exactly what they sound like, and they have the haste buff, and they've got the thing that makes it so they can eat. And then we've got the necromancers, which are exactly what they sound like. They can res, and they can buff, or excuse me, debuff. I guess it's technically both. Whatever you want to call it. We also have the random trash of the risen zombies all over the place. Those are traditional trash. There's not much to say about those. It'll also tell you which thing is spawning. 2 devouring ghouls is next. And that's over here. Also, the crier actually says they're down by this spot, if you don't feel like looking at your map. I will agree I don't care for the modern Arthas voice. I kind of hope they find a better voice actor, or just better voice direction, maybe. If they ever do anything else with Arthas, which they probably won't, because he is as turbo-gone as it's possible to be in this setting. Anyway, so there's a Crypt Fiend. Exactly what they sound like. They've got roots, they've got ranged, and they're, well, they're not heavies, but They're certainly a little bit better than your basic ghouls. Notice there's a fairly static amount of escalation going on here. Also notice the music has gotten a little bit more intense now that we're in the full culling phase. Oh, and all those people we were talking about before, they're all dead or worse now. So that's cool. Yes, Crept Fiends are undead Nerubians. Yeah, the Nerubians who lost the War of the Spider. Oh god, please don't bring up alternate timelines, Lord Harrowmont, please. I need what little of my sanity is left, okay? I don't have much. Oh god dang it, I completely mistimed that. Well, you're my job now, because I screwed up.
Playtime!
So, boss number 1, Meat Hook. He's actually referenced in some of the lore. He's extremely basic, but he was actually a bit of a boss problem, because he has 3 things, okay? So, first of all, he yanks you in. Second of all, he does a big AoE hit. You can already see where this is going. And third of all, he hits very, very, very hard, stacking. So that's actually it. Since Prince Arthur's first encounter of the Scourge abominations, they become even more menacing. Meat Hook has grown stronger, more toxic, and more agile than the others. Smarter was never the goal of the necromancers who made Meat Hook, but it only takes a base cunning to do what he does best.
New toys!
And yeah, most of his abilities, again, are based off of Warcraft 3 abilities. As a quick aside, I love the idea of an abomination being a boss. Something Warcraft 3 kind of did, but didn't do as much of as I would have liked, is the idea that some of the heavier, more expensive units are functionally bosses in and of themselves. I like that idea. And I like that WoW periodically plays with that idea a bit. You fight a Chimera, that's a boss. You fight a dragon, that's a boss, right? Yeah, A-bombs are mean in lore. A lot of people tend to forget that, and I don't blame them because WoW itself tends to forget that. They see A-bomb and they think, oh, it's just a normal. And no. So, Mr. Red is getting his teeth kicked in. Okay, Mr. Red is now dead. Okay, cool. This is cool. This is cool. Everything's cool. I should mention we're formatting this because Bragwin hasn't gotten here yet. I believe this is the Kata model, yeah. Hard to tell. You can tell by the guts. The guts were a lot lower res back in vanilla.
Not fun.
I'm not sure. Good job. Legitimately. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. Yeah, those yanks. Okay, so next round is somewhere. Where are they? Are they right here? Also, I should mention these little risen zombies. These just spawn infinitely. But they are true trash. This is lore. The risen zombies are here for flavor, not for gameplay. Looks like they're not this way. They gotta be the other way, then. No, I think you're right, Asmiristar. That's why I'm not sure. And a lot of my memories about very specific things tend to be vague in this game, as I've already given away several times. So, I don't want to, like, Mandela effect myself on this. And yeah, Mr. Red is correct. More of these guys spawn in each given wave bundle. There they are. Well, plus Wrath was still in the so-called classic era. The first of the major graphic updates didn't happen till Kata. Do it. There you go. So A-bombs look the same, people look the same, a lot of enemies still had older models. Players would look the same until frickin' Warlords. So you notice how the design of the trash is interesting, too. Like, you'd get a pseudo-breather thing, but then we also have a frickin' A-bomb. And again, these are A-bombs from Warcraft 3. So, AoE damage simply for being near them, and they hit very hard. I'm going to focus him down, even though he's the big, because he's the one doing the most damage here to everybody. I think the general idea is because an A-bomb is made of so many different people that, you know, it's just that much additional mass being put together. Oh, dude, the new water effects are great. It's funny, Spartan. Not complaining. Have anything in here? Oh, okay. So now we've got a Necromancer. Remember, they buff and debuff, and an A-bomb side by side. So it takes until wave 8 till we start to get to the mean trash in here. We'll talk about the Kata changeover later, but just while we're here, one of my favorite memories about Kata is I left a character back in a specific BC specific zone, and so when they logged in into that zone. So it didn't look right, because that zone didn't exist anymore. So for example, there was no water at all. So you just walk out into the ocean. There was nothing there. It was very strange. Where? Am I blind? I don't see him. Oh, it said Town Hall. I see it. So now we have Crypt Fiends and A-bombs. Just getting more and more mean with these. The difference in boss, just general dungeon design between Violet Hold and Culling of Stratholme is night and day. It's wild to think about. What are you talking about, Bragwin? This is my red shirt, isn't it? So again, I'm going to be focusing on the A-bomb. It's duh. They also have substantially more health than anything else. For a bit of perspective, this A-bomb has literally double the health of that Crypt Fiend back there. No, I haven't. Does it change Nerubians? Well, it doesn't look any different to me. I think you're lying to me. Oh, boss time.
You are too late, champion of Lordaeron. The dead shall have their day.
I'm not trying to gaslight you, Yura, I swear. Unless you're trying to gaslight me. So yeah, I've just caught up to and surpassed the person at the head of the pack, despite being at the back of the pack, and I still have more mobility to go forward. That's Monk in a nutshell. In terms of Monk mobility. Monks can just go. So, boss time. A Necromancer. So, Sauram here. Obviously, he has a Shadow Bolt. He likes to do Steel Flesh. It reduces a player's damage done by 70% and increases his damage done by 75%. He also summons ghouls, but my most important thing, he explodes ghouls. That was the main thing that would kill us back in the day. He has freaking corpse explosion, because of course he does.
Ah, the entertainment has arrived.
On Heroic, which we are functionally reviewing, he also does Curse of Twisted Flesh, which reduces their max health And as a dot, that lasts 30 seconds. If 30 seconds doesn't sound like a long time, remember, most individual combats don't last that long.
Your flesh betrays you.
What is that?
I want a sample.
Sorry, I was just checking something.
You only advance the Master's plan.
So now, Arthas is going to run to the back of the city. You can just wait for him there. He will eventually get there. Most players try to clear the way, though, because it speeds it up a bit. The zombies will no longer spawn at this point, now that that Necromancer's dead.
Champions, meet me at the town hall at once. We must take the fight to Mal'Ganis.
You guys stop existing, God. Yeah, I don't know where Bragwin is. I was hoping she'd join us for this, but that's okay. Ah, she appeared. Oh, yeah, I see her now. She just zoned in. Oh yeah, I forgot they changed it so he just teleports here now. I actually forgot about that. So hold on, because this is functionally a gauntlet. Like so many other gauntlets, once you talk to him, he keeps going until you reach the boss. So this is actually a true gauntlet in the traditional sense of the word. So just wait here for a moment. That would have been really cool as Mirastar. Like, obviously, it's nice to see our outfit because, you know, our outfits are super cool and all. But no, I would much rather look like a frickin' footman or a knight. Well, I guess knights wouldn't be here. They all left with Uther. Maybe one of the guard captains. Morak? No, that's wrong. Oh, God, I can't think of their names. What's their names? Hang on. Val something? Marwyn. Marwyn and Falric. I was close. Actually, yeah, I noticed that too. Kira White Nose is correct. We don't kill anyone until they're already undead. Why is that significant? Arthas specifically kills people before they become undead. And I guarantee you that was done on purpose. In fact, if you pay attention, we run around killing the dead, while Arthas runs around killing the living. Pretty much, Mr. Red. Yeah, players kill civilians. Film at 11. Yeah, I was gonna say, they kind of gloss over this a little bit, but at the back of the mind, it's still like, why are we helping this horrific event to happen? Even understanding the possible consequences of this. Like, even at a cursory glance, you could see why, if the Culling of Stratholme doesn't happen, a lot of other domino pieces fall differently. And it is legitimately possible that without the Culling of Stratholme, we wouldn't have pushed back the Legion in the Third War during the Second Invasion. That's a direct throughput line, too. Because one of the biggest things that curtailed the Legion's invasion was the sudden loss of their control of the Scourge, which happened because Death Knight Arthas was able to manipulate and work through the situation and encourage Illidan in order to steal the skull of Gul'dan, as well as kill a whole lot of Scourge here. So...
A small sacrifice for the greater good.
We're only doing what is best for Lordaeron, Your Highness. Indeed, Mal'Ganis has commanded the Scourge from the Crusader Square, but the gates leading there from the city entrance are closed. Little does he know a small force can still reach the square moving through the town hall. Will you join me in this?
Follow me. I know the way through.
You finally arrived, Prince Arthas. You're just in the nick of time.
Yes, I'm glad I could get to you before the plague. What is this sorcery?
There's no need for you to understand, Arthas. All you need to do is die. So now the Infinite Flight has abandoned all subtlety. Oh yeah, that's another thing. Without Stratholme, there is no trip to Kalimdor, and once again, that would probably lead to a Legion victory.
Mal'Ganis appears to have more than Scourge in his arsenal. We should make haste.
It's an interesting question, J. Palmer, but I think several would, yeah. They're just too pragmatic. I love there's just this... there's a Death Knight. There's a Death Knight helping us purge Stratholme. Really think about that sentence for a few seconds. Mal'Ganis will be like, what the hell? What the heck?
Let's move on.
So you see, again, true gauntlet. You have a few seconds of recovery in between pulls. But only a few.
Watch your backs. They have us surrounded in this hall.
It's an interesting question, Cloden. I'm not sure. Because obviously no Arthas falling means no Kel'Thuzad as well, which means no one who can actually, well, who was designed to summon Archimonde. There might be backup plans for that, I don't know. Considering the Legion had active agents here, they probably could have found someone else? I don't know.
Mal'Ganis is not making this easy.
This trash pack right up here, this is always the hardest one for me for some reason. Like, I have bad memories of this one.
They're very persistent.
2 adversaries, that's heavy hitters. 1 hunter, that's a damage dealer. And 1 agent. They're sitting back being a caster. It's some fairly basic mobs, but these 4 in a group, this is main. I've wiped on this pack before. On Heroic, obviously. Like, pretty much everything I'm telling you is from a Heroic perspective, just to get that out there. So, speaking of Heroic bosses...
What else can he put in my way?
Prince Arthas Mineth, on this day, a powerful darkness has taken hold of your soul. The death you are destined to visit upon others will this day.
I do what I must for Lordaeron, and neither your words nor your actions will stop me.
We'll see about that.
Yep, that powerful darkness is the jailer! He was always there! Wake up, sheeple! Anyways. So, this guy has a charge, of course. Wounding Strike, which reduces the healing you take. Curse of Exertion, which makes everything you do cost double. Time Stop, which sounds exactly what it sounds like. And my personal favorite, Time Warp. Time Warp's actually a funny one because it actually slows everyone in the group. But he himself has an effect that makes it look like he goes super fast while it's happening. So it actually looks like, you know, we're slowed and he's not. It's just a nice little visual effect, that's it. Anyways, fairly basic fight. But still fun. Alright, now it's a race. Let's see who can get Mr. Red up first. Looks like mine went off first. Woo! So, I'm actually with Dakota. This is one of the reasons I tend to prefer time travel just not even being on the table at all. But if you're going to introduce timetable, having a reason you shouldn't alter time is nice, because the alternative is not having a reason you shouldn't alter time. Looking at you, Star Trek. Don't look at me that way. Star Trek for literal decades was like, yeah, we can casually time travel. We're not going to, though. No, we can't. You don't understand. We can't do it.
This city will be cleansed. The quickest path to Mal'Ganis lies behind that bookshelf ahead.
Later on, they actually introduced the temporal prime directive. Just, oh my god, they're crabs.
I'm relieved this secret passage still works.
They're crabs. That's hilarious. I didn't even notice that. So now we get to something a little bit more recognizable to modern WoW players. Stratholme.
May the light have mercy.
One more gauntlet.
I will not. Let's move through here as quickly as possible. If the undead don't kill us, the fires might.
Oh wow. The Nerubians are Makra. That's hysterical. So this is a really mean gauntlet, but a very fun one, I would say. How fast the pace of the gauntlet goes is mostly up to the player. You can go as slow as you want to here. Arthas himself will move forward, but he moves forward at a fairly slow pace, and every time he aggroes anything, he stops dead. It's very easy to use Arthas himself as your breath, as your pacer, as a way to recover if you need to. There's a lot of trash here. Almost all of it is individual. None of them are linked to other trash. However, they're right next to other trash. So the moment you aggro something, you're probably going to aggro everything near it simply because of how aggro chaining works, how pulse aggro works. So you have a little bit of challenge, a little bit of danger, and a little bit of, you have control over how exactly the pulls work. There's a couple of asterisks to that, too. We'll cover those in just a second. And yeah, also it's not too long. That's another important thing about a good gauntlet. This hallway and the next hallway past this little intersection here are it. On Heroic, you could get a bronze dragon in here. And everyone did, because it was one of the easiest dragons to get in the game. Drakes. I should use the proper term, drakes.
Rest a moment and clear your lungs, but we must move again soon.
So he's going to chill for a minute while we keep pushing forward. Now, second area, pretty much the same exact concept of the first, a little more dangerous.
That's
I don't know,
we must move again.
I had the bronze before I had the red, but rep, right? Anyways, so a little more dangerous, a little more dense, slightly meaner combinations of enemies, but also shorter than the previous section. It's unlocked. That sucks. So yeah, normally you could go to the side and beat an extra little boss, and yay! That extra little boss is not even listed here, so that sucks. So now we go fight a Nothrazim. He is copy-paste a Nothrazim.
Some good luck. Market Row has not caught fire yet. Mal'Ganis is supposed to be in Crusader Square, which is just ahead. Tell me when you're ready to move forward.
He has copy-pasted an Nothrazim from Warcraft 3. Sleep, Vampiric Touch, Carrion Swarm.
Lordaeron will be Justice
saved.
Will be done. We're going to finish this right now, Mal'Ganis. Just you and me.
This will be a fine test, Prince Arthas.
The main goal here is to spread out because he does those wave attacks kind of randomly, and you want to minimize how many people are getting hit by him at one time. So, yeah, I find it tremendously amusing that he chooses this spot for his undead bastion. The same spot a later Nothrazine will then use for his, you know, holy bastion. Oh, I am slept. Yep. I'm awake. I'm asleep again. Come on, dude! Him. And done.
The journey has just begun, young prince. Gather your forces and meet me in the Arctic land of Northrend. It is there that we shall settle the score between us. It is there that your true destiny...
I'll hunt you to the ends of the earth if I have to. Do you hear me? To the ends of the earth! You performed well this day. Anything that Mal'Ganis has left behind is yours. Take it as your reward. I must now begin plans for an expedition to Northrend.
Sorry, that's just as funny. Anything he left behind is yours. A sparkling frost cap. So, one little tiny tidbit, and I'm almost positive they did this on accident, at least at the start. Every single time you interact with Chromie, her dragon form is of a different age group. So as you can see here, Chromie is a fully fleshed out dragon, not a drake or a whelp. So this is pretty far into Chromie's lifespan, from her perspective.
I always have time for you. Good luck on your next adventure.
Yeah, the problem is, that would be a really cool storytelling thing if they did it on purpose and deliberate. But they totally didn't. Instead, they... From my understanding, let me preface that. From my understanding, they just liked the idea and so have her be a random form each time you interact with her. The first time they really got coherent with Chromie was probably in Dragonflight, of course, but I would say it's actually in Legion with the Chromie event. You remember that? The many deaths of Chromie. Anyways, thank you everyone for helping move the dungeon. Stratholme isn't one of the best ones gameplay-wise. In fact, I'd say we have BC dungeons that are better than Stratholme gameplay-wise. But story-wise, Stratholme kind of knocks it out of the park. This is one of the better early story dungeons, and they did a really good job with this. Probably is Miristar. I'm sorry, that wasn't said to me. Probably Chromie or Soridormi would take over. Soridormi, though, I think it would be Chromie. Chromie's kind of the face character for the bronze. Kind of like how Calicos for a long time was the face character for the blue. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and go back to Sholazar now that we got those two dungeons out of the way. There should be like a shortcut.
I knew you.
Oh yeah, it's right here. Check it out, shortcuts. Woo! Do we ever see Infinite Chromie? So there's no way for me to answer that without spoiling, including the answer I just gave. All right, let's see. Where's my hearths? Do I have? Yeah, by asking the question, you have spoiled it. Congratulations. All right, so let's pull this out. This should be here. And we'll go ahead and grab this one. Where am I hearthed? No, the alternative would be to not answer it at all. But the problem is, if I don't answer a question and they ask again, then at that point, they notice. They're like, hang on, he's avoiding my question. Therefore, it must mean something. I always knew. Yeah. Oh god, I'm stuck on something. I'm stuck on something. Oh god. Ah, there we go. Ooh. Oh god, terrain. Terrain. Why is there so much terrain here? Oh, Jesus. I'm out of stamina. Yeah, fine. I'm already here. I mean, honestly, almost all of the dragons... Thanks, Spartan. Almost all of the dragons had that whole screw the mortals perspective until very recently. A lot of people tend to forget that one of the major story beats of Cataclysm is that the dragons were going to start, you know, sitting back a little bit and letting the mortals get involved in their own fates for a while. Which was a huge deal because dragons had been taking it as their charge to run things for a very long time, and then they were completely negligent in that charge for about 8 millennia. Not even an exaggeration.
I am honored.
And yeah, by the time Dragonflight rolls around, it's like, okay, hang on. Maybe we should, like, work with instead of over. Just as a random thought. Maybe we could do better. I don't know. Just a random thought. Yeah, exactly. Cure white noise. I mean, that's true. The mortals then immediately went to wide-scale war. Oh, wait, no, they didn't. A lot of people tend to forget that the Hellscream War was actually started before Cataclysm even started. There was a fairly big gap of time. It's one of the biggest time gaps in the game. The only other big one is between Shadowlands and Dragonflight. And that was a 2-year gap in between the end of Wrath and the beginning of Cata. That was enough time for a lot of story beats to move forward, the Cataclysm itself to actually happen, but also for the war to start. I know a lot of people say the war actually started in Wrath, and that's a valid perspective. But actually, there were still efforts to try and retain the peace after the events of Icecrown. And then the Twilight Hammer cult showed up and said, nah, we're going to false flag all over that. And both sides said, to war! Now ends the age of the orc. Yeah, then Magatha happened. What I love best about that is the Twilight's hammer screwed everything over. And then, completely separate from that, Magatha screwed everything over. If either one of those events hadn't happened, there's a chance they would have salvaged it. But nope. Freaking PvP zones. So this is Wintergrasp. I guess we can talk about Wintergrasp really quick. So this is Wintergrasp. It's an open world PvP zone. It's actually kind of cool in its own right. Like, it's got objectives and stuff like that. But there's several problems with it. First of all, battles only happen on a cycle. Second of all, because of how phasing works, even if you look at the map and say, ah, such and such owns it right now, by the time you get there, they might not. Third of all, it was really, really boring unless you had a group. And you could do it with only one person. But most importantly of all, simply going through or over here PvP flags you, because it's a PvP zone. It also would dismount you, too. Wintergrasp is right freaking here. Literally in the middle of Dragonblight, Borean Tundra, Sholazar Basin, Icecrown, and Crystal Song. Oh, and by the way, the major capital city is right here. I just flew from there. So, a lot of really irritating routing had to happen to try to go around Wintergrasp because it's right in the freaking middle. Like, Wintergrasp should have been, like, up here. Out to the side, you know? Jesus Christ. They learned their lesson with Tol Barad, which is a much better PvP zone, by the way. I actually had fun with Tol Barad. I mean, I should admit, I had fun with Wintergrasp as well, but that's a lot more situational. As with so many things in WoW, it was experimental. Okay, just checking some things. Don't mind me. This is also why I flight pathed. Do I think it's something you should bring back? I am not the person to answer that question. I'm not sufficiently invested or versed in PvP to really speak to the idea of if an open world PvP zone with objectives and missions and stuff is a good thing. Because it's a good thing to me, but if it's a good thing to everyone else, who knows? You know, I don't know if PvPers would like that, you know. Okay, took the engine from his plane. So I guess we could talk about the brickwork here. It's extremely gorgeous. Okay, moving on. So let's actually talk about the brickwork here. First of all, they do a couple of things different from before. Obviously, much higher density and better usage of doodads. Duh. Trees are still some of the same models from previous expansions, but a little bit better placement. You notice they also vary the types of trees next to each other to make it look a little bit more jungly, rather than just being straight up, you know, one type of tree everywhere, which is what a lot of older forests look like. The terrain is also completely different. So obviously we've got like, let me just take this screen in for just a second here. We've got the light green grass, we've got the dirt, we've got the dark green grass, we've got the jungle leaves, we've got the bushes, and I think that's actually it. But this is still a lot higher density. Oh, and also we've got the knocked over tree. So a lot higher density and a lot general better placement of everything to make it look like a freaking jungle. Still not at the levels of later WoW, but as you can see, we've got up a noticeable step from BC. They also did this thing. I rather like this thing. They oh Jesus, oh Jesus, oh Jesus, oh God, oh God, oh God, oh God, oh God, oh God, oh God. They also did this thing where the terrain actually has ridging to it. Like, it's most obvious on this thing I'm standing on right now because all of the light green parts are the parts that are more elevated. They wanted me to look at the pretty things, and they succeeded. You can really tell, especially from the air, how much terrain there is, for lack of a better way to put that. Like, over here, do you see this? Like, look at what's under me right now. There's all these ridgings and branchings of, like, you can see where the roots are kind of peeking up under the dirt, like here, for example. So it's a lot more 3D, is what I'm trying to say. A lot of the older forests were fine, but ultimately we're like flat plain with trees planted on top. Here, well, I mean, look at what's right in front of me. Look at that. And never mind the giant freaking pillars. Oh, there's actually one other thing. The crystals. These crystals are periodically at different areas throughout, and each one of them has their own little color motif, which just kind of adds to it and kind of makes the whole thing look a little bit less, well, normal, which makes sense because, spoilers, in lore, this whole zone is actually a petri dish. So that's why there's crystals all over the place, which, if you've been playing this game before, should remind you of Unguro, and it should because of the same exact reason. The Titans can use crystal technology, but they use all kinds of technology. Like, I'm not sure there's a type of technology the Titans don't use. I could be wrong about that. Okay.
Warm wishes to you.
Back to the quests. That should hamper their operations, but I worry the foreman will try to bring in more workers. We have to complete the job while we can.
Safe journey.
We must send Foreman Swindlegrin packing if we're to shut down his mine permanently, but be careful. His bodyguard Meatpie is a large, mean ogre, and isn't likely to let you see the foreman without the fight. The two probably occupy a platform that would let you take them out. That would let them look out over the entire venture company operation at Swindlegrin's dig, excuse me. Remember, the dig is on the far side of the Sun-Touched Pillar. Good luck.
Be kind to those less fortunate.
You need something?
The ring. Please tell me you found my wedding ring. You found it. You actually found it. I don't know how to thank you for this. Well, some gear would be nice. Oh god, I have level 50.
See you around.
I have level 50 gear on because I have like Legion gear on.
Great to meet you.
Thank you for freeing Hellas and seeing her a safe return. We all started to get worried when she didn't return from her crystal hunting.
Safe travels.
Yeah, sure thing, Nessigware. Why are you weird?
No.
Why is everything weird? Oh, whatever.
Hi, how are you?
Well, were you able to get the engine? I just know an archmage who funded the expedition is getting nervous.
Be seeing you.
There, okay, set it down. Careful. If you run this one, we're in big trouble. Let's see what I can do.
You have a great day.
Okay, now that we got an engine, we're going to need an assortment of other parts to get her flying. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. A good mechanic can hold his creations together with anything, but we're better off if it doesn't come to that. So those venture company dullards have plenty of spare parts for their mining equipment. So scoop up some of those and bring them back here.
Be seeing you.
Okay, I can do that. See you around, J. Palmer. All right, 1 second. Why is this, No, that's correct. Oh, God. Well, we're not really true. Tree. We're not truly on the Nessigmore chain yet, but we will be pretty soon once we finish up this little micro chain. Yeah, I can see that here. Except there's no one singing about how our parents are dead. One moment, please. I think I have to deal with a pet thing. But anyways, after Sholazar, Spartan. Stay there. Just keep getting interrupted by everything in the world here. matter. Sing. I'm still not sure if any Wrath zones will end up getting gameplay positives. I'm not sure yet. A lot of people say it will. But I don't have fond memories of Wrath zones from a gameplay axis. We'll see. Never know, my memories have been wrong many times before. Yep, no, Wrath zones. I mean, like I said, Wrath is still Kata. Or, Wrath is still Kata. Wrath is still classic, the other C word.
The Naru have not forgotten us.
What a relief the venture company will trouble us no more. You have my thanks, and that of Hemet, for dealing with this problem. A game hunter cannot in good conscience lift her weapon against another person. Really? That's how that works?
Dionysaka.
Wow, okay. Storm Peaks is a maybe, we'll see. Like I said, we'll see, Hero.
Need assistance?
I don't like to
Alrighty
prejudge.
then.
That'll work, these should suffice. My poor flying machine might end up looking like a venture company shredder, though. Poor girl will have to wait till we get back to Dalaran to restore her to her rightful form.
Off and away.
There she is, the spirit of Nomergon. And yes, we've just unlocked a flight path.
You need something?
You did a good job with helping Wes getting that flying machine back up and running. If you need help further, there's an unusual weather pattern coming in from the northeast. I have a pilot ready to work for me, but he needs a co-pilot. If you think we're up for it, go take the flight to Lakeside Landing. Tell Vic I sent you.
Have a good one.
Sure. I will admit, though, when I usually think of Wrath questing, the first thing that comes to mind immediately is Dragon Blight. And I don't have fond memories of Dragon.
Can I help you?
So, now we do the Nessingwary chain. If you've hunted with Hemet before, you know he's tested his skills against many large cats, but the Dread Sabers are different. They're able to hunt down bigger game than I've ever seen a cat hunt. To overcome and kill such a predator is the mark of a true hunter. If you seek to prove yourself up to the challenge, test yourself against the Dread Sabers.
For the Alliance.
What can I do for you?
So, you think you could shoot? Let's give it a try. First, we'll try out something nice and gentle. Don't worry, it's got no kick at all. Remember, don't point the gun at anything you don't intend to fire at. Hey, even WoW knows the first frickin' rule. Now, when you're ready, take aim at that apple on top of old Lucky Wilhelm's land.
Be good.
Lucky, are you okay? Well, nope. I apparently hit him in the face. That's it. I quit the target business. The only thing that's hurt is your pride, lad. Buckle up. Okay, we hit a squirrel, which was then eaten by an alligator. Okay.
My, you're a tall one.
That's an improvement. Okay, I apparently cannot target this to save my life, literally.
Can I help you?
Right up in his face. Maybe? Okay, let's go back here a little bit. Stop your whining, you still got your luck.
Hey, need assistance? Hi, how are you? Pleased to meet you.
Why does it keep doing that? Sorry, something's weird. I keep seeing this flicker. I'm not sure why. Ray tracing is off. Yep, that's it there. That's there. I guess we could do this. Crank all that up. See if that helps anything. Adaptive desync. Of course it's not searchable. Whatever. Ah, there it is. Okay, we'll just turn that off then. Boop. See if that helps anything. High off the deeper end. And remember, if you're doing the guessing game, it is for the expansion, not the whole game. Okay, so, wow. Game. Game. This is just the Sholazar experience right here, in a nutshell. Okay, nope, that's still off. I hate the new loading screen, by the way, with Bolvar. Hem. I do love that about pugging, Spartan. Very much so. No, my stash. No, I'm asymmetrical.
Hi, how are you?
Hey, finally! Jesus, my aim is apparently terrible.
What's on your mind?
You're not a bad shot. I don't think I agree with that, but you'll get better with practice. I'd like to make a little wager.
See you soon.
See, I have something of a hunter's instinct. Sir, I am a monk. You're not a bad shot, and Hammond hasn't driven you out, so he must be planning on including you in the hunt. I'd like to have a bit of a competition, just me and you. Hammond and the others will ask you to help them in their hunting. Along the way, we count up the kills we contribute to their goals. Now, this isn't something you win in a blink of an eye. You'll find yourself killing lots of different kinds of creatures. Good luck.
Be good.
And so now we have to go kill 60 mobs, but we will as part of the other quest, so we're just going to let that sit in the background there.
How are you?
Norrath London is going to stop all Hemet from mastering the largest game Sholazar has to offer. In the wilds northwest of the camp, the jungles are ruled by the mighty Sharaton Rhino. You can prove your worth to the expedition, lad, by showing me that you're powerful enough to face these powerful beasts.
Keep your feet on the ground.
Oh, also, really quick, sorry, I kind of forgot to show off a joke here. So the ship crashed that they were sailing in here on, right here. And then, as ships are wont to do, it sort of kept disintegrating and falling apart, which is why there's all sorts of debris going down the river here up to where the other chunk of the ship finished its crash. Now, the ship was piloted by the Draenei.
Warm wishes to you.
Why is everyone looking at me as if I've crashed the ship?
Seek the path of the light.
Anyways. Please tell me this freaking, like now I'm starting to question myself. Because there's no music playing right now, and there really should be. Please tell me the music bug we already saw over in Netherstorm isn't just going to infest the rest of the game. Because that bug sucks. I just triple-checked that part. So yes is the answer. I always feel bad about these poor rhinos. You can't even tell, but they've got birds sitting on their horns. And as soon as you actually aggro them, the birds fall off and die. Well, I don't think they die from falling off. I think they actually die from falling off, and then they happen to be in range of me. You know how bloodthirsty we are. Yeah, in BC we were lucky. We only had the one music bug, and it was just a Netherstorm, but it was really irritating up there. God, my gear is so far behind. I have so much 50 gear on, it's really starting to screw with me. That's true, we did have a lust for power. That up. Well, worst comes to worst, there are a whole lot of ambient, like hour-long videos on YouTube, which play the music for a given zone. I'm going to say right now, every zone we encounter with that bug is getting its own native, because that's awful. You need to fix that crap. You got to pick it up, or this isn't going to be much of a competition. Dude, I'm going as fast as I can here, okay? I'm really undergeared for this zone. Or indeed anything. What's my problem? Ugh. Hunters. And dwarves, like, separately from each other. This is my biggest fear right here when it comes to any stream, but especially in MMO. Dead air time. I also notice we don't have a lot of people on today. I guess a lot of people are taking the weekend off, which makes sense. But is completely in contrary to how our Thanksgiving weekends usually go. Usually we have tons of people here. Oh yeah, speaking of which, for those of you watching this on the VOD, it is currently Thanksgiving weekend. My family is off doing their second Thanksgiving dinner right now. I am vaguely curious if they will bring home any leftovers. Oh, I hate that feeling, Valerian. Where's my freaking delivery? How far have you gotten so far, Dakota? Because I felt like you already started that. Kill number 26. And I'm still just warming up. For record, that shows up when you get your 21st kill. Are you going to do multiple playthroughs, Dakota? Or just the one? Chicken is like Thanksgiving. It's like, dear chicken, thank you for being in my belly. I don't even remember what that requires at this point, Dakota. I feel like I've done that at one point. But then again, I'm not sure. I don't know, it's been a while. The last time I played Tactics Org was on camera. That's before we were even reviewing games. That was a long time ago. Yeah, this is a fairly typical Desingori chain. Kill lots and lots and lots of mobs. They all give skinning, they all give experience, and the whole quest chain is a fairly decent chunk of X. You're probably wondering, hang on, Lord, you just skipped the one in Outland. Why are you even doing the one in Northrend? Because this actually leads to some story stuff, just like the one in Warlords will. Like, this isn't just kill X of Ys. There's more to it than that. So one playthrough of Neutral or Rebel, start Law, do Chapter 4 optional, and then post-game chapters. Okay. I do hope food is good, because if it isn't... Good morning, Sean. Damn it. That bad, Dakota? Overtuned, or like just badly designed, or both? Oh, that's even worse. Well, I've been thinking about that. And I'm really sad, because there's essentially no way I could actually get there in time to do the Ulduar raid properly. So I've been debating just cheating and saying, screw it, let's do the Ulduar raid now. And by now, I mean like sometime this weekend.
Safe travels.
I'll talk about that in a second.
No.
Well, looks like you survived the rhinos after all. And in pretty good shape, if I say so myself. But there's more to rhino hunting than just staring down the beast as it charges you and hoping your aim is true. No, you need to take down the rhino patriarch.
Be good.
Alright, we'll seek out this native sage and have a word with him. He's not likely to volunteer his services, though. I'm told he keeps a small lean-to on the bones of Northrend, just south of the river. Speak to him. Introduce yourself. Ask what he requires to help us track down the patriarch of the rhinos.
Safe travels.
Okay.
Can I help you?
Well, you've proven yourself a capable hunter, but how are you as a tracker?
See you later.
I've heard the natives tell stories of a large dreadsaber they call Shango. I haven't seen any evidence of this Shango's existence, but my injuries have kept me from venturing outside the camp. If you fancy yourself something of a tracker, you might be able to go find the truth about Shango. Debar said she saw some large tracks on her last outing. Go north from the camp towards the Bittertide Lake, and then here's some more directions. So we have directions. I need to write that down. Yeah.
What can I help you with? Strength.
Sometimes there's nothing worse than a camp full of hunters. They're all so busy taking down prey animals, the only meat I get is tough and stringy. It's hardly the kind of thing you want to come home to after a long day on the hunt. Lucky for us, though, there's a source of tender, succulent meat nearby. To the south of the river and camp live long-neck grazers. Perfect source of meat for hungry, hungry hunters. Bring me back the best cuts of meat and we'll properly toast our comrades.
May your blades never dull.
Right.
You got my attention.
Laughs tossed me a cartload of lemons this time. When the ship ran aground, the kegs carrying me best brew burst. All we have now are a few bottles of rum. That won't sustain a thirsty expedition. We need to get some booze cooking. And fast. The trees in the wild growth mangle to the east seem laden with fruit, but it's too high for me to reach. Look for some good strong vines. See if you can use them to shake out what trees you can to get some fruit. Okay.
May the light embrace.
I warn you, stranger, do not make any comments about crashing the ship. I already get enough of it from the rest of the expedition. If, however, you're looking to try your hand at hunting, you should test your skills against the wily Mangle Crocolists. They'll live along the river to the south. Prove to me you can hold your own against them, and we'll talk again.
May your days be long and your hardships.
Okay. Yeah, I've had that happen more often than I'd like to admit, Mr. Ed, including recently. I also found out they changed the rule. The way it used to work is if you if you accidentally queued for the wrong dungeon, as long as you killed a boss, you could go ahead and then leave without the deserter debuff. That is not true anymore. Ask me how I know. I'm not sure when or how they changed that, and I'm not even sure I care. They've actually done a few things over the years to try and discourage people from just leaving dungeons. The deserter debuff being the most obvious one. The way it works is after you leave a dungeon under bad circumstances, you get a debuff, which prevents you from queuing for dungeons for another 30 minutes. Which is a fairly large gap of time. I don't need to kill these. Ah! I'm actually looking it up. Let's see here. Looks like in Wrath, they increased the duration up to 30 minutes. Jesus. Yeah, it says here, it's a debuff you get if you relieve a dungeon group before it's killed one of the primary targets. So why did we get Deserter after killing a boss? Huh. Weird. I gotta look this up. Not yet, Yura. Sorry. I was just researching this whole Deserter thing. It looks like there's a few other rules regarding to it, which might be part of why we got the Deserter debuff. Like, apparently there's just a straight timer thing, so that even if you kill a boss, if you leave a group too quickly, you just get Deserter. Which is probably what happened to us. Because, I mean, for those of you who don't know, the first boss in most dungeons is like 2 minutes into the dungeon. Or less, in some cases. In fact, it was even less in our case, because ours was, nope, M. The Cinder, this one right here, the Cinder Brew Midri. What am I in combat with? No! I need that meat. It's my meat. Give me my meat. So I mentioned this is the Petri dish. I'm skipping ahead of the quest substantially, but it's not like I have anything else to talk about right now. The idea here is that the Titans like to interfere with certain spaces in certain ways as test beds. And because the Titans are extremely patient, they usually don't do simulations. they do live studies. So, in other words, nowadays we'll be like, okay, hang on. What happens if we drop, an entire ocean onto a planet? And we have simulators and test models and calculators, computers that can run all that stuff for us. The Titans don't do that. The Titans will make, a planet somewhere and be like, all right, let's do it. And then drop an ocean on it. And then they'll sit back and watch what happens. As we'll find out later, they actually have 2 protocols for that. One prevents the Titan Forge from actually interacting with it at all. The other allows them, and indeed mandates them, to interact with it. The specific example given is, you cannot push someone into a tar pit. You can watch it happen, or you can actually push someone into a tar pit to see what happens. Yeah, it's a very, very high-budget Mythbusters. And it says a lot about Titan think that they think that's a completely acceptable way of doing things. Why is Mavericks' name so weird? What is wrong with my settings? Something's wrong somewhere. Let's see if that fixed it. Not quite to that quest yet. Nope. What the hell? I'll figure that out later. How hard is it to pick a second element then, Dakota? Like, how costly, I guess would probably be the better word. Especially to turn this quest in. Hey, Oracle! What's up? What brings you to Shrine? We do not know you, stranger, but we know you want something. We talked to Bones of Nazrin for you, but you must bring offerings. We need powerful Emperor Cobra Fangs to complete Oracle Necklace. Okay, I can go do that. Yep, they're very cute. You can tell because they're hideously horrific.
Hello, we're here to kill you.
No, it's actually a thing. The cute species in this zone are just horrible. And the evil-looking species, they're cute. That's not even a joke. That is just straight up how it is. Okay, what is that? That's that. Let's go get the Crocolisks. Yeah, the cute ones, aka the ones who look ugly, are the ones who give you a mount. Which I have, it's worth noting. Normally that would sound like a brag, but in this case it's more like a plea for help. Oh god! Why do I have that stupid mount? What is wrong with me? Alright, this is it. Can I handle 2 mobs at once? Can we handle the vanilla test? Yep, nope. I kept buying egg every month or however long it was. Getting nothing, and then buying another one, and then getting nothing, and then buying another one. And yeah, you'll notice that yet again, there's these 2 factions. They're both totally at war. And they both totally shouldn't be. Remember, they shouldn't be at war with each other, so the Horde and Alliance shouldn't be a thing. Anyways, here's this story about the Horde and Alliance being at war with each other. You're joking, Sactaf. Do you have any oranges? Thanks. Okay, that is bothering me. Why is that tooltip wrong? So this is really bothering me. Yeah, it has show-friendly nameplates on. Why is it not showing the nameplates? I'm very confused by this. I give up. Whatever. I give up. Yeah, Blackrock Deaths is a good name for it. I can agree with that. So, I'm not finding anything about that, Zactaf. Nothing on Google. I'm not calling you a liar. Liar! But for real, though, what's your source? So I can read what you're talking about. Damn it, it's a freaking orange. I don't need an orange. Yeah, speaking of which, something Wrath was still bad about, it wouldn't be until Kata they fixed this, is in Wrath, you don't have a quest to get 5 pieces of fruit. You have a quest to get 3 pieces of oranges, 1 papaya, and 1 mango. And that's it. That's your thing. So if you get oranges over and over, then you're screwed. Just like in real life. I mean, a graphical update does sound like remaster territory to me. Since remasters are usually small amounts of changes compared to the original. I still haven't heard about that, though. Although I did find it funny. I was... Google search is getting so much worse. I'm like, alright, look for Tor remaster. Oh, you mean the KOTOR remaster? No. Like, how about if I put SWTOR? So you mean KOTOR, right? No. I mean, that is actually and objectively true, Mr. Ed, unfortunately. A lot of services are slowly being made worse and worse and worse, either because of negligence or deliberate sabotage. Hey, Czar, and yes. For the next, probably about a week or so, we'll be wearing blue. I actually don't have enough colors of search to cover every expansion, so Dragonflight and War Within will both be wearing the same color. Sorry. There's only so much I can do. This is part of why I brought my monk out here, by the way. Mobility. And killing quickly. I do not have a chromatic shirt of any kind, actually. Hey, Mr. Floyd Pinkerton. Happy day weekend? We'll call it. Happy Thanksgiving weekend. We'll call it that. We'll call it that. There are PS1 FPSs? Wow. I feel bad for anyone who plays any of those. My God. Red just felt right for Burning Crusade. I don't know. It might have been just because of the Hellfire Peninsula thing. See, the problem is I'd need a nice Hawaiian shirt. I don't have any. Oh my god, more oranges. Well, I've already worn red, so I can't wear red again for Kata. I guess I can. Kata's got a bunch of colors, that's the thing. It's like 2 whole continents worth of zones, and then the new stuff, right? And the new stuff includes Hyjal, that's pretty red. Oldham, that's very solidly yellow. Twilight Highlands, purple. Deepholm, that's just the rainbow down there. And Vashir, which is very blue. I was torn on green for Legion or green for Pandaria. Boy. Because it fits both pretty equally. Not yet, Fife. Nor will we. Until later. At which point we will. Oh my god, there's seriously none of these up right now. Are you, okay there, buddy?
What can I do for you?
Okay, just checking. Oh my god, stop giving me oranges! This really is just like real life. Wow, I think I have the worst luck in the world with this stupid quest. I need 2 bananas, a papaya, and 1 orange. I'm getting nothing but oranges. I already have an orange, by the way. I always remember the Borean Tundra unfondly, visually. We'll see how it lands. Oh, papaya. Oh yeah, sorry, I was going to explain why. So, Petri dish. So the Titans will... God, let me restart that sentence, because I started that like 10 minutes ago. So the Titans like to just plop down stuff and see what happens. They're very do it live kind of a scientists. So they will isolate entire regions and then just drop down plants and animals in there and say, all right, let's see what happens. And that's pretty much how Titans do science. So Sholazar is exactly like that. This place is absolutely overgrowing with overgrowth and animals and creatures and all that because they were using this as a way to test bed how certain ecosystems would interact with each other from when they started fleshing out the foliage and the fauna of the rest of the planet. They call it ordering. They have a whole term for it. It's exactly what it sounds like. It's a very long-term form of terraforming. Organizing how ecosystems interact with each other on a planet-wide scale. It's something the Titans do regularly. So, the reason this place is warm is because it's literally a maintained ecosystem. If you look out here, let me get above the canopy for a second. You can see we're in a giant basin here, right? And this is being maintained by those pillars which have those Titan artifacts on the top of them, and that's maintaining the weather and the weather shield. Although, something's happened to this one, and you'll notice the glacier is already starting to creep in over here. Yes, Bronze the Dragon, we are. As per usual. That's actually a good question, Spearstar, and I have no idea. There's a lot of options there. Okay, can I look up to see what kind of tree it is before I pull it? I'm going to go with no. Oh, but banana. Unfortunately, I now need a second banana. What do you want to bet this one won't be a banana, even though it's the same tree? It is. Yep, it's a papaya. Same tree, different fruit. Really small quality of life thing. I noticed it this run. I don't remember when they changed it. Back in the day, if you got into combat, you would immediately discontinue mounting. But nowadays, if you started mounting before the mob aggroes you, and finished mounting before they hit you, then you will, in fact, finish mounting and actually get on your mount. So that's nice. It's much better than, you're in combat. Like, I get the gameplay reason, but it's always funny from a narrative perspective, right? You know, it's like, all right, I need to get into my mount. And someone's like, oh, I hate you. And you're like, oh, what? Well, I feel like someone hates me somewhere. I can't get on my mount now. And it's this little squirrel you accidentally hit with a debuff. And the squirrel's like, I hate you. You'll never get on your mount. These aren't Shango's tracks. These aren't Shango's tracks at all. I think you're right, it's Minister. Oh yeah, you may notice occasionally I just kill something instantly. That's called Touch of Death. So, it's got a 3-minute cooldown. But, when I kill them, I do damage equal to 35% of my max health. It also spawns some cheese spheres. My max health is 24,000. So that's, little over 7,600 or so damage right now. These mobs do not have that much health, for the most part. It has been nerfed substantially. But yeah, for big bosses, it's a huge DPS thing, and for normal mobs, it's almost a guaranteed kill, like you've seen me do. There's also a couple of talents that interact with it, like, hang on. Yeah, what's it actually? Ah, shoot. Touch of Death, Touch of Death. So yeah, I've got this one. Can now be used on targets with left to 15% health remaining. This one up here, when you combo strike, the cooldown of Death of Touch, Touch of Death is reduced, and it does more damage. And down here, Touch of Death increases your damage by 5% after being used, and its cooldown is reduced by 1.5 minutes. Nothing good's ever come out of Silithus. I actually did answer your question immediately, like literally a second after you asked it, Spartan. The answer to your question is, I have no idea, but it's the next thing we're doing. It's after we finish Sholazar. Unfortunately, this is still a Wrath zone, so there's a reason we're still in the first quest hub of this zone. Okay. Got all that done. I mean, if you think about it, this is an extraordinarily dense area for resources. Game, arable land, lots and lots of foliage for harvesting. Oh my god, that's driving me crazy. Why is that like that? Why is that like that? Sorry, this is just really bothering me. Why is it like that? Why is it doing it that way? Why is it not showing like their bars? It's just this weird thing. Hey, there we go. Oh god, it was that stupid option right there. Okay, I feel better. Whew. Okay.
Well met.
So you've decided to concede already? Nope, I already beat it. No way. That just made me 58th kill. I was so close. Oh, but fair is fair. I underestimated you. You've earned this victory. Oh, thanks. Could you give me something for a slot I don't already have a piece of gear on? No? Okay.
How are you?
Yeah, something's really weird, Mr. Red. You have infected the world, and I'm not sure why. See, here's the deal. When me and my friends queue, we queue DPS, and we have usually about a 10-minute queue, which isn't great, but it isn't bad. And then you queue for DPS, and then a presidential term passes, and then the queue pops. I'm confused by that. I'm not calling you a liar because, ignoring the fact that I obviously believe you, if you remember, I literally grouped with you as a DPS, and all of a sudden the queue time was like 30 minutes, and it was like, what? Are people just not doing dungeons for time walking?
Watch your back.
Well, that's a better assortment than I would have expected from this place. Now for the important question. Can we distill it into anything drinkable? We better get started.
Be good.
Now that we've got the raw materials, we've got my assistant at the still. He'll oversee the process, but I want you to keep everything under control. You might be tempted to think we just throw everything in the still and let it sit, but you're wrong. Ingredients and heat have to be added at certain times, and the pressure regulated. You'll have no more than 10 seconds to react to the situation.
Watch your back.
Okay. Let's do it.
Talk to me. Off with you.
Begin distillation in 5, 4, 3, 2, orange. Whoosh. I actually kind of like these quests, but they've also gotten a little bit better in the future. Like, there's some of these in Dragonflight, which I tend to enjoy more than this nonsense. I don't think so, Spartan. I can't think of an individual inn I really like in this game. Yeah, this quest, unfortunately, is just really boring, because it involves just sitting here being like, alright. The order of events is random, of course, that's the whole point. You know, you have to be paying attention. But it lasts a little bit too long, and the gap in between doing things is a little bit too long, so it involves just being like, come on, let's go. I will admit the Slaughtered Calf is probably one of the best inns of the game. That didn't even occur to me. I actually am still Hearthstone on several characters, including this one, I think. Nope, I'm at the Leger de Man. Letter get. Oh god, how do you pronounce that? It's Dalaran, either way. That would be Pandaria, and yeah, I like that quest, Maverick. The Valdrakken Inn is nice, too. You see what I mean? If this had finished, like, 3 events ago, this would have been fine, but it's still going. Thunder Brews Jungle Punch.
Interest you on a pint?
Oh, there's a question, something in here, but the million gold question is, can you drink it? Don't you go anywhere. You'll be responsible for overseeing the sampling of the product, too.
Good.
Now, time for the moment of truth. I've always wanted to say that. Normally, I'd debut a new drink at a banquet, but we can't have one in the middle of a jungle. Instead, just take the samples to a few friends and return with their comments. Okay, I can do that.
Off with you.
Greetings, friend.
Yeah, me too. Esmeralda.
Safe journey.
The Mengel Crocolisk is the master of the ambush, and I intend to beat it at its game. To do that, we need to construct a convincing camouflage for Yule. We'll use plants that grow in the sandy soil of the riverbanks and beaches. The sand fern is best for this purpose.
Be kind to those less...
Okay, but also, hey, could you, like, no, not you. Could you exist? Who am I testing this with?
What do you need? Be safe.
Do you get the steaks?
For the horde.
No, that's a meal. If anything good came with a shipwreck, it's got to be that we've been spared eating nothing but salted beef for the next month.
Go forth.
I like salted beef. Not as much as salted pork.
Hey there.
I think I may have found proof we need for Shango, and I think I have an idea where to find him.
For the Alliance.
Shango awaits. If you succeed in your tracking, he will not know that you stalk him, and you will need the advantage. He's supposed to be bigger, stronger, and more ferocious. Notice, by the way, instead of the previous Nesting Warrior chain, which was like 5 quests per chain, this one's more like 3. So that is better than BC already, and vanilla. So Hemmet's going to try the punch. Glug, glug, glug. Oh, that's exactly what I needed. That'll put hair in your chest like nothing will. Okay. Adris, what do you think of this? I'm always for ups for some of the Grimboozes. Well, so far it tastes like something my wife would drink. And then it knocks him on his ass, literally. This freaking jackass. So, Verlictum asks, do I think a WoW 2 could work? Yes. You probably want a little bit more than a one word, one syllable answer. But that is kind of the answer. The answer is, yeah, of course it would. Let me pick up these bundle of quests and I'll talk about that. Here, try some booze. Sure, I like booze. I love booze. Oh my. Tastes like I'm drinking engine degreaser.
Hey there.
When Hemmet asked me to accompany Marvin out here, I hoped I might have the opportunity to work on my own hunting skills. I wanted to take down a ferocious lion named Pitch. He said to make his home south of here, where the wild-growth mangrove meets the northern face of the pillar.
See you
I
around.
can go deal with that.
You need something? See you around.
Professor sent you my way.
Careful.
Actually, we're not going to start those quests just yet. So we're going to scooch back over here. So hang on. I'll answer Trihexia's question first, because it's much easier to answer. There's a common mentality that you are not supposed to admit fault when it comes to corporations. Now, we all know that's stupid, but the actual reason that's there is for legal reasons. If, for example, a company says, hey, we made a mistake on such and such, then that actually opens the door for them to be sued over that. That's stupid for various reasons, but it is unfortunately quite true. There's also other things. Like you say, oh, so the customers are going to sue? No customer is going to bother suing a corporation. Yeah, but the investors will. Yeah, shareholders are the real threat. As usual, by the way. I think you're right, Wenlog. But the real threat there is from WoW 2. So let's talk about WoW 2. I've actually put a lot of thought into this, and I feel like in an ideal world, if you really wanted to have a long-term... Oh, did the flicker again. A long-term expansion, MMO. If you wanted to have an FF14 or a WoW or whatever, then it would actually be best if you planned for the idea that periodically they would be replaced by its own sequel. Now, the problem here is several MMOs out there have attempted the concept of a sequel several times, and all of them have failed. But if I'm being blunt, that's because the sequel sucked. EverQuest 2 was trying something completely different from EverQuest, and it also sucked. And Asheron's Call 2 was just hot garbage, quite frankly. Except for Guild Wars 2. Okay, I don't count Guild Wars 2, to be quite honest, because Guild Wars 2 is the first MMO in the series. That's like saying FF11 is the 11th MMO in the FF series. Destiny 2. So I hate to pull another technically, but I don't think Destiny 2 counts. Because Destiny 1 is a dumpster fire that was thrown out with the with everything else, and they just kind of rebooted Destiny 1 into Destiny 2. And yeah, almost every MMO has been made by people who clearly have no idea what they're doing or how they're doing it. Nobody's been planning forward, and nobody's been thinking about the fact that they're sitting on these gigantic piles of money that they know exactly what they're doing with. And yeah, by the way, this also still applies to FF14, because FF14 was terrible at launch when it was 1.0. FF11 was quite literally a better game in pretty much every way than 1.0. But ideally, what you'd want to do is you have your big MMO. You start planning for an expansion. Is the expansion actually good? Is the player base there? Yes. You go ahead and push out for a few expansions and try to reach a point where you've reached a natural conclusory point. How long it is, that's variable. But for example, in WoW's case, it was Legion. And you know the story arc is going to conclude in Legion, so you're already thinking about and planning for WoW 2 before Legion even comes out, right? And then you don't completely abandon Legion, because that would be stupid. But what you do is you hire a team whose only job it is to keep maintaining content, either live content or patch content or whatever for WoW, for Legion. Then the rest of the developers are all working on WoW 2. WoW 2 comes out, modern. Update the engine, new graphics, new capacity, new everything. Push out WoW 2. WoW 2 is now after Legion. WoW 2 brings in new players and old players, hopefully. Doesn't suck, that's the critical part. And then WoW 2 continues its own cycle. And MMOs in general have been around for over 20 years at this point. We have easily been around long enough in the MMO space to have at least 3 iterations of this type of cycle, and yet no one's done that. And as Taquita pointed out, it's probably because none of them have any idea what they're doing. I should also probably mention that as of this moment in time, it's easy to say that because we have the advantage of hindsight. Now we can look back and say, hey, and we have, time and analysis and research and materials and all kinds of information on how to make an MMO, how to make it work, and how to make it good. When most of these games came out, it was 2004. So, anyways, the mid-aughts in general. You bring fangs? We approve. Bones of Nazran will speak to Ironmen. Bones of Osran, Oracle Suram sends Ironmen to you. We have prepared incense. Okay. Light it near Nazram's head and you will hear his voice. Confused, you tell Suram you haven't even told him your questions. True, we not know, but mighty Nazran does, do not doubt. Nazran will answer your heart's question. Go, Nazran, not wait long. Okay. Time to go talk to a giant Kodo's dead spirit, which is still inhabiting this place. So, that's why you keep the live team, Primarch. That's why you keep the old team around and kind of maintain some content for the old team, for the old game. Aww! Someone donated a little plushie. And, of course, their boots. See you around, Kennex Cow. Enjoy your work? Hello? So the Oracle has decided to aid you. Very well. I will offer you what I know. Your companion seeks the Shard Horde Patriarch Faroon, who holds himself aloof among his brothers. Faroon walks the lands north of what your people call the Bittertide Falls. You will find him alone, but you will see he requires no defenders. Return to your companion. Tell him to go forth and claim his prize. Once he has done so, tell him to leave this land in peace. He does not belong here. Interesting. But yes, the single biggest problem with the concept of having a sequel like that is very, very obvious, because it's the problem every one of you just mentioned. It has to be good. Would a WoW 2 be good? Would an FF14 2 be good? We have absolutely no way of knowing that, and that's in the hands of people who are beholden to idiots, is how I'm going to phrase that.
What's on your mind?
2 out of 3 drinkers agree, huh? Not bad for a first try. I suppose I'll have to whip up something else for Tamara as a way of apology. What do I call this? Kungaloosh.
Be good.
Sure. The player base split is one of those interesting things. See, the reason I say that that should be a normal thing is because player base splits happen normally. Let me try to explain that, because I'm going to explain this really badly. Every MMO, all of them, go through this thing where they slowly lose old players, bit by bit over time, and then gain in new players if they're doing well. If they're not doing well, they don't gain new players, and the MMO eventually dies out to the point where it's functionally on maintenance mode, or it's getting regular updates for like the few thousand players that remain, right? That's the MMO life cycle. By deliberately baking in the concept of sequels periodically, you would actually be emulating the same thing that happens every expansion. There would be a swoosh of new people and a swoosh of old people with the sequel, and then a whole bunch of people would bow out at that point in time. And that's just how that is, right? That would be the nature of that cycle. A lot of people just didn't pick up Shadowlands, or Legion, or Pandaria, or quit in Kata, or quit in Dragonflight, or whatever. Sense make? Well, see, that's true, Verdictum, but only if you think of every sub as the same sub. I'm explaining that wrong, but individual people come and go, right? The reason we have 10 million subs is because they keep doing new things to draw in new players periodically, right? And so each expansion has back-of-the-box features and big things and tries to improve the onboarding process to make it more likely for new players to come in to replace the ones who are leaving and have been leaving for years, right? So even if the tub remains at 10 million, the specific drops of water have been coming and going the entire time.
Blessings upon you.
To bring the ferns we need.
Remain vigilant.
Yes, this should work. Stand still. We'll make a bush of you yet. I'm gonna try to take that.
Favor the roll.
The largest crocolisk in the basin, known around here as the Bushwhacker, likes to sun himself in the shallow waters of River's Heart. It is the large lake at the basin's center and is to the east of our camp. I have no idea, Spartan. I want you to take the camouflage and ambush him. Okay, I can do that.
Dionysaka.
I mean, does anybody like Odin? Honestly. Have you taken on Shango?
See you around.
Oh, an exquisite pellet from such a noble animal. It heartens me to see the rumors about Shango were indeed true. Your pursuit of the creature has been flawless. You are a true huntsman.
Have a good one.
Is that an upgrade? Oh, thank God. Slowly get rid of my frickin' 50 gear.
What can I do for you?
Where to go, lad? Know that Rhino tells Hammett necessarily where he can hunt and what he can do. We'll show that heap of bones.
Keep your feet on the
Now that
ground.
we know where to find Faroon, all that remains is the battle against the great beast. You ready to take on the Rhino? For all his spirits blustering, I'm certain he was telling the truth about the beast's strength. When you're ready to face him, head north past the sun-touched pillar, and look to Faroon for the northeast south shore. We may even venture the glimmering pillar. Yeah, so here's your directions. I like directions. Thank you for the directions. Let's go. Oh, it's a high Wrecker's Beard. I was actually thinking of you, since you quit in Kata, as an example of people who drift in and drift out. I will admit, WoW Classic is kind of the wrench, for lack of a better way to put that. It's the thing no one really expected. Not really. And completely changed the format of how WoW's player base developed and evolved. Because the problem is, there's no such thing as a permanently sustainable model, right? At some point or another, every MMO is going to die. Even WoW and FF14, the two big heavies who have been around for pretty long at this point. Where's this stupid thing? Oh, there it is. Pay attention more. No. It's more like the other direction there, Venters. Guild what now, Trihexia? Trihexia keeps making up this stuff about guild something. It's weird. Oh, yeah, sorry. You asked what Guild Wars 1 is. A co-RPG. Which is just different in style and format from an MMO. Yeah, we were talking earlier about how you have to learn how to not listen to your player base. WoW Classic is a good example of why you should also listen to your player base. One moment, please. I will say, and I've actually said this for years, If WoW ever goes free to play, it has officially died as of that exact moment. What a lot of people don't understand is MMOs going to free to play don't do that because they're, doing well. They go to free to play because they're dying and they're desperately trying to revitalize the game and bring in new players. That's something you do when you're already on your way out. How much that succeeds? Well, that's a little bit more debatable. Yeah, there was a lot of private vanilla servers. Most people probably think of Nostalrius, but there were a bunch of them. That was just the most publicized one.
Open your heart to the light.
Oh, what do you mean their plan didn't work? Well, whatever. You managed to get the kill to your credit. Look at the size of that draw. Ooh. Yes, it is very impressive. Ooh, upgrade.
Be kind to those less fortunate.
I do like me some upgrades. Especially when I've got really, really terrible gear on.
Great to meet you.
Oh god, please don't, Bronze the Dragon. Look, can we not have a season pass in WoW?
Safe travels.
An astounding trophy for an amazing animal. Armand, I've been hearing rumors of an even bigger, more ferocious game in the northern reaches of the basin. I'd like you all to help us take it out.
Be good.
You've certainly proven your mettle in hunter of all kinds of animals, rhinos, cats, and crocolisks. For some members of the expedition, these creatures are sufficient to test their skills, but others, like myself, crave larger challenges. Dorian Drakestalker went north across the Bittertide Lake and established a camp there. He's heard rumors of a gigantic primordial drakes. Oh, just imagine what a quarry that would be.
Keep your feet on the ground.
Okay, let's go try this out then. Where would we meet? Assuming we wanted to be there for the final days of WoW. I mean, my automatic answer is purely biased, and it's right there. But, where can we meet? Like, I mean, Dalaran is kind of an obvious choice. Pandaria is a pretty good choice, too. Suramar would be a good pick. Like, there's a few really nice spots. We'd probably have to hold a vote, be like, hey, where do you want to be? Well... One moment. We'll go with that one. Oh, I like that idea, actually, Bregman. Just kind of do a world tour. Maybe by then we'll actually have a party mount, other than the one and only terrible party mount in the game.
What can I do for you? See you later.
So old Hemet didn't forget about me, after all. I suppose he's going to want to participate in the hunt once we're done all the hard work. Don't worry. There's plenty of Drake to go around. Hemet will get his wish.
Have a good one. Be careful.
The primordial drakes occupy most of the area to the north and east. I can feel the heat of their breath even at this distance. Before we challenge the mightiest of the drinks, we must test our skill on the lesser creatures. Don't let your guard down. Any one of these beasts can devour a man whole.
See you around. See you later.
We're not likely to get Broodmother Slavina's attention waving our arms around like fools, but if we're smart, we can bait her into fighting us. We've also secured more, fodder for my little project. He glances at the gnome. But don't worry about that for now. Just look for the primordial drake eggs in the area east and northeast. Burst them open. Scoop up the hatchlings. When the Broodmother realizes what she'll done, she'll have no choice but to face us.
What can I do for you?
There's no more caustic material in all the basin than bitter-tide hydra sputum. I've got special containers to collect just that thing for Archmage Pentaurus' study. Frickin' Pentaurus. You look like a hardy, adventurous monk. How do you feel like making a bit of money and aiding Dalaran's cause at the same time? All you need to do is take this container to the lake and engage the hydras, and use the container to sample the sputum they shower you with. That does not sound like a pleasant activity, sir. Do I have to? Okay. Cool. Now to kill a bunch of drakes. Like you do. Little bit further down, please. Little bit further down. Hey, there we go. Looks like they changed Whirling Dragon Punch a little bit. Yeah. Yes, and universally positive, Bronze the Dragon. I have been rather impressed with War Within. I liked Dragonflight, but it had several asterisks attached to it. War Within is just good. In my casual playthrough of it, I've come up with one negative to story so far. One. I don't know if I'd feel honored, maybe embarrassed, a little horrified, you know? And then I would immediately kill myself, having given up on all hope for humanity. Can you not do that, please? Please? Oh my god, fine. Oh, that's a good point. Two. Sorry, two negatives. Forgot there's actually two. Well, that's an interesting statement, Mr. Floyd Pinkerton. I mean, let's try to approach this from the inverse. What is it you dislike about War Within? No, don't actually do that, because I don't want to spoil it, and I don't want to talk about it yet. All I will say is that the writing is noticeably higher quality. The increase in the amount of voice acting is definitely something that's something I approve of. The addition and expansion of the Meanwhile Elsewheres is a really, really good idea. It's a very heavy character piece. It connects with the continuity in ways it almost never has before. The central theme of the expansion is something I'm with. It adds a lot of tremendously good world building. It has some of the best individual quests in the game, story-wise. I don't know what else to add. No, it's entirely possible, indeed I would even go so far as to say likely, that I am the one who's wrong here, Mr. Floyd Pinkerton. Lord knows that does tend to be the trend. I mean, if you ask Rikersbeard, and Rikersbeard went to play War Within, he'd probably be like, wow, this turbo sucks. Why? And then he'd list all the things I like about it. It also helps that War Within, like virtually every expansion, continues to improve on the gameplay axis. Yes, War Within is part 1 of 3. They have said that like 50,000 times. Because, I'm trying to think how to explain this. There's a very clear feeling from the devs that they don't trust their players to actually stick around for longer than one expansion. So they have been constantly banging on the point of, this is part 1, this is part 1, this is part 1. Like, it's been a non-stop cavalcade in every interview and all the marketing. You gonna do that again? Nope. Okay. I'm just gonna kill him then. Oh, dude, that quest, Striker's Beard. Yeah, that, oof. Like I said, the central theme of War Within is something that probably hits me more than it hits a lot of other people. It's not like a brag, it's just, you know, personal experiences, right? When you've been through horrific stuff in your life, you tend to take horrific stuff a bit differently. Same concept. Yeah, it's what's funny is I actually really liked Dragonflight's central theme too. For extremely different reasons, but I still liked it. What's doubly interesting is you could argue that none of the expansions have had a central theme until Dragonflight. Not that they've been bad, and indeed they've had through lines and main plots and stuff like that, but like... Legion was all over the place in terms of themes, right? Just to name a specific example. Legacy is a good way to summarize it, so I'm going to go with Primarch's answer there. A lot of Dragonflight is about, okay, so... now what? We have been handed a whole load of crap from the past, and some of it's our fault. What do we do about it?
Need help?
Like, everything about the Blue Dragon quest chain, the Bronze Dragon quest chain, the Black Dragon quest chain was really big on that. Like, yeah, there was a lot. Hell, even the primary villain is, in many ways, just kind of dealing with some stuff that was essentially hoisted onto him because of stupid decisions made thousands of years ago.
Go with honor, friend.
Here's your payment, as agreed. Bit of advice, you might want to enjoy long, hot baths for the next few days if the burning sensation persists. Thanks, buddy.
You need something?
Look, I'm not saying Dragonflight was perfect. I actually make fun of the MSQ plenty. But I mean, come on, right? Again, everything to do with Raytheon, that entire quest chain, it was a long one too. That was legit, I'm sorry. Hell, the game also dealt with the fallout of both BFA and Shadowlands. Like, from a meta perspective, from a real-life perspective.
Have a good one.
I hear the confidence in your words. Good. That experience will come in handy when we face the Queen of the
See you around.
Drakes.
Be careful.
It's your lucky day, Zootfizzle. Ironman has brought more hatchlings for you. I'm not here to be the keeper of your hatchlings, Dorian. I'm doing research of my own as well. Well, you can always go back to the camp and help Westlix with his cogs. Not the cogs. Anything but the cogs. I mean, the Blue Dragon quest chain was really good. And the bronze one hit better than I thought it would, because I thought they were going to go a direction that I really hated with bronze. But then they didn't. Like, I was just waiting for them to retcon time travel again with the bronze, and then they didn't. It's like, oh. Huh. Okay.
My, you're a tall one. Alrighty then.
Before you go off challenging the Brood Mother, Dorian thought it might be a good idea for you and Hammett to coordinate your efforts by riding on the back of a mammoth. What? The area around the camp is full of them. Just take this bridle, slip it over a mammoth. Be careful of the bulls. They won't tolerate the harness at all.
Off and away. Be seeing you.
Dorian's had me training and feeding the baby drakes he captures, and it's gotten me thinking. I want a pet of my own. No, not a drake. I don't want a pet capable of biting my hand off. However, in the Bonelands to the northeast of the camp, beyond the area dominated by the drakes, there's a large population of Gore-Talon rocks. The grown ones are beyond the hope of domesticating, but if you bring me the eggs from their nests, I can raise them from the time they hatch.
You have a great day now.
Well met.
The Archmage, back in Dalaran, will be expecting us to return with all kinds of reagents and talismans. It seems the locals are fond of animal parts. Twisted claws from the Gore-Talon rocks are amongst their favorite. Now, it's not my place to say whether the rumors are true or not, but I have a feeling they're there somewhere. There's something here, so I don't know why I read that wrong. The rocks live east of here. Okay,
or the Alliance.
Sure. Why not? I'm not sure that counts as a theme, by the way, Riker's Beard. Like in the traditional sense of the word. What's the theme of your work? I like smashing stuff. Okay, but like, what are you trying to get across thematically? Smashing stuff is great. Okay, but hear me out for a second. What's the theme of your work? Smashing. Okay, hang on. What are you trying to accomplish by the smashing? Accomplish? Okay. First you smash something. Oh, yeah. Okay, then what? Ooh, that's a good question. You're a smart one. All right. After smash, smash again. No. I'm trying to. Okay, hear me out for a second. Yes. So you smash. Then you smash the second time. What do you do the third time? Ooh. Take nap. Tired from smashing. Okay, we'll come back to this. Also, this quest sucks. No, to be clear, I'm obviously just having fun because I'm doing really boring Wrath quests. God, I hate Wrath quests. Sorry. There's nothing wrong with that kind of simplicity. I've actually, like, in general, regardless of Warcraft, like, every now and again you just want to go and you want to kill zombies, you know? And there's your theme. Not everything has to be some big, expansive, complex, nuanced, amazing take of awesome. It's nice, but, you know, that doesn't need to be the norm, right? There's nothing wrong with just being like, all right, I want to watch some bad guys get punched in the face. Cool. Done. Ironically, one of the biggest reasons why I've defended my review system for so long is people tend to accuse me of only wanting big, super complex, amazing, in-depth things, and those people are, of course, stupid because of everything I just said, but also just basic logic. The reality of it is there is a difference in good schlock versus bad schlock, right? There is a legitimate difference between, you know, something that is just crap versus something that is well-designed crap. This is true for games, movies, books, shows. Doesn't matter. If I can use a random example, you ever seen the movie Van Helsing? Now, that is a schlock film. That is schlock 101. It's a good film, though. I enjoy the hell out of that film. And a lot of why is because a lot of work and effort was done into making it as bombastic and enjoyable as possible, while making the characters actually something you can bounce off of and appreciate, and making sure to have actually good things like, say, pacing. Oh yeah, also, I really liked that Dracula. He did a weirdly good job of playing someone who was just, like, strangely over the top while being subdued at the same time. It was great. I mean, hell, even what they did right at the beginning with Mr. Hyde. The moment they did the Mr. Hyde scene, you were like, okay, you can tell what you're in for here. Also, how many of you even recognized his voice actor? Just random question, because most people I know never figured out that was him. I'm guessing nobody, since nobody's saying anything. It's Robbie Coltrane. And I just find it funny because he does so many, like, friendly, affable, you know, positively inclined, decent role model type. I mean, they picked him to play Hagrid, for God's sakes. And he voiced Mr. Hyde. And he did a wonderful job of it. I'm at war with the world, and every living thing in it. Anyways, that's the point I'm reaching, though, right? A lot of creators... No, let me walk that sentence back. A lot of executive types and some creators seem to think that walking in deliberately making schlock means not trying. And we know what schlock that's bad looks like because we've all seen Battlefield Earth. That's not true. Battlefield Earth was actually trying to be a good film, which makes it even more pathetic. Let's see. What's a good example of a film that was trying to be schlock and failed at it? Sharknado. Actually, yeah, Sharknado's a good example. Sharknado's enjoyable for its own reasons, but it was trying to be schlock. And instead it was just... But, no, I also... Actually, Morbius. Yeah, Morbius is another good one. Because Morbius was trying to be just silly, ridiculous fun, and it was Morbius. I also like Matt Overlord's answer. Ready Player One, which, no offense, if anybody likes the film, I didn't. You know, exactly, Record Spirit. There needs to be a sincerity to schlock. You know one of my favorite schlock films of all time? Can you guess before I tell you? The Core. That sounds like one. Pacific Rim is a good guess. That's also schlock, by the way. I have not actually seen the Dungeon Siege film. Princess Bride. Not sure that qualifies as schlock. I'd have to think about that. But either way, no. I wasn't counting that one. No, it's actually Flash Gordon. And I'm just going to tell you that because nobody's going to guess that. Flash Gordon is just such a ridiculous movie. But it is so absolutely, unashamedly sincere about everything that it is. Yeah, Flash Gordon was funny, stupid, ridiculous, and cheesy. It was the perfect mixture of just... What?
Light bless you.
Need assistance? Be seeing you.
So perfect. Now we just need to get him at a stepladder.
Off and away.
Oh yeah, they actually brought in a pretty decent, well-known actor from Ming at the time. And he did his job. Ming the Merciless. Anybody who actually goes out of their way to call themselves the Merciless Yeah. So say, someone mentioned Kung Pao. Is that, to pull a random gag out of my head, where he punches a hole through the guy's stomach, and the narrator's like, I mean, did you see that? I'm not even sure that's possible. Like, physically, I mean. Well, these are nice. I've gotten tired of robotic squirrels and chickens for company. It'll be wonderful to have a pet whose joints don't require oiling.
You have a great day now.
Can I help you?
Broodmother Slavina is likely to be a snarling ball of teeth, spikes, and talons. You've gone and stolen her children away, and no mother takes kindly to that. 'Tis true they hatched from eggs, but she loves the little beast no less than your mother loves you. She'll be desperate and fierce in equal measures. Everything Hemet loves in a target. You and he and that mammoth should be a match for her.
For the Alliance.
All right, let's go do it. You like vehicle quest, right? Because this is Wrath. Because of how strange we're doing this, this is actually our first vehicle quest. So we're on a mammoth, and there's Nessingwary. Up there, up front. Ready to go. So we can signal him to attack, we can charge, we can gore, and we can stomp. Vehicle quest, woo! Vehicle quests are yet another example of something that was a good idea that they needed time to really polish to be actually good. Yeah, they really love the vehicle quest concept, and I can see why. From a designer perspective, it allows you a tremendous amount of options in terms of boss design and in terms of quest design. However, they probably should have figured out what they were doing a little bit first before they just started shotgunning vehicle quests all over the entire world.
What can I do for you?
Well, I had a whole speech prepared, but the old man has some words he wanted to tell you. Okay, let's go with that one.
See you later.
Oh, what a fight, Mistorian. It was one for the ages. There we were, riding in the battle at full speed on the back of Stumpy. Everything was shaking all over the place. I could hardly steady my gun. And then we saw her, the fearsome beast. It took all of Iron Man's skill to maintain control of Stumpy. Did it, though? The battle was a haze of blood, lead, and sweat. The brood mother's attacks came faster and faster. But in the end, Iron Man and I prevailed through our wits and teamwork. And now we have this glorious trophy as a memento of our victory. Do I detect a bit of jealousy? Well, I don't know. I was tending the fire and discussing the drawbacks of cogs. That's pretty epic, too, in its own way. Look. Yeah, it's worth noting, from memory, we haven't reviewed it yet, but from memory, I do actually enjoy the Flame Leviathan fight and the trash leading up to it. But there's definitely some asterisks attached to that sentence, you know? It's like, okay. So we got Whirling Dragon Punch, which was the big thing I really wanted. What else can we get down here? I haven't really looked at the bottom talents anytime recently. The Crippler. I'll go with that for now.
Hey there. See you around.
There's one little problem we have to solve before we head out. You see, I can't seem to find the keys to my flying machine. I've looked pretty much everywhere for them. Maybe you can give me a hand. Only place I haven't looked yet is inside the lake. I'd even get my own air tank. It's almost empty, but it's got a couple of hits left.
Be careful. See you later.
I'm not sure about what I saw flying to the northeast, but it looked to me like a gigantic woman kicking Scourge butt. That's actually in the quest dialogue. I'm not making that up. I'd heard the professor talk about a certain life warden appointed by the Titans to look over the Sholazar. I might not be a Titan historian, but it sounds like she fits the bill. I also know that if the Scourge crosses the border between the Lost Lands and the Sholazar, our expedition is dead. So why don't you go lend her a hand?
For the Alliance.
Oh yeah, Resident Evil 1. That was good schlock. I remember enjoying Resident Evil 2 as well. I'm not sure if that qualifies. And then Resident Evil 3 started to lose me. God, Daredevil. So actually, you know what? Daredevil's a good example. Because Daredevil was enjoyable schlock. But you know what wasn't? Elektra. Yeah, my mother was a big fan of, I can't remember her name, the woman who actually played Elektra. And we both enjoyed Daredevil for what it was, so we saw Elektra in the theaters. It's okay, I got a worse one from that. Yeah, no, this quest. Oh, God, Wrath quests are so bad. Someone asked if they're better or worse than BC quests. Honestly, for the most part, they're exactly the same. And that's the problem. There are a few more modern-y quests here and there, but for the most part, these are just BC quests again, which are just vanilla quests again. Anyways. So, I know some people disagree with me on this, but Mortal Kombat 1 is honestly what I would consider to be a good film, even though it is a schlock film, and it is. So, Mortal Kombat 1, good schlock. Hell yes. Then there's Mortal Kombat 2. Yeah. If you have not seen Mortal Kombat 2, I honestly recommend you don't watch it. It is not enjoyable bad. It is just plain terrible.
Greetings. Have a good one.
Like, they were trying way, way too hard to be this big, serious drama. Most of the cast was changed, like, for no good reason. The effects were worse, the music was worse, the dialogue was atrocious, and not in a fun way. I'm pretty sure they didn't have a director for half of it.
For the Alliance. See you later.
It's about time we had the planes up and running of this place. The professor's been asking me to check out a strange weather pattern from the northeast. We need a co-pilot. What do you say, tough guy?
Have a good one.
Sure, I like vehicle quests. Dude, there's a reason they brought back Shang Tsung's actor from Mortal Kombat 11? The one we played. Yeah, that's a good way to put that, Bregman. The second Mortal Kombat film was just unsatisfying. The first one was fun. Looks like the Scourge of the airport event. Look, see that? She's huge! I've seen bigger. There we go, hold on tight. Rough wind ahead. No, that's called Scourge, dude. They literally already have plague devices here, for God's sakes. The glacier seeping in from Ice Crown and undead are everywhere. Wait till the professor gets a hold of this. Uh-oh! We're under attack. You're gonna have to get us back before the plane explodes. And this starts the second half of the quest. Unfortunately, this should have been this is a good example of how the vehicle quests in Wrath kind of suck. Because the second half of the quest involves pointing a direction, hitting auto run, and then waiting. This is it. This is the quest. See what I mean? Like, there's a timer, but because it's a vehicle, they determine the speed of the plane, so it's not a tight timer at all, and there's nothing to dodge on the way there. So it's, can you hit the button when you get home? And that's it.
What can I do for you? See you around.
Saved my life up there, buddy. Nice flying.
Be careful.
You're welcome, I think. Hard to tell, honestly. Okay. Believe it or not, we're most of the way through the zone. We've got 2 major chains left to do. I think we'll push out lunch for that. So, check it out. We've got these frenzy hearts. So these are the guys who look cute and aren't cute. These guys suck. They're evil. They're pure evil. Both the Wolvar and the Gorloks are childish. The difference is, you know how children can sometimes be really cruel? That's the Wolvar. And sometimes children can be really adorable? That's the Gorlok. And, that's about all I have to add to that, actually. Let's go ahead and kill the boss here. So, they run away as soon as we attack it. Then when we kill it, run back and say, "Hey, you steal kill! Now you all get gek. You take my kill! You take my kill!" He taunts you with his spear. "You dumb Pandaren! Now you all get gek. You be slave! You slay many more beasts for Frenzy Heart. Go Frenzy Heart Hill, northeast. Tell Haisham and Rekchek, you new slave! Go, or I taunt you a second time." These people all deserve to die. I don't know anybody who actually picked the Wolvar faction to join, like, first, or primarily. Except for people who are doing it for the achievement, like me. So I did them first and then finished on the Gorloks. "You new slave? Good. We running out." Question. Several questions, actually. "You think you're so great, huh? You know Frenzy Heart. You not know of Hunt? Gorgek, great ape hunter. He slays so many ape, you can't count on claws." Hold on. How many fingers do you have? 4. Okay. "You go with Gorgek and hunt hard knuckles. You the slave. You do what Gorgek tell you." Okay. "Slave thing. Rekchak want me babysit you while I kill hard knuckles. I feeling generous, so I let you kill some too, but don't get in way. Rekchak not know yet, but Gorgek has eye on big, bad, hard-knuckle mama. We go to hard-knuckle clearing and poke soft knuckles with poker. Make sure she come yelling, 'Yes! Yes! Thank you, Oshunix!'" Sorry. So Wrath did implement one new bit of tech that I did appreciate when it came to quest design, and that is saying thank you to Ojunix. Thank you, Ojunix. Put that toward Persona 4 Golden, BBC Kakarot, and Grim Fandango. This is the concept. The quest mob who moves with you. Now, this sounds like a minor thing, but actually, this is a great concept. First of all, it does give you a little bit of additional help when out and questing, which is helpful for, you know, certain mobs or certain specs or certain classes which are just not as good as other ones. Second of all, it means the turn-in is much, much easier because you turn in at the guy who's right next to you. Pretty much completely getting rid of the entire backtracking problem that most quests have. They actually would implement further ideas to smooth this over in Cataclysm as well. And third of all, it was a good way to have quests chain without dumping them all in your face. I know that sounds strange. Basically, it helps quest flow, I think is the way I want to explain that. Because you get a quest in town, and that quest gives you a guy who follows you around. That quest is what actually then pushes you through the chain. Thanks, Mike. Hey, AJ Palmer, again. faction I'm doing. There's only one choice. Like, there's the good guys, and then there's the assholes. Like, one of them are like, hi, we be friends. And the other one's like, we enslave you because we're evil. Like, I mean, come on. There's no choice here. I mean, I guess they're not evil. They're just jackasses. But what's the difference, you might say? Well, you see... Of course I do. Come on, J. Palmer. Give me a break. I didn't stop achievement hunting until BFA. I will admit I have very few achievements for BFA and onwards, because I stopped achievement hunting in BFA. Oh, sorry, Eugenics. Brofist. Well, see, that was easy, J. Palmer. I just did the assholes first and then switched to the good guys. Easy peasy. I was going to say something and I lost it. Oh, absolutely, Wenlock. They... A lot of people like to point out that the Horde are super duper evil. But as weird as it's going to sound, I think that's more on the writers being bad than it is about, like, the Horde definitively being evil. You know? Like, there's a whole lot of just, what? When it comes to how they wrote the Horde back in the day. I mean, we've already seen that in BC, where the Blood Elves are straight up bad guys. Like, there's no debating it. The Blood Elves are evil. The playable Blood Elves. And then, like, towards the end of it, they're like, oh, shoot, I will torment all of them. I mean, this quest is literally, we're torturing babies to lure a mother out so we can kill her. That is unironically and literally the quest we're doing right now. A plus to story for having a choice in the story? No, usually that's more of a gameplay thing. But we'll debate that as we get there. Hi, TSP. Yeah, no, the Wolvar are messed up. Oh. Yeah, the goblins, that's another good example. So, can I go ahead and admit something that irritates me? People irritate me. Because some of you may or may not be aware of the fact that they've been trying to turn the goblins into an actual species instead of, you know, a joke. And there's been a sincere and significant attempt to try and do that over several years, but most especially right now. That's probably leading into the Undermine stuff, too. So I'm hopeful we'll see more of the goblins not being a joke in the Undermine. And I have already seen many people complain about the fact that the goblins are turning into an actual race instead of the joke race. Anyways... That's it. I have nothing else to add to that. That irritates me. Moving on. Gorgak show silly Pandaran slave how it done. Gorgak takes you to kill Big Mom of Hard Knuckles. Huh? You lucky. Soft Knuckles squeal good. Rakjak not dumb. Maybe you're good at killing things. Maybe Frenzy Heart can make you into a real hunter. Dajak hunts giant wasp things better than all Wolvar. Go with Dajak to Sapphire Hive to the southeast. Oh, by the way, the other thing these quests are doing is tutorializing. When you actually join the faction for the dailies, you can pick a specific hunter to help you, and each of them kind of operate a little bit differently from the other one. So we get the main quest, which show us each of them in turn, so we can decide which one we want to do later. Yeah, Gazlo was in Vanilla, J. Palmer. And yeah, I know you meant Gallywix. It's okay, one's named Gallywix, one's named Gaslo, and they're both goblins. Yeah, Gazlo Oop, too far south. Am I just blind? Is it in north? There it is. It's here in Ratchet. So, canonically, this is actually true even in WoW. So, Gazlo helped build Orgrimmar in Warcraft 3, in Frozen Throne, specifically. And then he made so much money off of that, he actually made his own frickin' town and turned it into a trade hub to connect with Booty Bay on the eastern continent. So, he runs Ratchet. Get it? Because it's a racket. And, yeah, anyways. But no, Gazlo's actually pretty cool, and he's been around, like I said, since Warcraft 3, and he's been getting to be a more interesting and better character for a long time. A lot of people were really pissed that Gallywix was the racial head of the goblins instead of Gazlo, because Gallywix didn't exist until Cata. That's when he was invented, and he's literally Bobby Kotick. There's no actual getting around that. He's literally Bobby Kotick. So a lot of people, myself included, were like, why don't we just have Gazlo? He is the Goblin Face, right? He's been the Goblin Face since before WoW was around. He was literally the Goblin Face in Prototype WoW, which was the Frozen Throne Orc campaign. Good news. The final boss of the upcoming Undermine raid is Gallywix. I hope we kill his stupid face off. Bristlepine can be dangerous, but most stay away from Wolvar. Wasps, on the other hand, not fear Frenzy Heart. They even kill our hunters. I know Ratjack wants Wasp Queen dead, but no Wolvar want to go get her hive. You go kill Wasp Queen. Okay. I want to be very clear about that. I don't think we should, like, defeat him and then he survives, which is normally what I, say we should do. No. We should kill Gallywix. He deserves to die. Straight up. I was glad that he actually just left the narrative completely. If you're going to bring him back, it better be so we can kill his ass. Who's worse, Gallywix or Odin? So, that's actually a tough question. So let's go through the laundry list here, shall we? So Odin forces one of his own subservients into a horrific state that she does not want, and then enslaves a huge number of her people going forward in order to accomplish his own, frankly, mad vision of how things should be. Now, the thing is, Odin doesn't do that out of any kind of knowledge or moral compass or malice. He does that because he's a Titan Forged, and all Titan Forged, to some extent or another, suffer from Titan think. It's my own terminology. I came up with it during the lore run. So Titan can only think in certain ways. That's Titan thing. And so they're kind of stuck in their ways because they're not. In many cases, they're not even fully sentient in the strictest sense of the word. They're very restricted by what they can do and their programming, right? Yeah, no, Odin is very Titan-brained. You can tell just by reading some of his stuff. It's very clear that he was just like, of course I naturally enslaved my subservients and did something they didn't want me to do. I needed them to do something. Why would anything else happen here? Like if I pick up a hammer and the hammer starts saying, no, don't use me to hammer down some nails, your whole purpose is to hammer down these nails. Get to it. By the way, we see some of this in War Within. It's really good. That's all I'm going to say. Moving on. So anyways. Moving on. The, fatigue. I'm really tired today, by the way. I was hoping to be a little bit more through Sholazar by now. I was hoping to do like a one-shift thing today, but man, we still got 2 quest arcs left. Gallywix knows better. He just doesn't care. And in my book, that makes him a little bit worse. Gallywix understands concepts like morality and decency. He's just that despicable of a person. Like, what Odin did was horrible. What Gallywix did was, when a lot of people were about to die, literally die, and were desperate and afraid, and doing everything in their power just to survive, his first thought was to try and steal all of their stuff to enrich himself, and then, once he did that, enslave the ones who survived in order to make even more profit out of them. I would actually put Gallywix as worse there, personally. Now that is a judgment call, so that's up to you. But that's my take. Or if I could explain this in slightly different terms, he also stole her a boyfriend or girlfriend, as the case may be. Jackass. It's okay. We killed them later. Yeah, no, Gallywix is like cartoonishly evil, is what I would be saying if not for the fact that he's just Bobby Kotick. I know it sounds like that's a joke. You need to understand that it isn't. You need to understand that he is actually really modeled after one of the most... I shouldn't say that way. He is modeled after a CEO who I have actually studied. Let me phrase it that way. So I am more familiar with Bobby Kotick than I am people like Eisner, I think. The guy in charge of Disney. Or Jeff Bezos or Elon Musk. I actually know a decent amount about Bobby Kotick because thanks to him owning several franchises I care about, I've actually studied him in his career. Which I say to get across the point that Bobby Kotick is a disgusting human being. And I'm not joking or exaggerating or just saying, oh, he's rich. No, he is evil. And that's Gallywix. Actually, yeah, Mad Overlord, that's a good point. Helya, we'll talk about Helya. Helya is another character I think got hit by the bad writing stick. Because she could be a fascinating and tragic character. And instead she's just another character who was ruined by the Jailer. Character ruined by the Jailer, number 587. We kill many wasps. But I don't think they run out. Well, you smell like wasp things. You killed Wasp Queen? You stronger than Rechek thought. Maybe wasps go away now and stop attacking hunters. Are we done here? Oh, not quite, not quite. Dumb Gorgek stumbled into chicken house and let chickens go. They run all around. Go get chickens back. Go, go, shoot. I hated this daily so much. I don't have any words for that. I hated this daily. Almost all these quests turn into dailies, by the way. Really, Yura? Wow. A character wasn't ruined by the Jailer. I don't know. Old Blanchy. I mean, you've seen the red version, right? Which I don't think I have still. I don't think I ever bothered to get that. The Partos was not ruined by the Jailer. Or was he? The Jailer was the Partos. Is there a time... Would I have been alright with Gallywix being better when Thrall made him leader? Yeah. I mean, at that point, he would stop being Bobby Kotick, wouldn't he? But no, I would have been okay if they decided to turn him into a Gazlowe, to be quite frank about it. Like, Gazlowe was a fairly typical goblin when he was first invented, all the way back in Frozen Throne. And the reason he's a cool character now is because they kept developing him. Ironically, one of the first expansions to really develop Gazlowe was actually BFA. They did some good stuff with him there. And of course that got further developed in the future, and it just kept going. So, you know what? Yeah, I would have been fine if Gallywix was turned into a real character instead of evil. Sire Denatrius. A perfect example of a character who is so much better because of his voice actor. You know, that's a fair point, Rikersbeard. You remember that speech I just gave about how much I know that Bobby Kotick's terrible? Jeff Bezos tries really hard to portray himself as a good guy. Have you ever seen that stupid video of him walking through his warehouse, shaking hands with his employees? Speaking personally and from experience, you know that there was a meeting like a week in advance for that. And then there was another meeting like the day of, and they vetted who was actually going to be there to shake his hand. And it's like, okay, you need to act happy, and you need to do this, and he needs to do this. If you do anything weird, you're fired, and it's just, oh my god. Yeah, no, that was so fake and so nonsense. Yeah, and he was just like, what? So I will actually give you that, Rikersbeard. Good. I was worried about foodstuffs. I'm already pretty hungry. Thank you, Pendarn. You're welcome, I guess, for the chicken meat. I do like chicken meat. Lion Killer, Chicken Chaser, New Frenzy Heart Slave. I know you want to stay safe, so I tell you what to do. Show you better than other Frenzy Heart hunters, and then Rek'Jek respect you. Under Sands of South River is a beast that kills wasps, apes, even Wolvar. He called Surfex. You bring Claw of Surfex, maybe he release you from slaveness. Why are we doing this quest? In lore, I mean. You good hunter, but Frenzy Heart make you stronger. Go get crystals. Okay. I mean, okay, real talk. This feels a lot like a lot of the Dragonflight quest. Or, Dragonflight? Jesus Lord. Dawn Trail. Dawn Trail. Right? Like, we're just going along for the ride. Like, yeah, You go do a thing. Okay. You got it. You don't try to run now. You do what I say? Sure. Like, you just know that the moment these people ask you to do anything real, you're like, okay, no. Line. Unfortunately, and I will give FF14 this, we are at least more of a character over in FF14. So even though we're in the background while all the quest stuff is going on, at least in FF14 we're in the background munching on popcorn while all the quest stuff is going on. Oh god, I can hear it now, J. Palmer. So for those who don't read chat, J. Palmer just said, I just heard Woody in the background talking to Buzz Lightyear from Toy Story 1. You are a slave! Then in Toy Story 2, Buzz says to Woody, you are a slave! God, You can do it, Mr. Ed. I believe. I don't believe. You're not going to make it. It's all over. We were all... The real slaves are the ones we found inside us all along. You mean literally? No. Oh god, J. Palmer, it really would. That's kind of horrible. And by kind of horrible, I mean... Ah! You know, that's a good point, Dakota. Even WoW dips in and out of traps being useful. They had a whole spec just for traps, and they got rid of it in favor of making it a melee class, and it was a change for the better. Zipik is best hunter of Frenzy Heart. Zipik hunts big tongues, ugly things near swamps that steal all their stuff. Ugh. Zipik go on long trek to break Big Tongue's shrine. Try to scare them away. We don't want big tongues in this land anymore. That's right. This is our land, for we're the Horde, and we're going to kill all those innocent people who are the Alliance. Because we're the Horde. Kill death. Death kill. The move animation for Crocolisk is so hilarious. Look at that. It's so jank. It's so jank. I love how we go back and forth rapid fire, too. Oh, dunk, 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 dunk. Look at it. Look at it. Look at it. Oh, it's so jank. Ignore the Scourge. We're walking past. Everything's fine. Chad shuffle. Can I think of one positive thing about Shadowland? I can think of a lot of positives about Shadowland. That's the funny part. Shadowlands is easy to come up with positives for. Are you kidding me? Here's a positive for you. So, Shadowlands happens after BFA, which happens after Legion. So, there's a quest where we... I'm trying to think of how to say this without spoilers. Get Ysera caught up with what's been happening in her absence. That's not only a good quest, but it's appropriately surreal in how horrifying it is, and her reaction to it is telling. Like, one individual scene, one quest, that's a positive to Shadowlands. Never mind, like, everything about Ardenweald or Bwonsamdi, or the Kyrians and how they do soul ties and how much that affects people, or the nature of how messed up it is that they require people to lose their memories in order to operate and function. There's a bunch of positives for Shadowlands. I got a bunch. Gameplay-wise, they've got a lot of really good quest design. Dungeons, I remember positively. And the raids were pretty solid. That's not true, Rikersbeard. Because Shadowlands is when Classic came out. We here must work fast. Watch out for big tongues. Okay, crystal things. Big tongues use crystals to power rain shrines. Zepik not know how it works, but Zepik not does know. Use wrong crystals, clouds go crazy. Zepik try sneak in at one of the other shrines, but not go so well. It go much better with two. Take shrines, place at pillar, and then smash to release power. Zepik not sure what will happen, so might want to step back. Gorillas and wasps are boring. Big tongues are the only fun thing to hunt. I want to kill alliance scum. While we were up at shrine, we kill lots of missed big tongues. That's sure to make them not want to come back to village thing. He nods to himself confidently. Yes, if we kill a bunch of people, they will leave us alone. Honestly, speaking to someone who is not a big fan of vanilla, ditto, Rikersbeard. I sometimes wonder if Brack, in particular, ever has a moment where he realizes how hilariously wrong he was. Like, have you ever had a moment, right, of just, oh my god, or, huh, like, did he have the wherewithal to recognize? The answer, of course, he didn't, because he didn't care. Ah, what an asshole. Preferred non-capital city on the old world. I know, Rikersbeard. Sorry, I'll answer Rain36's question in a second, but can I just say something that really pisses me off? Final Fantasy XIV's onboarding. Getting the game, getting the account, setting that up, setting up your subscription, getting the game installed, getting logged in properly because there's different versions and clients of the game and each of them operate a little bit differently from each other. It is way too frustrating for a brand new player to get into FF14. Now, I'm not saying that in a way that's like, oh, FF14 sucks. It's more like, what are you doing? Fix it! FF14 had what was probably a once-in-a-lifetime chance to massively increase their player base during the Shadowlands dip. They didn't. I mean, several people did come over. I don't want to sound like they didn't. But, like, a lot of those people didn't successfully join FF14. I will never forget... oh, God, I can't remember who it was now. So I guess I will forget. One of the bigger WoW streamer people, God, I hope it wasn't Asmongold, but I think it was Bellular, was like, hey, a little bit of free advice, Square. Fix your player onboarding, and you will do a lot better for a lot of people. Yeah, no, FF14 kept going as if nothing changed, and it's like, guys? You operate an oil drilling company, and they just found a new tap nearby. And you decided to be like, eh. It was Preach. I think you're right. I think it was Preach. Because it was someone I actually paid attention to, and I don't pay attention to most of the other ones. Oh, my neck. Anyways. Sorry. I just wanted to rant about that really quick, because it's like, guys! I had to drag people into FF14 when I wanted them to play it with me. And it really was drag. So what is player onboarding? Everything in between you making the decision to play a game and then you actually being in a state of playing the game. That entire gap is onboarding. So, you know, finding where you can buy it, finding where you can download it, getting the download working properly, getting an account set up, getting the account working properly for you, connecting the account to the game itself, going through the password stuff, all that stuff, right? Now, I know what you're thinking. That's a process? It is. There's actually a lot of work and effort that goes into onboarding for anything when it comes to software or games, or even just something like getting your Windows operating, right? Onboarding is a thing that has design like everything else does. And for example, WoW's onboarding is a joke. If you want to make a brand new account WoW right now, you just like, all right, here's my email, set up an account, done. It'll give you the Battle.net launcher, you'll start downloading, and when it's ready to hit play, you hit play. That's it. It will take you 5 minutes to onboard into WoW. It took us an hour to get this person's account set up for FF14. It isn't helped, by the way, the fact that there's technically like 4 types of accounts for FF14, and each of them works a little bit differently on the back end. And yeah, the Mog Station is a garbage website that really needs an overhaul. Anyway, sorry. It works so good. You see Lightning Smash Oracle guy? Oh, so good. I love torturing innocent people, because I'm the Horde! I stabbed those big tongues good. You did okay, I guess. Nah, just kidding. You good hunter. Glad to hunt with you. Okay, we done. Time to go back. No Croclus this time, though. Okay, sure. Weird, but okay. Yeah, Square has been ripping money out of FF14's coffers for 12 years now, I want to say. I actually am very, very boring. Guys, wake up, wake up. Okay, sorry. So now that I've bored you back awake, I am a very, very boring person, and I freely admit that. I am so boring of a person that I am the kind of person who will absolutely sit down and actually read financial reports. Now, the reason why is because those financial reports tend to be more indicative than, I would say, anything else that a company tends to put out. And so for companies I actually care about, I tend to read that stuff, like Square. I've been reading their reports for several years now, and I say without hyperbole that the only reason Square is still in the green, that is to say in the black actually, at all, is because of the fact that FF14 is constantly funneling money into the company. No joke, no exaggeration. We'll do that. Sorry. Idiots. So Rain36 asks, what non-capital city town in the old world would you like to live in, I think it was? Yeah, it is live in. I want to ask this question to the crowd, too. So anything that isn't like, Stormwind, Ironforge, or Undercity, or Orgrimmar, or Thunderbluff, or Darnassus. So everything other than those.
Safe travels.
Anyone who says Goldshire is going to get an immediate ban. No, I'm joking, I'm joking. Look, I have a lot of respect for Yoshida as a manager. Really, I do. And I know that he does a lot of good work to keep his creative team going. But, yeah. Amir Drasil does not count. It was specifically Kalimdor and Eastern Kingdoms, aka the Old World. Blown up by lightning. You good hunter. Rakjak like you. Maybe one day you'll be honorary with Frenzy Heart. Only maybe, though. Okay. Rakjak have important job for you. Go capture injured Big Tongue. Not bring Hunter this time, because they maybe want to just kill it. I want to hide it so I can poke it. Make it tell me things. Sorry, I just realized that terminology. We came up with that terminology. Old World was a term we came up with back in BC to describe the difference between Outland and the Old World. When Cataclysm came out, it became the New World. And so, that's that. God, I'm kind of torn. There's actually a lot of places that would be kind of chill to hang out in, Like the North Barrens. Yeah, no, the Thousand Needles. Here's my answer. No, Decilis. No. If I'm being honest, the idea of being here at Bloodhoof Village is kind of appealing. I do like big, open, rolling plains and spaces. But the problem is I need meat in my diet. That's not even a joke. I need meat in my diet, so that's probably off. Azure Mist would count, technically. But, If Westfall was actually not a hellhole, I could go with Westfall. But unfortunately, it is a hellhole, so we're going to skip over that one. And anything up here is just a no. All this is just... I'm kind of tempted by Karanos as well. I know that's sort of cheating because Ironforge is right there, but even if it wasn't, even if Ironforge didn't exist, I'd still be tempted by Karanos. So we've got Karanos and Bloodhoof, both starter zones. Moonglade, no! But I'm not a druid. Bellwood, no. You know what? See, I didn't want to pull the trigger on this, but honestly, even though it's kind of a boring answer, the actual best answer would probably be Lakeshire. Lakeshire has nothing really going against it other than the presence of the Dark Horde attacks up north. And that's a one-and-done issue that technically has already been solved at this point. So, yeah, I'm going to go with Lakeshire. Nice big lake, decent foliage, plenty of food, good connection point with Stormwind, not too far off. Yeah. Done. Excuse me, are you okay? Oh, I'll go ahead and help you up to your feet. Oh, God! No, kill me, please. Was just looking for fish. We don't want to die. I'm sorry. I not mean... Oh, hang on. Sorry. You help Rainspeaker. I saw you help Rainspeaker. Traitor thing. If you want friends be with big tongues, you not friends with Frenzy Heart. I tell village. We no trust you no more. We're the Horde. We're evil. I'm sorry. I not mean to get you in trouble. He stares at you blankly for a long while. You saved me. We thank you. We going back to village now. You come too? You can stay with us. Puppy man kind of mean anyway. Sure. Home time. So now we play with the objectively better faction. The Alliance. Alright, my mount attacked me. He was mad that I was making fun of his movement animation. I mean, Dishonored 2, that's going to be a trip, especially since we're going to play through it twice. We'll get there. We'll get there. We got a couple months. Let's expand that question. So pick one spot in Northrend that isn't Dalaran to live in. Like you get like a summer home. Thanks. You're welcome. Yeah, I was gonna say the problem is Grizzly Hills is such an easy answer to that. I'm not even sure it's a question. Like Dragonblight is a hellscape and also literally a graveyard. Zoldrak is the kingdom of the Drakari, which is kind of an empty graveyard right now. The Howling Fjord has all kinds of problems and Vrykul everywhere. The Borean Tundra is a mess in multiple directions. Ice Crown is Ice Crown, and Storm Peaks is something that's essentially unavailable, and also swarming with Titan Forged. So that leaves nothing. The only answer at that point is the Grizzly Hills. So yeah, let's try that again. How about Outland? Someplace other than Shatrith. You help us? Oh, you're welcome then. I'm not sure I deserve to be welcomed, but thanks. I'll appreciate it. We were here long before the puppymen came. This very sacred place. We will not leave. You seem like you good, but we have Lafu stay with you just in case. You understand, we think. Their snake thing, keep trying to eat our hatchlings. Go with Lafu. Make them stop, okay? Hey, Lafu. Susei say we go with you. You be nice, okay? Ooh. We know. If we make Susei happy, we bring back more offerings for shrine. We not go far. It's just... It's always stuff to dig up around village. Just look for sparkles. It's one of the worst dailies in this and frickin'... Okay, whatever. I don't know. Zangarmarsh does have an appeal if you're into wet. And other wet. Unfortunately, yeah, Nagrin feels like that's a little bit too easy. Too many of these are easy. Too many of these are just... There's only one option. Alright, let's move it forward another step. Pandaria. There's a lot of cool places in Pandaria to live in. So where do you pick in Pandaria? Now, I've actually already answered this, because I've already said the Valley of the Four Winds. I want my frickin' farm. But even I am a little bit torn on that one, because there's a lot of places I would like to live in Pandaria. For example, I can't remember the name of the actual town, but it's right over here. Dawn's Blossom, right here. I would also love to live at the Tian Monastery, even if I wasn't practicing there. I could do a little work and just earn my keep, you know, helping to work there. Probably, I could see myself working as a janitor at the Tian Monastery, for example. And yeah, Dawn's Blossom would just be, that's the vacation spot. Also, immediate access to the Arboretum. So if I ever wanted to go paint for a while, I could do that. There's several others than Jade Forest, but then we've also got the Valley of the Four Winds, which has its own awesome options. And then we've got the Vale before that crap happened. And Kun Lai actually has plenty of places too, despite its current issues. This was a really lush and prosperous realm, including everything around the Temple of the White Tiger. And remember, there were multiple towns here before the events of the game happened. I don't know how long this will take for Lictum. It took us about a week to get through BC, and I anticipate that'll be the longest expansion, with the possible exception of Kata. So that's BC, Kata, Wrath, excuse me, and then Pandaria, Warlords, Legion, and then BFA, Shadowlands, Dragonflight, and War Within. That's 10 weeks at an absolute bare minimum. And I'm probably not going to go that fast. Especially if I keep stopping to talk about where we would live. See you around, J. Palmer. Yeah, I actually like these shoulder pads. It's rare I see something I actually think looks good on a Pandaren, but the suit works out pretty well. Do I still have any 50 gear? Probably do somewhere. I got a ring, trinket, my weapons, of course. I really need a new weapon. And my necklace and my helmet. I got a lot of holes. You're fine, Verlictum. I mean, I hope I don't annoy you with having absolutely no idea how to pronounce your name. Your new name is Wur. Just Wur. Ooh, K3. That's an interesting pick. I like that. Damn right, Rikersbeard. We're playing a Pandoran monk. 1 zone and 2 dungeons. I'm already done with the dungeons. Also true, Bregman. Even modern Kunlai has a lot of room to just move in and just say, this is my spot now. Oh my god, could you imagine running like an in-house, like a traveler's stop kind of a thing in Kunlai? Oh god, I lost the guy. Oh, this quest. Why is it putting me here? Hang on, before we get to Dragon Isles, let's go to Warlords first. Draenor. Now remember, Draenor is a death world. And everything that implies. So there's nowhere that's going to be safe in Draenor. Not unless you're, part of a group. Hate this quest. Hate this quest. Yeah, exactly, Valerian. I mean, with my health problems, if I lived on Draenor, it wouldn't be for very long. Let them come. I don't know, I could see the forest working out. But I have to admit, I would probably go ahead. I'd probably go ahead and go with Shadowmoon. Well, you see Rikersbeard. Anyways, moving on. I hate this quest so much. I cannot believe I haven't even gotten a single item yet on this stupid quest. Let me go ahead and give a negative just to this quest. Undead Brewmaster. Glug, glug, glug. Stupid quest. No, come back. Come back. Let me explain this quest and why it's a negative by itself. Hang on, let me find an example first. If I can. Oh my god. If it's not obvious, I'm looking for something in particular. This isn't like some silly, I just need to show this off. I actually have to find these things in order to... Ah, there's one. Okay, okay. So. Can anyone point to me the quest objective on the screen here? Oh, I have no idea. I'm sure plenty of them do. Yep, it's this tiny little sparkle here. Now, it's not super visible, but my favorite part about it is you see how long it doesn't stay animated. If you don't understand why that's frustrating, well, then first of all, you didn't understand that it literally just despawned right in front of me. Second of all, it only stays visible for brief periods of time. This quest sucks by itself. You need 6 of these. And they are not a guaranteed drop because this is still a classic quest. I don't need you to handhold me to a quest, but could you do something more than just stare at the screen for like 3 seconds at a time and then find a new spot and then stare at the screen for 3 seconds at a time? And it's also a huge area. And, like I said, it's not a guaranteed drop. It's also a little buggy. Like that there will happen, and I just lost my companion, so I can no longer dig in new spots for a while because he's off chasing bugs, and I gotta wait. Ugh. This turns into a daily, by the way. The companion doesn't do anything, though, Wrecker's Beard. The sparkle is what gives it away. Once you walk up to the sparkle, the guy's like, hey, now... That is a good point, though. How can we make this work, like with modern quest design? We already have the ability to have, like, a hot and cold thing in the game. In fact, we have 2 different expressions of that. One can give you a text thing saying it's this way, and another can just be literally hot and cold. We also have the ability to literally spawn a flashlight that points in the direction of something. I mean, the easiest fix by far is make it 100% drop rate. Just smooth over that. But, other than that, Maybe even have... So you know how he says something when he finds something? Maybe have him say something when he's near something, too. So, like, as you're roaming around, he's like, I think there's one nearby. So you can just roam around, and he's like, hey, I think there's someone nearby. And you pause, and that's when you look around like, okay, where is it? I don't know. I think there's options. Depends on what direction we wanted to go with it in. So. Yeah, I think I'd go with Shadowman. And he's off chasing bugs. God damn this quest. That's 3 loots that have been nothing. So if you're paying attention, just to put this in math terms, I have had 7 of these so far, and of those, 4 have actually been the drop. I need 6. Anyways. Please don't be bugs again. It's bugs again! I'm now up to 8. Which means I'm currently at a 50% drop rate. Oh yeah, by the way, you're going to see something else in a minute here if this bugs out. Okay, it didn't bug out. We're good, we're good. However, I might have despawned that one. Yep, so there's also a bit of a trigger wonkiness, which I just showcased for you. I thought I did it earlier on accident, but that time I did it on purpose. So if your dude is in any way distracted, aka not just standing at your side, when you walk over a thing, the script for, hey, trigger dig thing, and also despawn the item still happens. Even though your guy is distracted and cannot dig. Which, in gameplay terms, just means it just despawns. Which is what happened. Anyways, So, hang on. So, we did Warlords. So pick one place to live on the Broken Isles. Before we get to Reign 36's new question. So, one place to live on the Broken Isles. I mean, honestly, if we're counting post-revolution, I'd probably go with Suramar. It counts. It's not a capital city of, you know, the main capital cities. Right? That counts, right? Honestly, I'm actually tempted by several places in Legion. That is to say, in the Broken Isles. There's, oh, come on, come on. No, don't do this to me. Don't do this to me. Stupid thing. Stupid bunny. Yeah, Stormheim is just gorgeous and lush and has all kinds of things going for it. High Mountain is amazing, especially if you like the heights. You know, good stuff there. But I think I would go with Suramar if that is... Oh, come on! I'm currently at 5 of 9 success rate. That's a little bit less than 50% chance. There. 6 of 10. Screw this goddamn quest. Okay. Okay, so what's after Legion? BFA. Pass. Alright. Shadowlands. Pass. So that brings us to Dragonflight. We have a great idea. You were friends with Puppymen. Maybe they listened to you. We want to go give offering to Shaman Vekchik. He's southwest where river turns to waterfall. Tell Puppymen we don't want to fight. We play nice. You good Pandaren. We trust you to do this right. Are you sure you trust me with that? Okay. Yeah, that one quest by itself should be added to Classic. Disgusting big-tongued friend. You no belong here. Go from the Horde land, or I call magic stuff to kill you. Shaman, I have spoken with the Big Tongues. They desire peace. I have brought an offering on their behalf. Frenzy Heart will never be friends of the Big Tongues. No, I had no intention of betraying your people. I was just defending myself. I kill you if you come back. You no welcome here no more. For the Horde. Horde are evil. Spear. Oh my god. So mean. We only be nice and they only be mean. Yep. That's the Horde. They're the bad guys. He stares at your forehead a while before speaking. Sugan asked for help. We think they might have been attacked by Puppymen again. We're sending you and Jalut to help. Follow West River. Do what Sugan says. Hit Puppymen on nose if they're being mean. They don't like that. He goes back to staring at your forehead. Where would I pick on the Dragon Isles? That's actually a tough one. Because, being honest, I'm not sure there's a single spot in the Dragon Isles other than, like, the Molten area, which I wouldn't consider livable. So for the first time, I am truly torn when it comes to the Dragon Isles. We think you've seen you before. You visit Mistweaver Village already? Susei say you good. Susei say smart, so we trust you too. He offers you an awkwardly large smile. Some Puppymen came by and smashed blue crystals at Great Miststone. Lots of rain and lightning and badness. Blue is wrong crystal for Miststone. Dumb puppyman. After lightning, puppyman stole big crystal and we found in Sea Lake. We need treasure to give back to Great Miststone. Miststone is angry. One who took it named Tartek. Yeah, he went to the camp north. Go get treasure back. We try to be nice with puppymen ever since they came, but they nothing but mean. The horde are pure evil. We okay with them being dumb. They not do so much harm. Now they mess with sacred shrines, though. Sacred shrines not for messing with. Great stones are here from all... They're also ultra-religious. We wouldn't know what to do if the Great Miststone were hurt. Go back to camp and make puppymen not come back. Okay. I mean, honestly, I would be tempted by Valdrakken, but the stipulation was specifically no capital cities, and Valdrakken is 100% a capital city. Hi. Did someone already kill these people? I'm going to be honest. I think I'd pick somewhere by the Tuskarr in the Azure Wastes. You seriously have a freaking Proto-Drake mount? As a Wolvar? Look, I'm sorry. The Tuskarr are just cool. I don't know what you want from me. Especially the Tuskarr of Dragonflight. Honestly, I could live in Iskar. I prefer colder climates in general. The only problem is I do not like fish. But there is a whole forest right there and plenty of game. Yeah, I think I'm gonna lock that in, Iskar. So after Dragonflight, of course, would be War Within. I can't really answer that one without getting into spoilers. So all I'm going to say is, you know where I'd pick, and I'm just going to leave that at that. So now I'm going to ask Terrain 36's second question. So Terrain 36 says, if you had to pick one area to fight in... Hang on, what do you mean fight in? Like, help me out here. Now I got some gear, this is going a little bit smoother. Go figure. Just kill that guy instantly. Ah, so a place I'd be willing to defend. Okay. So let's rewind. Let's go back to Kalimdor. So a place I would feel sufficiently invested in defending on Kalimdor. A place I would enlist for. Might be a better way to phrase that. That I would go out of my way to sign up for the army to defend such and such. Maybe like a militia thing? Kalimdor. Taraho! No, sorry. Bad joke. Bad joke. Dire Maul. The problem, Riker's Beard, was this character I hadn't touched since Legion, which means their gear was extraordinarily out of date, and I didn't do the gear update thing. Anyways, dumb puppy thieves. Ah, you strong and nice, good friend. He lets out a big toothy grin. Please don't do that. Yeah, I don't have an attachment to land, so I'm trying to think of like people. You good help. Mist Whisper safe. Treasure safe. Puppymen sure to leave us alone now, right? You know, ironically, Moonglade would be kind of one of my picks. I'd be willing to fight to defend the Moonglade. Also, ironically, I would probably go with Darnassus on that one. If it was still there. And it was in the capital city. I don't think you'd be back in time to go out again, but I'm wrong. I'm sending Moodle out to nearby friends to bop silly Mosswalkers for not coming to see Shrine. You want me to go enforce your religion on other members of your people. I just want to be clear about that. I was thinking about Ashenvale, too. Problem is, I'm mostly trying to think from, like, a modern perspective, and Ashenvale's a bit more of a mess nowadays than it used to be. Why is that up? Why are you up? Anyways. So, yeah, the Scourge are trying to Scourgeify, as is their wont. It's kind of their thing. Oh, jeez. Oh, Jesus. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Western Plaguelands. It is getting better, but there's still some stuff a little bit below surface level on that soil that I don't want to deal with, you know? Oh god, I'm turned around. Where am I? Where am I? The current question is, where's a place you would be so invested in that you'd be willing to sign up for fighting to defend it? Like you'd enlist in the local militia kind of a deal. I'm actually turned around. Where the hell am I? Okay. I see what happened. Appropriately, I lost the town in the jungle. Hey, give me the thing. Thank you. Before you say anything, do not assume me as foolish as most of the oracles you've met. I've been into the world a bit, and I've learned your language, and I am not easily duped. I knew the Mossworkers were dead before we ever came, though I didn't know the undead were behind it. They are not supposed to enter this land. The destruction of the Lifeblood Pillar has allowed them in somehow. We must see to it that they leave. There's some small chance the Mosswalkers are not all dead yet, and at very least they deserve not to be butchered like this. Let's find some revenge for the slaughter and see if we can save any in the process. I've always suspected that the pillars have been the main reason for our weather and seclusion from the undead. This confirms it a bit. Not terribly long ago, there was a sound of a great explosion when the Lifeblood Pillar fell. The weather changed for the Mosswalkers almost immediately. It began to snow, something we never see. They were able to stop the snow by bringing more lifeblood crystals to the Moss Stone. Maybe if we can do the same, it'll help ward off the undead. I mean, they're here to conquer and kill Lord Harriman? I don't know. Sort of assuming at this point, so I don't know. You know, honestly, yeah, I know you said no capital cities, but I'm just going to go with Doom or Rogue. Dwarves are cool. Except for the racist ones. And that's just true with most people. Like, humans are cool, except for the racist ones. So, I'd be down for that. And I like Doom or Rogue. Like I said, I kind of want to live in Karanos. So, yeah, you know what? I'm going to go with that. So, that's my Eastern Kingdoms answer. Now, my Kalimdor answer... would be to spend a talent point so it stops yelling at me. Sure, whatever. Yeah, we shouldn't be doing that yet. You know, ironically, I was actually thinking Darkshore, and I realize how silly that sounds, considering. Okay, that's awful. So that little Mosswalker just said with his last words, "Thank you," and then died. Just like that one just did. Oh god, please tell me one of these is alive. Just one. Okay. This is a little horrible. The South Barrens were fighting for. Ironically, no. The whole point of the South Barrens Quagmire is that it is not worth fighting for. It just happens to be the place where they were building a road. That's it. That's all. Thank God, one. We have successfully saved one of these guys. Which, in addition to being less depressing, is also bad game design. What is with these drop rates? Blizzard, come on. This isn't PC anymore. Work with me here. Damn it. I mean, Barrens is a bit of a crossroads in many ways. It's why the war hit there so hard. If you're going to do anything on Kalimdor, you're going to do it on Kalimdor. And honestly, the idea of setting up shop of some type or another along a trade hub is something that has a tremendous appeal to me, right? I get to trade with people. I get to see all kinds of different people periodically. I get good variety. I get news. I don't know. That setting up some kind of waypoint station or inn or something like that sounds pretty awesome to me. So there are worse places I could do that in than the Barrens. So I think I'll go with that too. I think I'll steal your idea. Hey, guys, I've got a great idea. The Barrens. Actually, ironically, I was thinking Ratchet specifically of the Barrens because, again, Gazlowe is legit, so he won't, overcharge the crap out of me. And it already has a port right there. So we got naval connections, too. I don't think we can save the Barrens chat. I don't think anybody can save the Barrens chat. Some of the dialogue these guys say as they die is really interesting. One of them says, "I do something bad? I sorry." Which so I mentioned these are childlike, right? They really don't actually understand anything that's happening here. They think they've done something bad and they're being punished for it. One of them says, "We gave shinies to shrine. We not greedy. Why this happen?" One of them says, "We not do anything to them. I not understand." Another one says, "Please take all my shinies. I done." Sorry. Yeah, you caught me in the middle of a quest reading. The Warcraft movies. I've actually done a video on the Warcraft movie, believe it or not. But I can summarize my answer very, very, very quickly. The human stuff sucked and the orc stuff was amazing. I'd be willing to rewatch about half of that film, even to this day. I wish we had a sequel. I even got a comment from the director of the film. That's not a joke. It's one of the only times a creative person who's been in charge of a work that I've covered has actually reached out to me and been like, hey. No, they did orcs pretty well in that. Voice acting, motion capture, appearance, general writing. Good stuff. Oh my god, this quest. We're currently, I've actually lost track, but we're currently at less than a 10% drop rate for this quest. The biggest problem with the Alliance in the film was that they were just kind of there. Actually, not only have I seen Moon, I've done a video on it. No, these are both rooms. I can't really functionally cover movies live, so all movie coverage is pre-recorded stuff. I don't think so, Valerian. What's it about? No, it's okay. Nobody watches my YouTube channel. I long ago gave up on that. One of the reasons why I don't stress it too much anymore. YouTube isn't for content like me anymore, if it ever was. That sounds like a no then, because that doesn't sound familiar at all, Valerian. So I'm going to say no, I haven't seen it. I mean, the YouTube algorithm is more or less a legitimate plague. A self-repeating plague, even, that gets worse over time due to its very nature. Go figure. I'm very glad we were there to somewhere there to be saved. With luck, they'll make it back to the canopy safely. Perhaps the crystals will ward off the undead gradually, but there's one more thing that needs to be done. We need to find the leader of the undead and kill him to ensure there's no one to push the wretches back upon us. If my suspicions are correct, he'll be inside the fallen pillar, the sundered shard. Corpses being dragged there would suggest as much anyways. Okay, I can deal with that. Yeah, no, exactly, Rector's Beard. It's just... What's really funny, there's actually kind of two things happening with the YouTube algorithm. One is the algorithm growing beyond their control, and the other is everything that's happening very much in their control and on purpose. Both make it worse. Go figure. Anyways. Your favorite film of all time, Valerian? So there's just straight up a lich here doing all this crap. What? There we go. Sorry, I just had to remember I was picking the right side there. I have chosen correctly. That's... Inside Artrius's phylactery, you see what seems like an endless void, and you think you hear screaming in the distance from somewhere inside. As you're about to leave, you see an object floating in the void, barely in reach. And that's actually the end of that chain, thank God. This is when you start the dailies. We're not doing the dailies. Yeah, no, Wrath, I have very bad memories of Wrath, and this is why. We have been doing about 5 hours of just Sholazar, and that's going to be pretty normal for Wrath. The good news is, we'll only have one quest chain left. The bad news is, it's almost guaranteed going to get a negative. Here we go. So I heard you like big women, right? You are not of this land, but you are not of the Scourge. What should I make of you? It should not have happened. The forces of Undeath stormed the very cradle of life. If you're not here to destroy the minions of the Lich King, then leave at once. Do not incur my wrath by distracting me from my duties. What is it, your directive to kill Scourge? I suppose that actually makes sense. Never mind, I take that back. And it's all the quest design, too. Kill way too many mobs, or way too low of a drop rate. And that is the problem right there. I could point to those two specific things. That's what's slogging this up. And that's why I'm not sure we'll actually have some gameplay positives, even in Wrath. We'll see. But if we do, it will not be in Sholazar. So we're still in the running for the first zone that'll get gameplay positives. Also, here's an area with 3 types of mobs. You only need to kill one of them. I'll tell you one thing I'm most curious about when it comes to the review. By memory, almost all the dungeons in the game are good. Right? Even in the BC stuff, we got plenty of positives for dungeon design, right? But the specifics of how good interests me. And I have to admit, the one I'm wondering about most is Kata. I have a lot of extremely bad memories about Kata dungeons. So we'll see. Oh yeah, Ulduar also totally sucks, as we all know. Very well, I am satisfied you're not one of the Lich King's minions. Perhaps there's something you do for us after all. The agents of the Lich King. have foolishly trespassed upon these lands where the power of life rules supreme. All harm they inflict will be returned to them sevenfold. The monster responsible for the corruption is known as Thalgan Blightbringer. You'll find him just north of here. Take this ward, use it to reflect the power of death upon him. Show the Scourge that the power of life prevails above all. Right. Game? Oh, I see. That makes more sense. Huh. That did nothing to him. Holy crap. Okay. Okay. Sorry, actually, I had to pay attention there. Holy crap. Paying attention for a quest. What is this? You continue to prove yourself. Perhaps I was too quick to judge you. I'd assumed you were here with the poachers. No. Please don't kill me. The Titans shaped entire life forms here, fostering their unfettered growth. The 5 crystal pillars that surround the basin emanate pure life force. The Scourge should have never been able to penetrate the basin, but one of the pillars was destroyed. Go to the Lifeblood pillar, see if you can figure out what happened. No undead should have been able to approach it, so keep your eyes out for living intruders. So the Lifeblood pillar was toppled with great force, sending the very earth into upheaval. The elementals that wander the Sundered Shard carry with them the very essence that gave the pillar its strength. I cannot allow this energy to be wasted, for only 4 pillars remain. Head to the Sundered Shard and seek the Lifeblood crystals. Okay. I can do that. No, you're fine, Riker's Beard. I will say this. Ulduar is a raid that I have a lot of fond memories of and a lot of negative memories of. I think it'll score well, because of course it will. It's a raid in WoW. But I'm not sure how well it'll score, like, relatively speaking, you know? Whoops. I didn't mean to do that. So there's a corpse of a person here. There appear to be remains of several powder kegs in the vicinity. It appears the Avatar was right. The undead were not able to enter the basin before the Lifeblood Pearl was brought down, so they used their living agents from the Cult of the Damned instead. And of course they did. What were you expecting? Ulduar was another very experimental raid. And in some cases that really popped. Ulduar, for example, valid target. There we go. Ulduar allowed you to skip a lot of bosses. Like, optional bosses were not exactly new to WoW, but there are a lot of optional bosses in Ulduar. So you can kind of curate, how you want to fight, what, and where. You can also change what order you fight a lot of them in, too. There's very few bottleneck bosses. There's the Flame Leviathan, the XT, Kolagarn, and then just the Keepers. And that's kind of it. Like, everything else is just however you want to do it. Even the Keepers can be done in whatever order. I knew some people would completely skip Ariaya because they just didn't feel like dealing with her. Oh yeah, then there's... Oh god, what do they call that stuff now? I actually looked this up because it has a term. But yeah, the hard mode concept. What do they call that? Hang on. Elite mode is apparently the official term for it. And yeah, so obviously elite mode, I actually like elite mode, by the way. It's a cool concept. And elite mode was invented for Temple of Ahn'Qiraj all the way back in vanilla. The trio of bugs. God damn, Laura. I want to say duo, and I just stuttered over that like 5 times. Zul'Aman obviously continued it with the idea of the bear mount. And in Sunwell, there was the Eredar twins already pointed out. And even before Ulduar, there was actually the Obsidian Sanctum. Depending on how many drakes were still up, would change the fight. But then Ulduar took that concept and just absolutely ran with it. Because let's see, we've got Flame Leviathan, the XT002, the Assembly, Freya, Hodir, Thorm, Mimiron, and then Vezax, and then Yogg. So that's 9 bosses in the raid, all of which have elite mode. And some of those are gradient, too. Like Yogg. I don't remember an elite mode for Algalon. And I've fought Algalon back in the day, too. It's technically the hardest thing I've ever done in this game. Yeah, I was going to say, he was just hard. He was the super optional. That's something that also goes back a while. Once again, to tack, I would say. Because both Viscidus and Odu were super optional, so you didn't have to do them. But either way, Algalon doesn't count for elite mode because there is no alternate mode. That's the point I was trying to make. And yeah, they don't really do super optionals anymore either. How do you access Algalon? So after you fight the Council of Iron on the West Wing, there's a quest there. It's like, hey, go do this quest. Go do the quest, and that'll give you access to Algalon. Put very, very simply. Yeah, Throne had a super optional. They started doing, like, the mythic super optional thing, like the mythic phase concept. Like, they did that in, as recently as Warlords, at the very least, with Heimal. And, I guess, actually, Blackhand. Thank you. It's a shame the pillar has fallen, but we must salvage what we can. Wait, the living willingly serve the Lich King? I love how confused she sounds by that. All this time I've been searching for the wrong enemy. Let us make haste and uproot these cultists. I am an embodiment of but one aspect of Freya, daughter of the Titans. I am the Life Warden. I was left here to protect this land against the threat of the Scourge. I never anticipated Lich King would send willing, living servants to do his work. I can easily crush them myself, but I am all that stands between the armies and the basin. Go deliver my wrath. The Lich King's lackeys have dared to bring weapons of destruction into my domain. Yeah, do I need to tell you about the Wolvar over there? Is that a thing? Oh, okay. So let's see. Ulduar had tons of bosses. Prelate Crusader didn't. So there was that one elite mode in Pandaria. I actually forgot about that. Terrace of the Endless? Protectors of the Endless, excuse me. Terrace of the Endless Spring. The order in which you killed them would change the difficulty in the loot. But I think that is officially the most recent one. Wonder why they dumped that concept. I actually liked that concept. I mean, I know nowadays it's like heroic mode, but like, I don't know. I think I'm weird, because I like the idea more of just kind of changing how I fought the boss to fight it in a harder way, rather than just chunk. Because they're both options, right? Both of them are just, you decide which particular variant of the fight you want. That's an unusual sound to come from a bomb. Just don't want to think about that too much. Then again, there is one thing I actually rather disliked, and that was the concept of the super optional. Well, let me walk that sentence back. I disliked the fact that a lot of the super optional fights had story behind them. Like Sinestra, over in the Twilight Bastion, that's literally MSQ, right? Like, that's main story quest, connecting all the way back to BC and forward to the end of Cataclysm. So, like, how many people never even saw that because they didn't do the mythic boss? And same thing with Heimal over in Warlords. Like, most people don't even see Cho'Gall in Heimal at all. But, you know what I mean. You speak the truth. The intruders at the camp were dealt with, but I'm afraid it's too late. Okay. One of my last holes in my gear. Thank you. You're proving to be a worthy ally. We were not quick enough. The cultist scum have arrived at the pillar and are making preparations to destroy it. We don't have much time. Blow this horn. Channel the crystal. Kill the fools. So yeah, in case you're missing this, the Scourge are the Cult of the Dam are actively trying to blow up more pillars to prevent them from defending, so that the Scourge can sweep down and turn this whole lush, beautiful, bounteous region into another plagued hellscape. We don't want them to do that. I know. Strange. Hey, J. Palmer. Again. And yes, Euro. Don't worry, we're almost done with this stupid zone. There's some decent stuff here, and this is going to score decently well story-wise, but man, this frickin' plays. Glad to be done with Wrath when we get there. Yes, there's only going to be one shift today. That wasn't originally by design, if I'm being completely honest with you. But I want the Death Knight starter zone. I want to be a little more fresh for that, you know. I wasn't expecting a mere mortal to prove as worthy as an ally as you. I fear our efforts have not been sufficient. They show no signs of stopping. The cultists have been taken care of, but the Scourge invasion has not slowed down. They're just a last result. Before I reveal more, however, I must have your absolute trust. Okay. That sounds ominous, but sure. The Titans did not create life overnight. The process was gradual and required a great deal of experimentation and iteration. It is for that reason that highly protected places such as Sholazar exist. To ensure the safety of their experimentation sites, the Titans created a defense mechanism. Its destructive force is unparalleled. Roll eyes. And I will reveal no more until you swear your fealty. I am no friend of the Lich Kings. It borders on sacrilege that these secrets be revealed to a mortal such as yourself, but I have little choice. Ever since Freya, daughter of the Titans, left me here, I've had but one task, and I cannot fail. Life must be protected at any cost. There's a waygate that links this place with another, very much like this one. It is there a weapon will be found. There's no turning back now. If you agree to help me, you do so without hesitation. Let's activate the waygate. You will find the first switch in the Maker's Basin, and the other on the western edge. Be careful, the Titans use the perch to watch over their creations. Many of their servants still guard this place. Kata will either take longer than every other expansion, or shorter. And there really is no in-between on that. I'm really not sure, is the truthful answer. For example, the Kata Lorecraft is the longest Lorecraft, second longest Lorecraft by far. But actually pushing through those zones, and yeah, there's also a lot of dungeons in Kata, and I'm going to try to do as many of those as possible at level. Especially since, you know, we now know the secret of exactly how to make sure that we always stay within level range. Which is 67, by the way. Anybody wanting to join us on that? Go away. So that's an odd question, Riker Spirit. Let me ask you something. Why would I avoid, like, a gargantuan quantity of content in this game? Like why would I not cover Kalimdor and the Eastern Kingdoms? Especially since that was considered the default leveling for a very long time. Not anymore, obviously. That time is long since gone. But it always amused me. When Kata came out, the leveling experience changed completely. Because back in vanilla, BC, and Wrath, the leveling path was you do vanilla, whatever it is that your particular poison was there, BC until you get to like 68, and then you go do Wrath. Once Kata came out, you'd do Kata, go back to BC, go forward to Wrath, and then go back to Kata. It's probably the weirdest point in history for leveling. I can't imagine what that was like to a new player at the time. Halfway there, one more switch needs to be activated. Yeah, I'm just going to read this as we go here. We cannot stop now. You've triggered the first switch, but one remains. The Titans constructed a second vantage point where they oversaw their creations to the east. Pull the activation switch Theta and open the waygate. That's awful, Jay Palmer. No offense. So all of the Titans are actually okay with.
I've got everything set up on this end. Activate the power conduits, and the pad will be operational.
Magni, I need you to do me a favor and not be here for a second, okay? I need to go like, oh god, I'm layered. Okay. Alright. Hang on. Ignore all this. None of this is happening.
Here you go. This pad'll bring you deep below ground, to a place no mortal has walked in millennia. The Hall of Communion. Come on down. I've got a lot to show you.
Yeah, Magni's just time traveling. Ignore him. Yeah, of course, Riker Spirit. Like, I'm sorry.
Built these halls to watch over the soul of the world.
This is literally a scenario. I don't have time for this. I can't do this. I cannot do this.
Diamond.
Get me out of here.
Lately, she's seemed
Get me out of here.
troubled.
Get me out of here.
Hard to read.
Oh god, how do I leave?
Help me get through to her.
There we go. Sorry. I'm thrown by your question, Riker Spirit, so please forgive me. Because I kind of don't understand it. So, forgive me. Let me try that again. Yes, I plan to cover Kalimdor and Eastern Kingdoms. I'll just say that very, very simply. I even have the exact path I'm going to be taking. Alright, I'll go ahead and tell it to you. So, let me pull up my spreadsheet. Hang on a second. The spreadsheet is all. Okay, so we'll be doing, in order... Oh, geez, that's a long list. Hang on. Gilneas, Kazan, Durotar, Ashara, Ashenvale, Stone Talon, South Barrens, Dustwallow, Mulgore, North Barrens. That's wrong. I'll come back to that. Where was I? Desolus, Feralos, Thousand Needles, Tanarus, Mungoro, Teldrassil, Darkshore, Fellwood, Winterspring, Tirisfal, Silverpine, Hillsbrad, West Plagues, East Plagues, Arathi, Hinterlands, Elwind, Westfall, Redridge, Burning Steppes, Duskwood. Hey, this looks more accurate. Damn it, Mad Overlord. Not right. Duskwood, Stranglethorn Vale, Swamp of Sorrows, Blasted Lands, Dune Morrogue, Loch Madon, Wetlands, Badlands, Searing Gorge. And then after Searing Gorge, then we will do Bashir, Oldham, Deepholm, Twilight Highlands, Mount Hyjal, and the finale. Oh my god. Oh my god. Get me out of here. Get me out of here. Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. What the hell are the Lost Isles, J. Palmer? Oh no, I absolutely plan to point out a lot of the changes as we go, because I have the experience of happening to remember a lot of that stuff. Please leave me alone. Oh, it's the second island. That's Kazan. That's part of the Goblin Starter Zone. There's zero reason to mention the Goblin Starter Zone as two things. Like there's no skipping it, right? It's just the Goblin Starter area. So yes, I do plan to talk on how vanilla was infinitely inferior in every way. Well, that's an interesting question, Rain36. Let me ask you something. How do players experience the game? Level boost to 80. No getting off this train. Or I have no brain right now. The Waygate is active. It's time. The Waygate has been activated for the first time in 7 centuries. Use it to travel to where our final hope lies. All right, let's do it. But you see my point, though, right, Rain36? The intended route, the route I've come up with is very much a compromise of multiple goals that I'm trying to all accomplish at the same time. Because there's no just, like, do Cataclysm, right? Too many quests and too many zones and too many branches. If you're paying attention to the list of the zones earlier, and I absolutely do not blame you if you weren't. Boop. There we go. You'll notice that it's like Northern Kalimdor, and then Southern Kalimdor, and then, like, Southern Alliance, and then, like, Southern Eastern Kingdoms, Dwarven Eastern Kingdoms, Undead Eastern Kingdoms. Like, it just kind of goes through each arc. So anyway, hi, yeah, this is Ungoro. We've all suspected this for an extremely long time, and there are a few Titan things all the way back in vanilla for this place. But here we confirm that, no, really, Ungoro is just as much of a petri dish as the Sholazar Basin. And yes, unfortunately I do. That poor, poor man. So this is the Itamidian. This colossal being appears to be inactive. Let's see if we can find a way to... Oh my god! The damned are here. Die, damned. You don't belong in this world. Yeah, Lakeshire... Or Redridge, I suppose I should say. On the one hand, from a purely gameplay perspective, I much prefer the modern Lakeshire, right? Like, I don't even feel the need to make that point. Lakeshire sucked back in vanilla, gameplay-wise. Story-wise, what? It's even worse than that, too. Because, like, there's actually what I personally consider to be an interesting story arc going through Lakeshire. It's one that goes from Elwyn Forest to Lakeshire. I keep calling it Lakeshire. To Redridge. All the way into the Burning Steppes. And that's one story thread. That actually goes into Lobris, too. So, Elwyn Forest, Redridge, Burning Steppes, Lobris. That's one story arc. Why is there this stupid Rambo stuff in the middle of it? Ulyss, the only being that can stand up to our armies. You will never bring the Endymion back to Northrend. Really? Okay. Cool. But this is a Wendy's, so I'll take that. Thank you. Actually, that's an interesting question. So what's your personal least favorite and most favorite change to an old world zone in Cata? I'll answer two from memory. We'll see, when we get there. You speak the truth. I can sense the very essence of Sholazar Basin beginning to fray by the blight of undeath. I am bound to the rune. Deliver it to she who sent you here. Only her power can grant me passage to her lands. So, I'm really torn on my favorite. Yeah, like which zone, right? Which story? Let's focus on story. Which Cata story do you think is the best, and which one do you think is the worst, with regards to its changes? I feel like there's two zones that kind of battle it out for my personal favorite. I would say Southern Barrens, but the problem is the value of the Southern Barrens is the 5 zones that lead into it. Like, that's all effectively one plot. So I can't really say Southern Barrens because it's more like the 5 zones, right? So that doesn't count. So if I'm just picking one zone, obviously Westfall is way up there for me. Or the other one I can't think of. God damn it. Wake up, Laura. I'm going to lay down, by the way, when we finish Sholazar. I never got that nap yesterday. You've done well. Woe to our enemies. Woe to those who serve the Lich King. So, who's ready for a negative to gameplay? I've actually used this exact quest as a reference many times of what a hyper-fail moment is. So they give us this badass, right? Yeah. Oh, they've actually improved it a little bit. Holy crap. So he's slow, first problem. And you have to kill 200 things. They might have actually improved this. Oh my god, I might actually not give this a negative. I might have to stop using this as my example. Maybe I will keep doing it. Like, this is supposed to be a big... Ath has this problem all over the place. They give you this big Super Death Doom machine, a vehicle, and they say, here, go kill 200 things. And it's fun for about, like, the first 50 or so. It is definitely improved. I can tell you that right now. Because, like, for example, the range on the AoE I did earlier was a lot shorter back in the day. What was it? I had another one. I had another zone in mind. It was Westfall. I'm just running through the zones in my head really quick. I was thinking about Ashara, but Ashara feels like a cheat. That's why I didn't pick it. The problem with Ashara, for those of you not aware, is that vanilla Ashara wasn't. Like, for all intents and purposes, there was no vanilla Ashara. It was one of those empty zones. There were several of those back in vanilla. Yeah, that's a much better radius than it used to be. Still have to stop for mana every time we use it, though. I suppose I could say Hillsbrad. I have a lot of fond memories of Hillsbrad. I've even played through Hillsbrad recently, because a friend of mine wanted to experience Cataclysm, and we started with our Undead. Oh, Tears Fall. Yeah, no. So I'm going to pick either West Plagues or Tears Fall for my favorite of the Cata revamps. Westfall's obvious. I don't feel the need to explain that. But for those of you who haven't done Tears Fall anytime recently, obviously it's the Lily and Voss arc, which is awesome. But there's just a lot of really cool things there, and they really move the Forsaken forward as a species. Good and bad, by the way. Like, we really started to see a little bit more of both sides of the equation, and that's... Cata's when the cult of Sylvanas, let's call it what it is, And the rest of the Forsaken really started to divide. I believe so, J. Palmer. Don't quote me on that, though. Because the quests are very similar, only the story is a little bit different. So, worst zones. So, worst cata revamps. I'm just going to say it. Dustwallow Marsh. It's cheating, so I'll try to come up with another one, but what? Yeah, I was also going to say Silithus would also qualify. That's even more cheating. Like, what? Yeah, speaking as someone who doesn't generally like cussing in my fiction, like, I'm actually very anti-cussing in Star Trek, for example. But Garrosh having that one precision insult of Sylvanas made perfect sense, and it was a great demonstration of his character and their relationship. Why the hell would they nerf that? Yeah, Hinterlands. Fun fact, if you ever go watch the Warcraft series, plug, you will notice that the shortest Warcraft video by far, because I divide them by zones, is Hinterlands, which is like, I think about a minute long. To summarize the entire zone. Just, yep, here's the Hinterlands, and we're done. It's just, what? So we've got Hinterlands, Dustwallow, Silithus. But you'll notice almost everything I just mentioned is something that's a barely change, and that's the problem. There's like no change. I'm trying to think of a zone where they really changed things, and that really made it worse. I actually like what they did with Duskwood. Honestly, I like almost all of what they did. Almost all of what they did with the Stormwind zones, right? Elwyn is solid. Westfall is one of my favorites. Lakeshire... we'll get to that. And Duskwood was good. I've decided to confirm my opinion. Ladies and gentlemen, this quest still sucks. It doesn't suck as much as it used to, which is funny. But this is still... what? Wait, really, Jay Palmer? Wow. Wonder why. So most of the zones have either a completely different, like, arc, regional quest, or it's a follow-through of whatever happened there in vanilla, right? How big of a deal that is, that varies a little bit. But yes, Duskwood was different. I am grateful for your help. It is my duty to watch over these lands and all life that dwells in them. Thanks to you, that life will continue to thrive while the forces of death wage in the bordering regions. Your actions will not be forgotten. Well, whatever. Is that it? That's it. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, that was Sholazar. I actually really like what they did with Thousand Needles, but then again, I like anything to do with the trolls, and actually seeing Magatha in action was kind of interesting to me. Okay, so let me double check my notes. So, obviously we had some cool visual storytelling. Were any of the quests worthy of discussion from a story perspective? Yeah, I think we could at least get some flavor. Wow, Jay Palmer. Sorry, I shouldn't laugh. And then no gameplay positive still, and a new gameplay negative. Hyper fail moment. I've been wanting to give this negative for literally a few years now. That's not even a joke. I've planned to give that negative since we first came up, and I didn't come up with it, since we first came up with the term hyperfail. Yeah, I gotta spell this thing correctly. Okay. Now the intention was to go lay down and then have, do the Death Knight starter zone. But I just had about a 7-hour shift, and I am still currently sick. I'm going to go lay down. Tomorrow, at hopefully our usual starting time, we're going to go ahead and we're going to do the Death Knight starter zone and actually start up Wrath proper. So I hope you've enjoyed. I'll see you tomorrow.